Has an approval rating that's one of the lowest of any incumbent president. And the Harris team have been thinking, well, he probably would be a drag on the ticket. I'm actually reminded of the difficulty that Al Gore had, for instance, back in 2000. Should he have used Bill Clinton to help him on the stump after the Monica Lewinsky scandal? Very difficult indeed, and we know what the Harris team have decided to do. They simply have not used him. So it's going to be a very, very difficult night, I think. Bitter in some respects, but possibly sweet as well, if it's a Harris win.
All right, Clive, thank you very much from there at the White House. Now, as we count down to the first results, it's going to be very exciting. Let's get more on the candidates and the closing arguments that they made to voters.
Across the United States, voters are choosing between two different visions for America.
Our country will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before.
Ours is about a fight for democracy and your right to be heard.
Former President Donald Trump seeking to reclaim the Oval Office, pledging to tackle immigration and fix the economy.
We will end inflation. We will stop the invasion of criminals into our country.
Vice President Kamala Harris could make history as America's first female president and the first woman of color to hold the nation's highest office. She campaigned on reproductive rights and the economy.
You can make decisions about your own body for yourself.
Joined by their running mates, Republican Senator J.D. Vance, born into poverty and now competing for the second highest job in the country.
I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
And Democratic Governor Tim Walz, the former teacher and coach, vaulted to a presidential ticket after an unexpected change at the top.
We're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field.
The issues are clear.
Definitely a healthier economy where things are more affordable.
I think closing the border is a key.
I don't think that anybody should be able to control somebody else's body.
Really, it's about what we think our democracy is and whether or not it's going to withstand.
And the world is watching.
When we fight, we win!
Make America great again.
All right, let's bring you now some live pictures from Dearborn, Michigan, and also from Maricopa County, Arizona. These are two areas and two critical swing states. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are fighting to win tonight to take the White House. You see the lines of people voting there. But what exactly do these candidates need to get to the Oval Office?
Well, the path to the presidency in the U.S. is unique to any democracy in the world. Unlike in most countries, here you can win the popular vote or get the most votes, but not actually win the presidency. And here's why. The vote is decided by what's called the Electoral College. Each of the 50 states has a number of electoral votes equal to how many representatives they have in Congress. That's the place that makes or changes laws here. Washington, D.C., which is not a state, also receives 3.
Now, in total, there are 538 electoral votes up for grabs tonight. A candidate needs at least 270 to win the White House. Remember that number. We're going to keep referring to it all night long. Now, when voters go to the polls, they are choosing how their state's electors should vote in the Electoral College. That actually happens in December. In all but 2 states, the candidate who wins the popular vote gets all the state's electors. Now, the majority of states vote for the same party year to year, so candidates do focus their campaigns on the states that do not. These are called swing states. You see them in purple there on your map. This year, there are 7 expected swing states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and North Carolina.
Well, let's go over to Christian now for more on how all of this works and what the strongest paths are for both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris to get to that magic number, that 270 electoral vote count.
Hello, Caitríona. Hello, Sumi. Welcome, everyone, to our numbers board. We have wiped the map clean as we await the first votes that we should get in about 20 minutes' time. And you can see, almost clean, we've got 6 votes that have been counted in New Hampshire. And if that is any indication of where we might be going tonight, we might be in for a long evening. But the early part of the show tonight, we're going to be focusing very much in the South on the 2 battleground states of Georgia and North Carolina, where they count quite quickly. We'll also focus on Florida and Virginia, where we might be able to pick up some patterns and some trend. But what we've done ahead of time for you is we've filled in those states we think will go Republican, here in red, and those we think will go Democrat in blue, which leaves us with the 7 grey states. These are the battleground states. So ahead of time, let's just have a look at what Kamala Harris's best path to the White House might be. We're going to award her Wisconsin, where she was just ahead in the polls, within the margin of error. Similarly, Michigan there with 15 electoral college votes. And we're going to plot in North Carolina and Georgia, where it was equally tight and within the margin for Donald Trump. And we'll also give him Arizona, because he had a lead of around 1 or 2 points in Arizona as well. And in this scenario, so long as Democrats win the one district in Nebraska, Nebraska 2, which is Omaha, you can see that even without Nevada, the whole race becomes about Pennsylvania. As we said some weeks out, it may well be. So let's go back to our scenario. The one thing I would just say about these 3 Midwestern states is that they tend to vote together. They're slightly older, they're slightly whiter than the national average. They voted together in 2016 when they flipped for Donald Trump, and they voted together when they went back for Joe Biden in 2020. The big question, of course, tonight is, do they hang together this time around?
OK, thanks for that question. That is the big question indeed for the night. Well, let's get some opening thoughts from our panellists here. Stephanie and Rodney, you have skin in the game for each of your respective parties there. How are you feeling tonight after this long, short, fast, quick campaign?
Well, maybe it's because I'm from Florida, but it feels to me like I'm in the eye of the hurricane. So the last 100 days have been a complete whirlwind for the Harris campaign. They put together a campaign very quickly, ran a very disciplined campaign. Lots has happened in those 3+ months. And now we're waiting for the polls to close, and there's not a whole lot that can be done in the last hour or two, and you're just waiting for the second half of the hurricane, which is the results coming in and what happens after that. So it's going to be quite a night.
Well, it certainly is going to be quite a night. This could be, as was teased earlier in the intro, this could be one of the closest races in our nation's history. And just this entire cycle is historic. The fact that we have a sitting president that was a candidate, not a candidate, and now we have a former president that could be president again, a vice president. I mean, it is something like the coolest Super Bowl of politics I think we've ever been a part of. But it does come down to those results Stephanie was talking about. And we're going to start to see them roll in states like Kentucky and Indiana. And I think the only indicator you can get out of an Indiana or a Kentucky is how close is that governor's race in Indiana? Is Mike Braun running away with it, or is he 5-6 points ahead? That may show some trends against Donald Trump or for Donald Trump.
OK, so some key data points earlier on in the evening there. And Katty, what are you going to be looking out for tonight? We've actually already seen some national exit polling data showing that 1/3 of voters who were asked said democracy was their top concern.
Yeah, I think I've covered now 6 American elections, which is probably far too many for anybody's health levels. And this is the first one where I've gone into the night thinking almost no result would surprise me. And it's quite possible that we come out of tonight with a much more decisive victory for either candidate. I mean, it's possible that Donald Trump gets a clean sweep of these battleground states, and it's possible that Kamala Harris's campaign also gets a clean sweep. I wouldn't be terribly surprised by either. I'm also going to be watching for any indication, and democracy in the exit polling is one of those possible indications, that the confidence that we've heard from the Harris campaign over the course of the last few days is merited. So this is a campaign that's been incredibly cautious, very disciplined, not the kind of campaign that wanted to say they were confident at all. For every message I've had with them, every conversations I've had with them over the last 3 months, they've been very careful. In the last few days, in the last week, they've sort of abandoned that caution and started to say, we think we have this. So let's see if their confidence is borne out. Exit polling data would be one of the things that we'll look at.
And, of course, Donald Trump's campaign saying they think they have it too. We're seeing confidence there also. But we're talking about exit polls. Let's bring you those first bits of information that we have from exit polls. We can go across to Azadeh Moshiri now. Azadeh.
So the first wave of national exit poll data has been released. And as of now, voters are telling us that the state of democracy was the single most important issue to them when they were deciding who to vote for as president. Now, keep in mind, this is preliminary data and it could change throughout the day as voters continue to be surveyed as they leave their polling places. But right now, if you look at the figures, the state of democracy is on top with about 1 in 3 voters telling us it's the most important issue to them. It's then followed by the economy with about 3 in 10 voters saying that's the most important issue for them. Then abortion, followed by immigration, and foreign policy is the least picked option. Now, keep in mind, the economy is typically what tops the list because in every exit poll, in every election since 2008, voters have chosen the economy. As of now, state of democracy is ranking on top. Now, it's a different picture if you ask Donald Trump's supporters versus Kamala Harris's supporters. Now, Kamala Harris's supporters have put the state of democracy as their most important issue, but Donald Trump's supporters have put the economy. So digging into the numbers a little bit more, about 6 in 10 voters, Harris supporters, have said that that democracy, the state of democracy, is the most important to them, followed by abortion, which is about 1 in 5 voters, and then economy. About 1 in 10 Kamala Harris supporters have said that's the most important issue to them. Looking at Donald Trump supporters, you see the economy on top with about half saying that ranks on top for them, followed by immigration. That's 1 in 5, and then followed by state of democracy with only 1 in 10. So a different picture when you're looking at Kamala Harris and Donald Trump supporters versus the broad national picture. And it is a broad national picture. Remember, these numbers are taken across voters nationally, but this election is won state by state. Again, all these numbers could change. It's an important caveat. But as soon as we have any more data, we'll bring that to you.
OK, Asday, and we will check in with you in a little while for that, and we'll break down those exit poll results in just a moment. But we are just a few minutes from the first results here in the US, and this is what you can expect as the night unfolds. If you're staying up with us, and please do, we'll be following all the poll closings and the results as they come in, and that'll start to give us a better picture of just who might win this election. In just an hour's time, the battleground state of Georgia will close. Now, that state voted for the Democrats, went blue for the first time in decades in 2020. Then just 30 minutes later, another key swing state, North Carolina, will close. That state has been mainly red for the Republicans for decades. Donald Trump won there the past 2 times, but Democrats are hoping to flip it over tonight. Then at 8 p.m. in Washington, 1 a.m. in the UK, we'll see the biggest batch of poll closures when 16 states and the swing state of Pennsylvania will close. That state has the most electoral votes of the 7 battleground states, could be the key to winning the presidency. So you'll hear a lot about Pennsylvania tonight. Then at 9 p.m. in Washington, when it's 2 a.m. in the UK, 3 swing states will close their polls: Arizona, Michigan and Wisconsin. All 3 went for Joe Biden in 2020, and they are polling close between the 2 candidates tonight, so a lot to watch for there. Now, when it hits 10 p.m. here in Washington, 3 a.m. in the UK, the final swing state of Nevada will close its polls. Republicans are hoping to win that state back for the first time since 2004. Now, we won't get projections for all of those states the moment the polls close, but we will be staying on top of all of the results, and we'll bring them to you as soon as we can. And of course, we'll have a series of experts, analysis and correspondents with us right through the night, including in a few minutes we'll hear from broadcaster Piers Morgan, who will join us from New York for his thoughts on the election and on the prospects for his friend Donald Trump.
All right, but let's check in on that last swing state that we mentioned, Nevada. This is one that both the Democrats and Republicans have been fighting hard over. Our correspondent Lily Jamali is standing by for us there. Lily, just give us a sense of what you've been hearing from voters there today.
Yeah, well, this is really a purple state through and through. So I've been hearing a lot of Kamala Harris supporters and a lot of Donald Trump supporters talking about the same issues in very different lights. The economy ends up coming up a whole lot. We are actually on the east side of Las Vegas right now in Clark County, home to 70% of Nevada's electorate. There are 130 polling places here in this Democratic stronghold. And this is our third that we've been visiting. You can see the line behind me. The wait times have really varied from one location location to another. We visited a football stadium where people had a very easy time getting in. In fact, it looked like journalists outnumbered the voters at one point. We've also visited polling places where the wait time is about an hour and a half, and people were just fine making that wait happen in order to cast their ballots. This one has been moving pretty quickly. It's about 20 minutes at the front of the line, and it's not just voters, but there's also a whole host of poll workers as well as observers trying to make sure that anyone with a mail-in ballot can just drop it off and go home, and generally trying to make sure that things go smoothly. This site, as well as all of the other polling stations across Nevada, will be open until 7 p.m. local time.
Lily, just on that point there, we know you're 3 hours behind us here on the East Coast. What can we expect in terms of vote counting?
Absolutely. Well, we've gotten a pretty good glimpse of what things might look like based on early voting. We had 1.1 million votes come in during that period from October 19th until November 1st. And, generally speaking, the GOP, the Republicans, seem to have an edge. And if you look at 2020, we saw 1.4 million people here in Nevada cast a ballot, so call it 80% of the way there in early voting. But so much can change based on what happens today. We're going to be getting those early numbers when polls close. But really, it's anybody's guess which way this election is going to go. One thing I do want to note is that there seems to be a huge number of independent voters here, people who are not affiliated with the Republicans or the Democrats. It could be in the 300,000 to 400,000 voter range. So that could really push this in either direction. And also want to note, the Secretary of State here in Nevada has said that they're seeing a lot of ballots today that need curing, as well as the ones that came in over the mail. That is basically an indication that there was some kind of flaw with those ballots, either a missing signature or a mismatched signature. And what happens in that instance is that those voters are actually called into an election center to deal with that issue. So, that could change things. And we also know that people can be dropping off their ballots through today, as long as they're postmarked by today. As long as they get to where they need to go by Friday, those could still count and ultimately swing this election one way or the other.
Okay, Lily, well, we'll be checking in with you plenty of times before the night is over. But for now, thank you for that. Now, we can go to New York and speak to broadcaster Piers Morgan, of course, a friend of Donald Trump and very familiar with things here in the US. Piers, you lived here for a long time. You had your own show here as well. You know Donald Trump since you were together on The Apprentice. How is he today? Have you been talking to him recently? What do you think he's feeling?
I spoke to him last weekend when he did the rather controversial rally at Madison Square Garden, and he was very chipper, very confident. He thinks he's going to win this. I've got to say that anyone who thinks they know what's going to happen tonight is talking baloney, because I have never seen, I've studied American politics for a long time, I've never seen polls at a national and swing state level that have been so close on election night. So we could see any result here. I mean, this could be a narrow Trump win, a narrow Harris win, a landslide Trump win, or a landslide Harris win. Anything could happen. My gut feeling, having been in America now for a week and having been in Los Angeles recently, is that I think Trump is going to win.
OK, when we're talking to Piers, we're looking actually at pictures from the Trump HQ there, the convention center in Palm Beach, where people are already starting to gather, wearing stars and stripes and sparkly cowboy hats and all of that. You think Donald Trump is going to win? What is it? What have you picked up on in the last week here that gives you that sense?
Well, look, I think it's been one of the most extraordinary roller coaster presidential races imaginable. I can remember about 6 months ago, people saying this is going to be really boring. Biden v. Trump again, two old white guys duking it out. We had all this in 2020. God, there's nothing better to do. And look what's happened since. We've had 2 assassination attempts. Trump has been convicted of a crime. Joe Biden's been forced out in a kind of palace coup by his own side. Kamala Harris has taken over. Since then, we've had Trump working at McDonald's. We've had Trump driving garbage trucks. So this is a very, very unusual race. But the reason I think that ultimately he may win is I think that the 2 most important issues to Americans in all the polling are economy and immigration. And there's no doubt that the southern border crisis, there's another word for it, has been on Kamala Harris's watch. She was the border czar, the nickname they gave her when she was put in charge of trying to fix the crisis on the border. But nearly 10 million people have come in illegally in that time, in the last 4 years, under her and Joe Biden, and people blame her. And on the economy, the cost of living is really biting here in America. And if you go around, you talk to people, the one thing you hear again and again is they are feeling the pinch in their pocket from the raging inflation, which has come down, but is still, of course, going up. So prices have consistently gone up in the last 4 years, and they're hurting. And I think that for those reasons, Trump is perceived to be, again in the polls, much stronger on the economy and immigration, and I think that's why he'll win.
Piers, can I ask you on those points? In this past week that you've been here in the U.S., we've seen a little bit of a shift in the sense of optimism, as we were saying here in the studio a little bit earlier, for the Kamala Harris campaign, because they believe that Donald Trump hasn't actually stuck to the script on those issues, on the economy, on immigration. You mentioned that rally at Madison Square Garden and the rhetoric we heard coming out of that. Do you think that has an impact?
Look, I think everything has an impact, and I think that Trump can be his own worst enemy when it comes to what comes out of his mouth. It can also be his best friend. He's a very authentic and unusual politician. That's why people over here like him so much. Remember that nearly 10 million more Americans voted for Trump in 2020 than voted for him when he won in 2016. So, despite all the stuff that people say about him, he remains incredibly popular. In fact, his personal approval rating right now is the highest it's been in his 8 years as a politician. And I think it's because people have factored in that what comes out of his mouth is not often what he actually does. And he can be a blunt instrument. He can be very offensive, all of those things. But what he's not is what the Democrats and Kamala Harris have tried to pretend he is, which is he's not a Nazi, he's not the new Hitler, and that kind of ridiculous, over-the-top attack that they tried against Trump, I think will backfire. I think that ordinary Americans who are not maybe ideologically wedded to either side, they hear this and go, really? You think he's the new Adolf Hitler? Someone who killed 12 million people, who put 6 million Jews into a Holocaust? You think this guy is that guy? Well, he's not. So I think that the over-demonization, if you like, of Trump has been to the disservice of the Democrats and may come back and haunt them. But I have to say, look, as I sit here now in New York, there is a tense atmosphere on the streets. I was walking around earlier. People are like huddled together, whispering, and they're tense because nobody knows what's going to happen here.
Piers, it's Katty Kay here. For our viewers who are watching this in the UK or around the world, how much difference do you think it makes to them whether Donald Trump is elected or Kamala Harris is elected tonight? Or is America kind of moving inexorably, whoever is the president, in a slightly more kind of isolationist, protectionist direction?
Well, I certainly think that after many decades of foreign wars, most Americans now, I think, are pretty sick and tired of America being the global policeman. Now, they are, of course, the global policeman through sheer size and military power. And one of the things that Trump, I think, doesn't get enough credit for is what he did with NATO funding. When, if you remember, he said, look, if America is going to be paying the lion's share of the money and supplying the lion's share of the military hardware, then all the other NATO countries must pay their minimum 2% of GDP towards the contribution of NATO costs. And guess what? They're now all paying it. So again, Trump can be this blunt instrument, but his natural instinct is to be isolationist, is America first. He wants to bring trade back to America. He wants to stop China dominating trade in America, hence his demands all the time to have hefty tariffs against China. Now, a lot of economists think that may not work, and it might actually end up costing America more than it saves them. But Trump has he has a way of, as we saw in the first 3 years of his tenure, of delivering in a blunt way, and it can often be a very blunt way. He often can produce things which the average American goes, you know what? That makes sense to me. It's common sense. And if he does win, it will be that does it. But, look, I think whoever wins, the world is looking and thinking, what does this mean for the rest of us? And I think if Donald Trump wins, it probably means that there'll be more America first. If Kamala Harris wins, then she is more likely to want to stand by Ukraine and do things like that than Trump is. So it's going to be very consequential, whatever happens here.
And Piers, when you're talking about walking around New York there and feeling that tension in the air, there's been a lot of discussion here about what will happen if Kamala Harris does win, whether Donald Trump will accept that result or not, whether he'll come out and declare victory before all of the polls are actually closed. What do you think? How do you think he'll react?
I think he'll react entirely predictably. He'll try and claim victory as early as possible, even when he's not actually won. And he'll do that to muddy the waters. And I'm sure he will challenge the result if he loses. He's Donald Trump. He doesn't like losing. And we saw the catastrophic effect of that on January the 6th with the appalling riots at the Capitol after the last time he refused to accept it. So as somebody who's known Trump nearly 20 years, I've said to his face, you lost that election fair and square. You have not proven that that election was stolen, and you should accept it and move on. But to this day, he has not accepted it. He lost that 2020 election. So, look, I think that Trump will be Trump. But the question, I think, will be, how does the Republican Party respond? If Trump loses this time, is that the end of Trumpism? Is that the end of MAGA? And it might well be, because they might decide, you know what, this guy, he won in 2016, but he's been a pretty consistent electoral loser since then. So if Trump loses now, that could be the end of him as a meaningful politician in this country. But if he wins, then you could argue it's the greatest comeback in the history of politics. It would be like Tiger Woods when he won the Masters again, when everyone thought he was finished. So the stakes for Trump personally are incredibly high, never mind for America and the watching world.
Indeed, indeed. Piers, lovely to talk to you as always. Thanks so much for speaking to us on BBC News.
My pleasure.
All right, one of those key swing states that the Trump campaign, the Harris campaign, has been investing heavily in is Wisconsin. It's one of those Midwestern Rust Belt states, former industrial heartland. Our correspondent, Carl Nassman, has been there the last week talking to voters. I mean, Carl, give us an idea. Big night in Wisconsin. How are things going?
A very big night here in Wisconsin. We're here in the capital city, Madison. This is within Dane County. It's one of those big blue dots in an otherwise red rural state. And this is where Democrats and Kamala Harris are hoping to really run up the score tonight in those big cities. So you have Madison and Milwaukee. There is good news for the Harris campaign. In Madison earlier today, there were lines outdoors at many polling stations here. Lots of people looking to get their votes in, and likely just due to the demographics here, of course, the University of Wisconsin located in Madison. That's good news for Kamala Harris. But this really is one of those states where we've been seeing voters getting their votes in early. Already more than 1 million votes cast early. In fact, 1.6 nearly million Wisconsinites have voted. That's about half of the entire total of votes that were cast in the state in 2020. That's just before the polls open today. Now, just a warning for viewers. Obviously, this is going to be an important swing state, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. It's been an incredibly close state over the years. We're expecting it to be the same this time around. In fact, 4 of the last 6 presidential elections have been decided in the Badger State by 1% of the votes or less. But back to that warning, we might be up pretty late tonight to find out the results this time around. We've been speaking with the commissioner of the electoral system in Milwaukee, which is the biggest city in the state, and she says we may not know until 3 or 4 in the morning local time. So our viewers in the UK might just be waking up again on November 6th until we know exactly how many votes have been cast in Milwaukee, the biggest city in the state, and that's really going to be the point at which we might know which way Wisconsin goes. But in terms of what voters have been telling us, you know, it's pretty even. We hear from Donald Trump supporters. We hear from Kamala Harris supporters. One thing that really stood out to us in speaking with folks across the state this week has been what women have told us. That's going to be a key demographic in many states, but especially here in the suburbs of Wisconsin. Many of them telling us that they're worried about the direction of reproductive rights in this country, that many of them say they'll be casting their vote for Kamala Harris over that over abortion rights and that issue. So that could be a key here. We'll see how that plays out once we get exit polls and start to get some initial results. But Wisconsin, as you look at the polls as it stands right now, a very close state. And like I said, that's to be expected here.
Indeed, and while we've been speaking to you, Carl, there, we've been looking on the screen at the results from the past 2 cycles there in Wisconsin, and you can see there's really just a hair's breadth between it there. Past 2 times, and looks like being the same now. Carl, we'll speak to you a little bit later.
All right, so back to our panel here in the studio. And Rodney, I want to start with you because I want to come back to some of that exit polling data that we introduced just a few moments ago with Azadeh, because there was some really interesting information there. Just if you look at the issues that voters have been casting their ballots on today, it really seems to be a flip-flop with the Harris and Trump voters. You see the Harris voters saying 6 out of 10, they are looking at democracy. And if you look at the Trump voters, 5 out of 10, the economy. It really shows us that split screen. Don't you think that these two groups of voters have a different sense of what matters right now?
Well, it certainly does. And if you go down to the next two, abortion and immigration, it just shows you that the Harris voters are looking at democracy and abortion, which makes up an overwhelming number of those who are exit polled, and Republican voters are economy and immigration. These are no different issues than we were talking about during the Republican primaries earlier this year. The economy and immigration have always led. The key is which issues that are not in those top 4 are the ones that are going to move that small number of undecided voters just in those 7 states.
And Stephanie, when it shows that democracy and abortion are the top 2 for Kamala Harris voters, that shows her message was really landing, wasn't it?
I think it was landing. What I'd like to know is they called it Harris supporters. They didn't say Democrats. So are there some Republicans in that base who have decided that democracy matters to them? And I actually am curious whether it's the Reagan-Bush Republicans who see this as their opportunity, maybe hold their noses, vote Harris, and have an opportunity to take back the party from a MAGA kind of Republican conservatism back to what was like the Bush-Reagan era. That's why you see people like Cheney and others out there pretty vocal in support of Harris. So it'd be interesting to know whether or not there's some Republican votes in that Harris support.
And Katty, what do you think? What are you gleaning from this very early national information we're getting?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that only a few years ago, if you'd have said 78% of voters say abortion is their first choice, you would have said that was a Republican group that was saying that. And the degree to which it's flipped in America since the Dobbs ruling, that you now have Democrats galvanized by abortion and Republicans thinking this is not such a priority. The other thing I think is quite interesting, look at that poll. 55% of Republicans say that foreign policy is a top issue. We've really not talked about foreign policy during this campaign very much, and yet you have a large percentage of Republicans saying actually it really matters to them. Now, are they saying that it's an important issue because they want to see America retreat from the world, as Piers Morgan was just suggesting, or is this about Israel-Gaza that they're saying this is an important issue? But I just think the fact that foreign policy is such an important issue for Republican voters is something that's surprising me tonight.
I think maybe they're lumping that together with security, border security, as well as foreign policy, the sense of insecurity that they have with what's going on in the world, both at our borders as well as abroad. It may be that.
What do you think, Rodney, of that?
On the foreign policy issue, I think it has risen to the forefront. I mean, the issues that both Katty and Stephanie brought up, the Gaza-Israeli conflict, the Ukrainian conflict with Russia and Vladimir Putin, it has risen to a higher level that we've seen over the last few years. I'm not surprised by that, but what I am surprised by is just the overall enthusiasm of both sides tonight. I mean, we've talked about record turnout. Maybe we will see the record turnout in our nation's history tonight.
Yeah, and that's interesting because we know that Donald Trump drove up turnout in 2016. He drove up turnout again in 2020. When this was a Joe Biden-Donald Trump race, it looked like Americans were not interested. The last thing they wanted to do was go and vote for these two old white guys, which is how they saw this pairing. They didn't like it. Now that the race has got more energetic and more energized, as you suggested earlier, Rodney, it's interesting to see whether... I'm getting reports from Pennsylvania that we could have record turnout just in that.
I'm hearing that from Georgia as well. Record turnout there.
That's remarkable. All right, we'll have to keep our eye on the turnout and all of that information. We're going to take a look also at some of the issues that are dominating this election. One of those, and it's also going to be a challenge for the next president, is the ongoing war in the Middle East. Israel, as we know, is a major U.S. ally. It is now fighting a conflict on multiple fronts against Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and other Iran proxies across the region.
Of course, this phase of this war began over a year ago on October 7th when Hamas launched a brutal attack on Israel, killing over 1,200 people and taking 250 hostages. And more than 100 of those hostages remain unaccounted for in Gaza.
In response, Israel launched an attack in the Strip that has left over 43,000 dead, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. Millions more are displaced, and top UN officials describe the humanitarian situation in the Strip as apocalyptic.
Now, in the past 2 months, of course, we've seen that war has escalated in the region. In Lebanon, over 1 million people are now displaced, and at least 2,000 have been killed. In September, Israel killed the Hezbollah leader, Hassan Nasrallah, in a strike in Lebanon.
And then in October, Israeli forces killed Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas in Gaza. Israel and Iran have also exchanged fire, rare and direct confrontations between the two enemies. Both Hamas and Hezbollah are classified as terrorist organizations by the US and UK governments.
And just today, we saw, of course, a shake-up in the Israeli government as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, saying there was a crisis of trust between them. And that has already led to protests we've seen in Tel Aviv all day there.
Now, the U.S. has provided nearly $18 billion in security assistance to Israel. They've also provided over $670 million in humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank.
This ongoing conflict led to protests on college campuses here in the U.S. There is division within the Democratic Party about how the Biden administration has been handling the conflict since that phase broke out.
And both candidates have called for an end to the war. Former President Donald Trump claimed that President Joe Biden is holding back Prime Minister Netanyahu and that he should let Israel, quote, finish the job. He also said he told Mr. Netanyahu to get his victory quickly because the killing has to stop. In Gaza, he called himself Israel's protector.
Now, Vice President Kamala Harris has vowed to do everything in her power, she said, to end the war in Gaza. She said on multiple occasions that Israel has a right to defend itself, and she said that too many Palestinian civilians have been killed.
She also says she wants to bring home the Israeli hostages, ensure Israel is secure, and ensure the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, freedom, security, and self-determination. We have our correspondent, Lise Doucette, standing by for us in Jerusalem tonight. Lise, really good to see you. Give us a sense of how closely people there are watching this election.
Well, the day began here in Israel with all of the Israeli newspapers, front page coverage, a photograph of Kamala Harris, a photograph of Donald Trump. Everyone, of course, was glued to this, waiting for this night of all nights. And then, as you
OK, we seem to be having a little problem with our sound there with Lise. We're going to try and fix that, and we'll get back to hear from her in just a moment. Just to carry on what we were discussing, though, about the Middle East and how important some of those early exit polls have placed foreign policy. How big of an issue is this going to be for Kamala Harris in Michigan, Stephanie, do you think? I mean, we've seen a lot of protests there from the Arab American, Muslim American population, of course, most concentrated in Michigan, in those areas outside of Detroit.
You know, I have seen campaigns in recent weeks as that community realizes that their uncommitted vote in a primary doesn't have the same consequence as not voting in a general. And so they're talking about trading votes. They've set up networks to trade votes in safe states so that they can still vote no, but that or vote yes for her in Michigan where it matters to prevent Trump from getting back into the White House. But there's a no vote in a safe state. So I think, you know, people are starting to understand that the consequence in a general election of allowing Trump to be elected might create a situation that is far worse in the Middle East as far as human rights and humanitarian concerns are than if Harris was in the White House.
Rodney, we saw Donald Trump actually campaigning in Dearborn, which is one of these areas that has a very high concentration of Muslim Americans, Arab Americans, would have been a Democratic safe stronghold that no Republican candidate would really have gone into, and yet there he was on the stage.
Well, Donald Trump is not a traditional Republican candidate, even though he's been president before. We all know how he's likely to govern if he wins again tonight. But going into Dearborn was a message that I guarantee was driven by Donald Trump. He wants to go in and take votes away from what would be considered the Democratic base vote. And polling leading up until tonight has shown us that he's been successful with many of those voting groups. I just saw a recent poll that was done by Public Opinion Strategies that said that the Latino vote is still overwhelmingly not as high as where they need it to be for Vice President Harris.
Okay, we're going to pick up on that point, but let's go back to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. We just had a bit of a problem with her sound a moment ago, but Lise, I think we fixed the issue, so we'll start again and ask you just how people there are looking at this critical U.S. election.
Well, I think we have to begin by underlining that when it comes to U.S. policy vis-a-vis Israel, in the United States, it's not foreign policy, it is domestic policy. It doesn't matter who wins this election. Israel's strategic relationship with the United States will remain rock solid. And Israel will continue to provide billions of dollars in military and financial aid to Israel every year. This morning, the day began with a photograph of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump dominating the front pages of all the newspapers. Now, this was knocked off the top story when Prime Minister Netanyahu suddenly fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, which led some Israeli media to say that Prime Minister Netanyahu wanted to send a message that the policy of what was going to happen in this war wouldn't be determined in Washington, it would be made right here in Israel. But even though the relationship is solid, no matter who's in power, what you see in the polls, what you hear in the streets, what you even see on the billboards is that a vast majority of Israelis believe that Donald Trump would be better for Israel. There was even one poll, one of the latest polls, said that 2/3 of Israelis hold this view. And of course, they look back to the Trump presidency and what he did when he was in power, moving the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, recognizing the annexation of the Golan Heights, pulling Iran out of the landmark nuclear deal. And as you mentioned, the comments that Donald Trump has made during the election have really underlined to the Israeli people and to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, that Donald Trump would give him a freer hand. But there is always that issue of the unpredictability of Donald Trump. He's also known as a man who wants to end the wars. Would he allow Prime Minister Netanyahu to continue? There's no ceasefire in sight in Gaza, no ceasefire in sight in Lebanon. We know there's going to be, we expect there will be, Iran says it's going to retaliate with an attack on Israel and that Israel would reply. What kind of leeway would Donald Trump give in terms of the targeting? We just don't know. When it comes to Kamala Harris, there's expected to be a continuity with the Biden administration. But of course, Kamala Harris doesn't have the hinterland of Joe Biden, who describes himself as a Zionist, decades of loyalty to Israel. And he's made that absolutely clear in terms of the way Israel conducts this war. Kamala Harris, at every turn, has emphasized Israel's right to defend itself. But she's been more critical in public of Israel's conduct of this war, and has been seen to be more emphatic in expressing her sympathy and concern about the suffering of Palestinian civilians. So for that reason, I'm sure they're all around in homes across the state of Israel. They are watching very closely tonight because they know this is a consequential election for the state of Israel. And indeed, they'll be watching right across the region.
Indeed, and around the world, one suspects. Lise Doucette there in Jerusalem. Thanks so much for bringing us the view from the Middle East.
Okay, let's bring in another guest now. We have with us Democrat Senator Chris Coons of the state of Delaware. He's a co-chair of the Harris campaign as well. Senator, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I know it's very early on in the evening at this point, but just give us a sense of how you're feeling right now.
I'm optimistic. I've been all over Pennsylvania in the last week. I had a chance to be in Philadelphia last night as Vice President Harris gave her optimistic, forward-looking closing argument to an excited, fired-up rally crowd. And I have seen over the last few weeks a remarkable number of volunteers, 90,000 volunteers, come out and spend weekend after weekend knocking on doors, leaving literature on doors, communicating with voters. At the end of the day, in what is, by many polls, a very close election between former President Trump and Vice President Harris, the margin of effort of the volunteers that Vice President Harris has drawn to her campaign with her hopeful, positive, forward-looking message, I think is why we will win tonight, and she will be our next president.
Senator, I know everyone's watching Pennsylvania. The biggest prize in this election, of course, you said you've been on the ground in Pennsylvania as well. There are concerns about weaknesses among Latino voters, weaknesses on the economy as well. Do you think the Harris campaign has had a good enough answer to some of those concerns that voters have?
Absolutely. Look, first, Donald Trump just keeps talking and saying things that have hurt his case. He has proposed double-digit tariffs on all imported foreign goods. And the number goes up and up as he talks about it. That's the equivalent of a national sales tax that'll cost the average American family at least $4,000 a year on things like fruit and vegetables, clothing, furniture, cars that we import from other countries. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, has put forward concrete proposals for ways to reduce health care costs, costs for energy, costs for housing, and to invest in the next generation of startup businesses and opportunity for younger Americans and for Americans who like to look forward rather than backwards. So on their economic message, I think both Donald Trump has said things that haven't connected well with middle Americans, and Kamala Harris has laid out a very positive and forward-looking one. And at a recent rally in Madison Square Garden, the supposed comedian said a whole series of things quite offensive to Puerto Ricans. As a result, in the week after that, leading Puerto Rican national figures have endorsed Kamala Harris, and that will have a significant impact in Pennsylvania tonight as we see the outcome of this election.
Okay, and Senator, are there any states where you feel that Kamala Harris is particularly vulnerable, where it's really tough for her to try and get over the line?
Well, look, I think if she were to win Iowa tonight, I'd be quite surprised. There was a credible poll by a long-established credible pollster that said that she was likely to win Iowa. I would be quite surprised if that were the case. I have family in Iowa. It's trended quite far to the right in recent elections. So that's one state where I'll say, despite a long history of having elected both Democratic and Republican senators, if we win Iowa tonight, I will be genuinely surprised.
All right, Senator, thank you so much. Great to speak to you tonight. Okay.
Now let's go over to Trump headquarters and see what the view is like there at the moment. Our senior North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue, is there. Gary, how are things? It's very early in the night, of course, but what's the sense there?
Well, there's sort of a trickle of special guests being allowed in. They're sort of playing a mixture of the Donald Trump playlist and putting Fox News on pretty loud at various times. So I think sort of a gradual build. We have absolutely no idea, of course, whether or not the president will come, the former president will come here at any point during the evening. I'm sure his campaign doesn't know that, particularly at this stage either, because they will look to see what happens in those 7 states that we've been focusing on so heavily. He's been in North Carolina, if you think about that, for the last few days, a state that he won twice in a row, so they've been playing defence even in some of the places where they should be up. So I think there's a lot of unpredictability about tonight, but they're trying to generate a bit of a party atmosphere. There's hundreds and hundreds of media, as you can imagine, and just 2 miles across the road, across the little patch of water between here and Palm Beach itself, that's where the former president is, at his Mar-a-Lago resort with his friends, his family, his donors, and we're told Elon Musk too.
Of course, it's been quite an extraordinary campaign, Gary. I mean, you mentioned Mar-a-Lago is nearby, but also nearby is the golf course where Donald Trump, there was that second assassination attempt on him.
Yeah, that's right. That guy didn't manage to get a shot off, unlike the guy in Butler who died after firing 8 shots at the president. But I mean, this is what he sometimes referred to as the sort of Southern White House, picking up on old Richard Nixon's idea of the Western White House. This is where I think the former president feels particularly safe, feels particularly at home, and I'm not surprised he's decided to come here tonight. The weather's pretty nice as well, to be honest. All in all, I think, we'll see what he does later on. But it was interesting looking at him at the polling station earlier. He sounded really tired. He was absolutely hoarse as well. I mean, it's not surprising given he, just like Kamala Harris, was doing 3 or 4 events each day in 3 or 4 different states over the last week or two. So, I mean, it's a grueling schedule. And if you're 78 years old like he is, I'm not surprised it has taken its toll. But we'll see. We'll see what he does later on when the results start flowing in. He may decide, and I'm sure it will be his decision, to come over here and declare victory early, just like he did in 2020, or as some of his advisors have been also saying, don't do it too early, it could be humiliating, wait, bide your time. So all those things are possible, all of them.
Everything is possible tonight, it seems. Indeed, Gary there in Florida at the Donald Trump campaign headquarters watch party. Thank you for talking to us.
All right. Well, as we know, the 7 critical swing states are the ones that are very likely to decide this election. We've been checking in on them all night. Let's go to another one of them, Michigan, another one of these Rust Belt battleground states that's going to be so critical. Our correspondent Ione Wells is standing by for us there. Ione, you've also been there speaking to voters for a week or so. Give us a sense of what the feeling is there tonight.
That's right, and I think certainly those preliminary exit polls that we've seen really match what I've been hearing from voters here in Michigan over the last couple of days in particular. I was at a polling station here in Detroit earlier today. Some people there who told me they were voting for Kamala Harris talked a lot about 2 things, abortion rights and also democracy, saying that they felt this was a vote to protect women's freedoms, but also that they felt they were concerned that they didn't think Donald Trump would accept the result if he didn't win the election. That was one of their major concerns. Now, equally, last night I was at Donald Trump's final rally in Grand Rapids in Michigan, which was an area that was previously a pretty Republican stronghold, but which Joe Biden managed to swing in 2020 to the Democrats. A lot of the Trump supporters there, again, matching what these preliminary exit polls have been telling us, saying that the top issues for them were immigration and the economy. In particular, they were saying they wanted Donald Trump to close the borders. They were fed up with the U.S. sending what they described as billions of dollars to other countries. They also did suggest that they were a little bit skeptical about the sort of election results themselves, already casting doubt on the electoral system. This matches some of the unfounded claims that Donald Trump himself has been putting out in some of his rallies over the last couple of days. So I think that does match what we are hearing from these preliminary exit polls about the divide of issues that are top of people's minds, both on the Democrat side, but also for the Republicans too.
And Ione, one question we've been discussing already, the impact that Arab American, Muslim American voters in Michigan and places like Dearborn could have. You've been speaking to some of them as well. Have you gotten an indication of which way you think they will cast their ballot?
That's right. I spent a lot of time in the city of Dearborn, which is the largest Arab-majority city in the U.S., and it is fair to say that the Democrats are nervous about that area for a reason. There is tangible anger and upset there among the Arab-American population, particularly those who have friends or relatives who are affected by the conflict in Gaza or in Lebanon. They are very, very angry about how the Democrats have handled that situation and furious that U.S. taxes are going towards Israel in particular. Now, the reaction about how to vote was pretty mixed. I heard from some people saying they would still vote for the Democrats, but perhaps more reluctantly. Some saying that they would vote for Donald Trump instead as a bit of a protest, and others saying they might vote for a third-party candidate, somebody like the Greens' Jill Stein, who is hosting a watch party in Dearborn tonight, which I think suggests that she's pretty confident she may pick up some support there. Certainly, if there was a significant turnout for a third party, that could be something that troubles the Democrats. And I think that has been one of their top priorities in this state in the last couple of days. It was notable, for example, that Kamala Harris chose to open her final rally in Michigan by pledging that she would do everything she could to end the war in Gaza.
All right, Ione, thank you so much for that update from the battleground state of Michigan.
Now we can go just across town here to Howard University to our North America editor, Sarah Smith, who is at the Kamala Harris headquarters watch party for tonight. Sarah, what's going on there at the moment?
Well, there's plenty of music and excitement as the tension is building here, but frankly, there's not any real clue as to what is going on. As one insider in the Harris campaign just said to me recently, there are too few tea leaves to read. And I think that is the truth. No matter how optimistic people insist in this campaign that they are as they're getting ready for what they hope will be a great celebration here later tonight, they just don't know which way it's going to go, or frankly, whether or not we're going to pack up here tonight without even knowing a result. Will we see Kamala Harris on that stage giving an acceptance speech or conceding, or will we get to the early hours in the morning and not have seen either of the candidates? Any of these things are possible, but you can probably hear the music, and there's been plenty of dancing going on the stage. If this is going to be a celebration, they're getting ready.
All right, Sarah Smith, will speak to you later in the night. Thank you for that.
All right, we can speak now to another guest. Brian Lanza of the Trump campaign is with us now. He's at the headquarters there in Florida. Brian, we've been looking at some of the images there. I know it's still a little bit slow as it's early in the evening, but it looks like it's filling in. How are people feeling? How's the campaign feeling at this point in the evening?
First of all, thank you for having me. Listen, we're feeling like every campaign feels at the end. We're counting on our team to execute, for people who are in line, that they stay in line and vote, and those who are going to the polls, that they bring 10 of their friends, specifically in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. You know, we have a plan. We've seen that plan executed in the early vote, and we're very confident with the early vote results, and we continue to execute that plan on Election Day. And, you know, if we execute like we designed, we feel that we're going to have a very victorious day, either later tonight or early tomorrow morning.
And Brian, what has the former president been doing today? How has he spent the day? He finished up very, very late last night, well after midnight there in Michigan.
Listen, he's a busy guy. You know, he came by the headquarters today. He thanked a lot of the volunteers and staff for the hard work that they committed, and he's been on the phone talking to friends and supporters and talking about, you know, what the campaign that he ran. Like, this is a man who left everything on the field. He did all these rallies in the final weeks. He's never stopped running in the last 2 years, and we see that result tonight. So I think he feels confident that he's done everything he can, and at the end of the day, it's in God's hands, but more importantly, it's in the hands of the American voter.
And Brian, we heard some criticism, I guess, earlier in the day that perhaps Donald Trump would come and claim victory before the results were fully projected and fully tabulated. What do you say to that?
Listen, everybody has hypotheticals about what Donald Trump's going to do. Let's just wait to see what Donald Trump does. When the votes are counted, we're very confident that we're going to have the results that are favorable to us, and let's just wait to see what happens. What we will say is this: we demand and we want a fair and free election. We've seen some shenanigans in Pennsylvania already with respect to voter registration, and I tell people, when you commit voter registration fraud, it's the first step in actually committing voter fraud. We've heard instances of counties keeping Republicans out, keeping our volunteers and our lawyers out, and we've had to go to court to correct those things. But like I said, if it's a fair and free election, we feel very confident with the results.
And Brian, you know, I know you're a senior advisor for the Trump campaign, but where do you see perhaps some weaknesses for the campaign? Where are you at all concerned about the possibility of Donald Trump picking up votes tonight?
Listen, at the end of the day, our weakness is always going to be what the media decides to portray. We're confident that when it's up to the voters and they make an educated decision, that we're going to be in the right space. But the reality is the left-wing media here in the United States, it's not abroad, but here in the United States, very much has their thumb on the scale for Kamala Harris. So we have to push beyond that, and we're pushing on through the end, to the very end. We even hear some stuff today about the mainstream media trying to push their fake lies, and we have to push back. So I think our challenge and our weakness has always been in handling and dealing with the liberal media who wants to put their thumb on the scales for Kamala Harris. But the end result is the only way to fix that is vote. Go vote, stay in line and vote, and if you haven't left yet, grab 10 of your friends, specifically in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and drag them to the polls to vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, Brian, thank you so much for joining us there right at Trump headquarters. As we know, that's going to heat up as the night goes on. Very exciting. Thank you, Brian. Let's go now to Clive Myrie, who's at the White House for us and has been looking, of course, at what all of this means and how President Biden has been spending the evening there.
Yeah, no doubt. In front of the television screen, keeping an eye on what's been going on in the race so far.
But remember, this election isn't just important to Americans. It has global significance. Remember, whomever ends up taking possession of the keys, as it were, to the White House just behind me there, they will become commander-in-chief of the most powerful military the world has ever known. And American power and prestige is easily projected globally, not just militarily, but diplomatically. Look at the influence, perhaps, in the war in the Middle East, currently involving Israel and Gaza and Lebanon and Iran, but also the war in Ukraine as well. Every single world leader is keeping an eye on this election race. And just take a look at this. To my right, my colleagues, journalistic colleagues from all around the world, from Spain, from Germany, from as far as Egypt, and many, many other countries as well. That's how important this race is on a global scale. So what will American foreign policy look like depending on who ends up taking possession of the White House? With me is the BBC's international editor, Jeremy Mowen. Jeremy, it's good to see you. First of all, let's look at one specific flashpoint, the Middle East. How do you think that might change depending on who wins this election?
Well, no matter who's in the White House, Clive, support for Israel in America is a given. That is going to continue. The question is whether there are conditions attached to it. Israel would not have been able to do what it's done in the last more than a year now without the help and support of Joe Biden in terms of weapons deliveries and diplomatic support. So while Biden has had some doubts and concerns about the way that Israel has been fighting its war, he's continued with those arms deliveries. So the big question is, the new president, whoever that person is, would those deliveries continue? Quite likely. Would there be more pressure on the Israelis to do the kinds of things Biden has wanted them to do in terms of not killing as many civilians, for example, if the war is still going on by then? Well, with Kamala Harris's rhetoric has been a little bit different. I think Donald Trump, though, his impact on this would be in terms of more pressure on Iran. When he was president before, that was one of his big focuses. And I think that the Israelis have got eyes on trying to do more against Iran if Iran hits them again, hitting their nuclear facilities perhaps, hitting their oil industry. That's something Biden didn't want them to do. If Donald Trump's in the White House, that might happen.
For many countries in the West, international security has been underpinned by NATO. Donald Trump has suggested he might pull America out of NATO. I mean, one, is that a likelihood? But two, what would that mean?
Yeah, well, I think when he was president, he talked like that. People somewhat discounted it. However, he's said many times he feels that a lot of people in Europe, a lot of countries have been basically freeloading off America. And I think he's probably correct in that, because they've allowed their defense budgets in some cases to dwindle right away, relying on this American protection. And he's been saying to them, and I think that message has got through, not just when he was president, but also under the Biden presidency, that they have to spend more. And that's what they're doing, because, of course, there is concern about the war in Ukraine, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the way that that's going. I think one thing that is going to be really important is if he says anything about the Article 5 obligations in the North Atlantic Treaty. That's the mutual defense. You attack one, you attack all. If he even slightly stepped back from that, you'd find countries in the front line against Russia, the Baltic republics, Poland. They would be deeply, deeply concerned about that. That's one reason why the Poles have massively increased their arms spending. It's running at a rate, I think, more than double Britain's.
Indeed. All right, Jeremy, thank you. Jeremy Bowen, the BBC's international editor there. So much at stake, not just for America, but around the world with this election. Back to you in the studio.
OK, thanks, Clive. Well, let's go to Westminster now, and we can speak to the BBC's political editor, Chris Mason. Chris, we've been talking about what this election means for the rest of the world, but what does it mean for that special relationship between the UK and the US, depending who gets elected tonight?
Yes, hello to you. So the world waits and Westminster waits. You know, I was at a drinks reception a couple of hours ago down the road in Parliament, and the Prime Minister was there, Keir Starmer, anticipating that plenty of people in this postcode would be staying up all night, seeing the results coming in America. And he was saying that he always reminds his cabinet, his senior ministers, and indeed his MPs to tweet responsibly. Just a sense there of the gravity that is attached to this result for so many here. You don't have to look far on the Labour benches to find MPs deeply worried about the prospect of Donald Trump winning. In fact, across the British Parliament, not exclusively, but there is a significant number of people on all sides who are nervous about the prospect of that outcome. From the government's perspective, they have been putting, in the first 4 or 5 months in office, a huge amount of work into building relationships, in particular with Donald Trump and his team. So the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, met Donald Trump for the first time at Trump Tower in New York at the end of September. The Prime Minister also spoke to Mr. Trump shortly after that assassination attempt. There's been a huge amount of work put in by the British Embassy in Washington. Curiously, the Prime Minister has never met Kamala Harris. He's been over to America 3 times now since he won the election back in July, to the NATO summit and also to see President Biden. Never managed to get the diaries to work to meet Kamala Harris, but I think there's a sense here that if she were to win, things are likely to be much more predictable and stable in a foreign policy sense in terms of that relationship between London and Washington, and they can read across an element of how that relationship might work with how it has worked with the Biden administration. So yeah, a huge sense of anticipation here, as there is in so many capitals around Europe and around the world.
About supposedly Labour volunteers travelling over to help the Kamala Harris campaign. Will that have damaged relationships with Team Trump should he be elected tonight?
Yeah, I think it certainly didn't help. I was on a flight, actually, with the Prime Minister heading to the Commonwealth Heads of Government Summit in Samoa in the South Pacific when that letter from the Trump campaign was published, citing the Labour staffer here in London who'd written a pretty injudiciously penned social media post trying to encourage Labour activists to head out to the United States to campaign for Team Harris. At just the point, as I say, that Keir Starmer and David Lammy and others have been doing their level best diplomatically to build bridges with the Trump campaign. Now, the language was pretty vitriolic from the Trump campaign in response to that. Some of that might have been election theatrics, but I was talking to one former senior diplomat who said that whole episode was a reminder, in this person's view, that Donald Trump didn't really give a stuff about his relationship with the British government. And if you could cause that much turmoil and anxiety merely as a candidate, how might it be were he to win? That said, there is those strong family connections between Donald Trump and the UK. He enjoyed a state visit over here during his previous term as president. So that much talked about, and we'll hear a lot about it in the coming days, so-called special relationship. There'll be an endeavour to maintain whoever wins, but my goodness, it'll be quite something if it's a second Trump term.
We'll wait to see what happens. Chris Mason in Westminster, thanks for that.
OK, remember, we keep talking about that magic number 270. That is the number of electoral votes each candidate needs to win the White House. And we know that Christian Fraser is at the touchscreen. He's been looking at all the different ways that the candidates can get to that 270. He's looking at the swing states. Christian, what do you have for us?
So many different permutations, Sumi. But here are our grey swing states, the 7 battleground states around the map here in grey. And really there are 3 possible scenarios in front of us tonight as we await for this vote. Obviously, the first scenario is that it is as tight as the polls tell us, and so we have a slugfest tonight where one candidate wins one state in the South and maybe another wins another, and we go late into the night with Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania still counting, and we're waiting as they start to count the vote in the West. That's one scenario. The other is that the polls are out 2 or 3 points, and there is a blowout in the direction of Kamala Harris, for instance, in which case we start to look really closely at North Carolina and Georgia, which will close first tonight. And let's just surmise for a second that she wins North Carolina, where it was tight within the margin of error. That suddenly opens up a lot more paths for Kamala Harris. If she holds on to Nevada, and a Republican hasn't won Nevada since 2004, then you can see that she can actually get home here with Wisconsin and Michigan. Conversely, if it's a blowout the other way, and this is the culmination of the populist realignment that Donald Trump began in 2016, then maybe he has a blowout and he wins North Carolina and Georgia, Arizona, and he nicks Nevada as well. And then you can see in that scenario, Pennsylvania becomes much less special. He can get home with Wisconsin, which has just 10 electoral college votes. So what we're looking for in the next few minutes, as the votes start to be counted and the polls close over here on the East Coast, is what is happening in Georgia and North Carolina, because that will tell us where the race is going tonight.
Indeed, Christian. We're watching that very closely alongside with you. Thank you so much for that update, and reminder that we are getting to closer to those moments when the polls are going to close. We'll have some first results. You see that counter there counting down 5 minutes left, to 7 p.m. Eastern time when the first polls will close. We're watching that closely for you. We do have a bit of data that's come in, exit polling data. Azadeh Mashiri's been looking into that for us. Azadeh, just tell us more about what this national exit polling data has told us.
Well, remember, we did say earlier that the state of democracy is the single most important issue to voters when they're deciding who to choose as president, who to vote for. So let's look at some of the data we now have specifically about what they think about democracy and what they think about the electoral process. Now, just under 3/4 of voters, just under 3/4, have told us that they believe democracy in the United States is either very or somewhat threatened. Just under 3/4. And not only that, but 7 in 10 voters in the United States that have been surveyed so far have said that they are worried about violence as a result of the U.S. presidential elections. Now, keep in mind, our U.S. media partner, CBS, has told us that it's the very first time in history since the 1970s that voters have been asked this question, clearly because it's become such a concern right now, and that's reflected in the numbers we have so far. Now, if you look at the electoral process, you'll see that about 7 in 10 voters are confident that their electoral process, these elections, are being conducted fairly and accurately in their state. But it's different when you look at how this breaks down between Harris supporters and Donald Trump supporters, because the overall, most Harris supporters believe that these are being conducted fairly and accurately. But when you look at Donald Trump supporters, it's a very different picture. It's equally divided there. So again, state of democracy is a top concern. And you can tell when you look at these figures that right now, the voters who've been surveyed are concerned about violence in America and the state of democracy. They feel overall that it is very or somewhat threatened. Now, again, these are early figures. They can change as voters continue to be surveyed as they leave their polling places. And again, these are national figures. So it's giving you an overall picture of what's happening nationally. But this election is won state by state.
OK, Azadeh, thank you very much for that. Katty, next little nuggets that we've had there in terms of what we can deduce from what's motivating voters. They're like little crumbs through the wood that we're following along until we have any projected results.
We need results now.
to actually go on. But those exit polls are actually in line with the opinion polls that we've had for the last few weeks in terms of what's motivating voters.
Maybe democracy being as high as it has been is quite surprising. I know that there are other exit polls. We use the CBS ones, but some other exit polls don't have democracy that high. So, and I remember back in, the very first election I covered, 2004, I think the exit polls had us having a President John Kerry. And that never turned out either. Am I right? Yeah. Wasn't it 2004 the exit polls gave us President John Kerry? So I think we have to take all of these exit polls with a little grain of salt. They give us some sort of trend. We know that all of these issues have been important to voters. And I think on the democracy side, it is worth pointing out that, remember, of course, we think democracy is just a Democratic issue because Democrats have been talking about that a lot. But actually, Republicans talk about this issue too and say that it is very important that Donald Trump will protect democracy and protect free and fair elections. So it could be a motivating factor on both sides.
the point as well in the exit polls there that 70% of those who've been surveyed are concerned about violence after the election, regardless of what the result is.
And we're getting notes in, from Georgia, from DeKalb County, where 7 different locations in one county in Georgia have already had bomb threats to their polling stations. This is the really worrying thing that's happened in American
politics. We've seen some of those bomb threats have caused them to close for 30 minutes as well, until the police are in and they ascertain that there hasn't been anything to them. So that's all potentially going to have an impact on how voting is proceeding as well.
It has an impact on how voting is proceeding. I think more importantly than that, it has an impact on how American voters perceive their own democracy. Do they see it as something that is safe and secure? Do they feel themselves safe and secure to go to the polls to participate in the democratic process? We didn't used to cover elections in America where bomb threats were a thing.
And hopefully they are just threats and nothing further than that. We are approaching the first major moment of the night. This is what we've been waiting for. The first set of polls are about to close. They'll give us some indication, perhaps, of just what lies ahead for the night. This is the moment that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump will also be watching out for. They learn these things at the same time as everyone else does. So let's see what lies ahead.
It is 7 p.m. here in Washington, midnight in London, and we are off to the races. We have our first poll closures of the night. Now, polls have closed in 6 states, including that all-important swing state of Georgia we were just talking about. Now, voting has also ended in Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. As you can see here, together, these states make up 60 electoral votes. A presidential candidate needs 270 votes to win the White House. Now, results for these states will be coming in throughout the night. And in some cases, over the next couple of days, we're looking to see what these results tell us. Remember, at this stage of the evening, we're looking to see how those numbers start to tick up for either Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump. We have the very first projection that we can bring to you. We are seeing now that the state of Kentucky is projected for Donald Trump. Again, the state of Kentucky projected for Donald Trump with its 8 electoral votes. This is the very first result of the evening. Now we can also bring you the state of Vermont projected for Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. The letters on both sides for the Harris team, for the Trump team, now starting to take up. Let's show you what that looks like. So in the middle there, that's that number, 270. That's what they need to win. Now with those results that have just been projected, we see Donald Trump is at 8 electoral votes. Kamala Harris is at 3 electoral votes. It is, of course, very early in the evening. We note that this race has been extremely close, so we're going to see those numbers get a little bit closer and closer to each other. Now, we mentioned that critical battleground state of Georgia. Well, at this point, it is too early to project. We mentioned some of the issues that have been going on with voting there in Georgia. Indiana, this is a reliably Republican state with 11 electoral votes. At this hour, it's also too early to project. Same with South Carolina, with its 9 electoral votes, also expected to go to the Republicans expected to go to Donald Trump. And then there is Virginia, not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. It has 13 electoral votes expected to go to Kamala Harris. At this point, it is too early to project. But again, let's show you these numbers because this is so critical. They need 270 to win. Right now, they're at 8 and 3. We're going to see those numbers just fill in as the night goes on. But again, we want to focus on Georgia. We've been telling you about Georgia for weeks now and how important it is for both camps. Our correspondent, John Sudworth, has been in Georgia for days now speaking to voters. John, what is the sense there on such a big night?
Well, right here, I am with a Republican Party event. This is their watch party, the official one here in Atlanta. So you can imagine the mood here is one of confidence for Mr. Trump. But of course, you know, those feelings are going on nothing much more than anybody has, really, which is gut instinct. The polls suggest this state is on a knife edge. And as the polling stations close, one thing we can be certain of is Georgia is determined to start getting that count underway and to start counting quickly. 4 million votes have been cast early in this state, either in person or by postal ballot. They will all have been counted within the next hour. That's extraordinarily fast. And we'll begin, therefore, very quickly to start to get a sense of how this is shaping up. Officials expect another million or more votes to have been cast in person today across this state. We were out speaking to some of those voters at the polling stations here in Atlanta earlier, and again they're hopeful that they can start getting those tallies in pretty quick. Smaller counties by about 10:30 local time tonight, the rest of them by this evening. The man overseeing this whole process, Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, says he expects a result by the end of the night. And just on an interesting note, for those people wondering about those unfounded claims that are circulating about election fraud, don't forget it was Mr. Raffensperger, a Republican, who back in the weeks after the 2020 election took that infamous phone call from Donald Trump where Mr. Trump asked him to find the 11,000 or so votes he needed to win Georgia. Mr. Raffensperger refused to do so.
That's right, John. Thank you so much, John Sudworth in Georgia. And you can see on the side of your screen there that last election that John was just referencing and just how close that was, how President Biden just eked that one out over former President Trump. And we also have on the counter on the bottom of your screen there, now that we have those first projected results, that path to 270. Right now, it's pretty small, 3 for Harris and 8 for Trump. But we're going to be getting there as we get more results, of course.
Yeah. Well, we can speak to another guest now. We can speak to former Secretary of State John Kerry and, of course, former Democratic presidential nominee himself in 2004. Thanks so much for being with us on BBC News. You know exactly what is going through Kamala Harris's mind now as she's sitting and waiting for these results to come in. What will she be feeling? What was it like?
Well, it's very busy. What I remember is, frankly, how quickly all of a sudden things cascade. I was spending about 5.5 hours of doing one after the other after another interview, trying to drive voters out to the polls during the day. And then suddenly it's 6:30, 7 in the evening, and you're getting ready ostensibly to go somewhere when you have a sense that things are coming together. And boom, it's over. I mean, it really moves rapidly. On the other hand, we all know that because of the difficulties that occurred previously, people are going to be extra careful. They'll take extra time. Whether or not we have a full sense of where things are by the end of this night is up for grabs. We will have some indication, though, from the early returns of Georgia, the early returns of Arizona, Nevada, and obviously North Carolina also. Those can tell us a lot, and that could be a leading indicator as to what may happen in the so-called blue wall of Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Secretary, what do you think of the closing message that we've seen from Kamala Harris here? We know Donald Trump is asking people, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And if you look at the polling, a lot of people don't feel like they are. Do you believe that Kamala Harris has made a convincing final pitch to voters?
I do. I think she's done absolutely a superb job. When you think of the challenge of coming in August, a little more than 3 months. And by the way, for a lot of people in America, they're saying, isn't it great to have a 3-month campaign as you do in Britain? But I think that Kamala Harris has been appealing to people's best instincts. And Donald Trump has usually spent most of his time either banging a microphone or faking having sex with it, which is an extraordinary thing for a candidate to be doing, and speaking in real trash talk. I mean, not where Americans want to go. The vast majority of Americans, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of frustration, been through difficult times with inflation and other things. But right now it is clear that Kamala Harris is the one who has been speaking very specifically about a future that will come from specific steps, specific options. And obviously Donald Trump has been out there ranting and raging and using foul language, talking about having a dictatorship, talking about what he's going to do with health care, i.e. get rid of it. I mean, I think they're just such opposites that it gives a lot of us high hopes that Americans are going to have heard this last week very differently between Donald Trump and Kamala.
And
I think there's a very clear sense with Kamala that she is connecting to people he is not. He's talking about himself.
And Secretary, on that point, you're talking about appealing to opposites and so on. We've seen her really target hard Republican women in particular. Do you think, is there a constituency there who might be persuaded to pick country over party as she's been asking them to?
Absolutely. I'm convinced of that. And I was in Pennsylvania for a couple of days over the weekend. I saw enormous numbers of young women who are out canvassing, who are pushing. I think they're registering to vote at record numbers. I think this may be a hidden vote in a sense. It won't be hidden after tomorrow, but it'll be unanticipated in certain quarters. And I do believe also that there's a much more hopeful approach from the Democrats, and extraordinarily, absolutely extraordinarily, we have had about 200 major Republican national security officials who have all gone out publicly, including the former Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, and Liz Cheney, his daughter, but generals, General Milley, General Kelly, others, saying, do not let this man be president again. He is dangerous, he is reckless, he is disrespectful of veterans. And I think that message, hopefully, will also sink in. This is a critical election for the United States of America. Years ago, Ben Franklin warned everybody in answer to a woman who said, what do we have, a monarchy or a republic? And he said, a republic if you can keep it. This is America's can we keep it election. And I can't think of anything in my lifetime that's been more important than what we're looking at right now.
OK, well, we'll wait to see what the voters decide. Former U.S. Secretary of State and former Democratic candidate for President John Kerry, thanks for joining us.
Choice.
Thanks for joining us on BBC News. OK, well, we're at another moment. We have got some key projections for you now. Sumi.
That's right, Caitríona. Another projection. Polls have closed, as we mentioned, in a number of states at the top of the hour. We do have now a projection that we can bring you. The state of Indiana projected for Donald Trump. It has 11 electoral votes, as you can see on the screen there. This is a solidly Republican state going for Donald Trump, of course, in the last two elections. It's a Midwestern state. You might remember Donald Trump's vice president, Mike Pence. He was the governor there. So where does that leave us on the map right now of numbers? So 270 again is that number to win. Now we see with Indiana added that Donald Trump is at 19 electoral votes. A reminder that we're going to see these states come in that are reliably Republican or reliably Democrat. And you might see some skewed numbers where we might see Donald Trump a bit further and Kamala Harris a little bit further. But we have to wait as those results continue to come in, because as we know, this is a very, very close race. We're going to see those numbers take up. Now, remember, we've been talking about the state of Georgia. The polls have closed there. It is at this point too early to project. But we are now hearing, Katty, that the Georgia Secretary of State has said that we're going to get some results by 8 p.m. So that's just about, 50 minutes from now, actually. So what do you think of that, getting results in 8 p.m. at this point of the evening from Georgia?
I mean, it's early. Georgia has also, of course, been one of those states that's had a lot of early voting, but they count them quicker in Georgia. They start counting them sooner. So they've been really trying to get those votes out early. It's important for these states to try to go. Obviously, they have to do it accurately, but they need to get the results out and tabulated as fast as they can, because it's the lag time between polls closing and the vote actually being announced that you have room for mischief in American politics. It's ridiculously expensive, the American voting system, but you do have this moment between the polls closing and when the votes can actually be counted. And if some of the states where you have early voting, they can't actually start counting them until polling day itself, like Pennsylvania, for example. Georgia gets around some of that problem. But getting an early result would be good. I don't think we can say much more than that at this moment. I don't think we can say that it means that it's good for one candidate or other. It might mean that the vote is more decisive. If we're getting an early vote, it might be that it's clearer. We're not going to have the situation we had last time, where we had to wait a few days before the Georgia Secretary of State, Raffensperger, actually said, OK, this is the final result.
It's just one state, of course, and a long, long night ahead. Now, we have some new panellists who are with us now. Celinda Lake, the president of Lake Research Partnership and one of the key pollsters on Biden's 2020 campaign, and Mike Madrid, Republican strategist and co-founder of the Lincoln Project. Thanks to you both for being with us.
Thank you for having us.
So, Linda, polling, your area of expertise, what do you make of what we've seen this year? I mean, everything seems to say it's too close to call as we headed into today.
It's too close to call. Get off the polar coaster.
Anyone who's playing a drinking game just took a shot there, yeah.
And if the pollster tells you ignore the polls, you know you should ignore the polls. Yeah. But a lot will depend on the turnout model, and I think there are surge voters and secret voters on both sides. And so I think it's really hard to tell what will happen. These are going to be record close races. But I think in the end, the momentum, particularly since the Madison Square Garden event, has been in Harris's direction among Puerto Rican voters, among older women who just think, I can't take 4 years of this, among younger women who have said, I'm going to vote for my rights and control of my body. I think all the momentum is on her side.
Mike, mentioning of Madison Square Garden there, and obviously those jokes that were told not by the former president but by his various warm-up acts. You're very connected with the Latino community. How did that play out?
It was extraordinary. I mean, I think Donald Trump may have done in one horrible rally what Democrats were struggling to do for a couple of years, which was reverse the trend of the Latino vote away from him. And I think it may be decisive. Certainly in a state like Pennsylvania, where you have 450,000 Puerto Rican voters. Pennsylvania, that key state, as you guys were mentioning earlier, is the one battleground state where Puerto Ricans are the largest ethnic plurality. So it's a critical vote. Couldn't have come at a worse time for him. And at the same time, as Linda mentioned quite accurately, you're seeing what looks like a really significant shift of older white women turned off by that same language, rhetoric, thematic, reminding people why they fired him 4 years ago in the first place. I think with those two trends, it starts to look good for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania and in a number of battleground states.
Mike, I mean, you're the guru on Latino voters in America, and you wrote the great book on it, The Latino Century. And your thesis is that younger Hispanic voters are not the same as their grandparents or great-grandparents who came here in the 1960s. They speak English at home, and they tended to vote perhaps more like other Americans. Are you suggesting then that the rally in Madison Square Garden and what they may have heard about Puerto Ricans, even if it didn't come from Donald Trump himself, but came from somebody at that event, that may have changed that dynamic amongst Hispanic voters?
Great question. I'm glad you clearly did read the book. So
A plug for your
big fan.
I actually want to say it's happening because it was not Donald Trump's voice. And that may sound counterintuitive, but a lot of these Latino voters are saying that they see Donald Trump more as an entertainer. He's not talking about people like us. In America, we've kind of become numb to this kind of vulgarity, this crassness in these.
So he can get away with it, but surrogates can't.
If Donald Trump had said those same things, I think within an hour we would have moved on to something else. It's precisely because we heard other voices echoing that same vile commentary that reminded people, oh my gosh. And the good news is Americans still have some sense of shame, right? It reminds us of what is acceptable, what is not, and who this man is surrounding himself with. The pushback was immediate. Anytime something political tips into pop culture, you know, either good or bad, you've got a really significant development. You had Bad Bunny, you had Jennifer Lopez, you had Ricky Martin, you had Geraldo Rivera, you had on and on and on. People with tens of millions of social media followers immediately driving a cultural response, and the pushback was visceral.
So, Linda, let me ask you this then. I know you said get off the polar coaster. You know, we can't look at those top lines anymore. But what Mike was just describing, you know, we have seen the top lines of those polls stay tied. Right. Is there anything moving under the surface then after, you know, those comments at the Madison Square Garden rally or other things that we've seen?
There were three things that were moving that I think are really important. One is the Latino vote. I mean, we were really seeing serious erosion, including particularly among Latino men, and who felt like, you know, I don't care if he's a racist, just give me my job, I'll make it work for my family. Now it's like, wait a minute, if you call us garbage, them quoting, not me thinking, then you may not and get my job. Older women, the older non-college educated women voting differently than their husbands, they don't want to explain to their kids and their grandkids, I don't care if the President of the United States said that, you can't say that. And people just want to turn the page. They think this is exhausting. I don't want another 4 years like that. And then I think for Democrats it was re-energizing. It was like, this is what we knew was going to happen, and we are going to turn out and vote against it.
If Kamala Harris doesn't do as well as you're thinking there on that third point about Democrats, will there be some blame laid at the feet of Joe Biden for not stepping aside sooner?
Well, I think it was a very unusual circumstance, and I personally believe Joe Biden was a great president and did a great job. But I'm sure there will be some questions about the transition. I think a lot of Democrats think this 90-day campaign thing is really good. Let's follow the British model.
We do that in many other countries, even shorter in other places.
Yeah, and you can raise $1 billion in 90 days. Okay.
Yeah, well, the money is another thing, isn't it? Like that we've seen in this cycle in particular.
Oh, yeah. The momentum has been insane.
All right. Well, we have to see how that all plays out, obviously. But Celinda, Mike, thank you so much for those
insights.
Thanks for having us. Really, really interesting. We want to go now to the former White House Deputy Press Secretary under Donald Trump, Hogan Gidley. He is right there in Trump HQ in West Palm Beach tonight for us. Hogan, I just saw you here in the studio yesterday, I think, although it feels like 3 days ago now, and you were headed down to Florida. What is it like in the room right now?
Well, I got to tell you, people are obviously optimistic, but a little bit cautious. The numbers early in for early votes look really good, but this still is going to come down to same-day voting. After all, these elections, you can talk about the ads all you want to, and you can talk about the issues, and they matter a lot to the American people. But really, at the end of the day, it comes down to the blocking and tackling, the nuts and bolts of campaigning. It's ballot harvesting and ballot chasing, poll watchers and poll workers, voter mobilization, voter registration. That's how you get people to the polls. Donald Trump, to his credit, is one of the biggest drivers of turnout by himself I've ever seen in my 30 years in politics. So it's really impressive what he's been able to accomplish, but it's still a long way off. I mean, people are still in line. People are still casting ballots, and that's what it's going to come down to. Do the people have the resolve to stand there and wait to cast their ballot? Because these lines are very, very long from the reports I've seen, but early numbers look good, but we've got a long way to go.
Talking about Donald Trump being a good driver of turnout there, we've just been discussing, I don't know if you could hear the conversation, the impact of those comedians' comments at Madison Square Garden last week. Do you think that will have hurt his performance, particularly in somewhere like Pennsylvania, maybe Arizona and Nevada as well?
No, I don't think that matters at all. It was a random comedian who made a bad joke. The people in the room didn't even like it. The campaign disavowed it. So I don't think that kind of stuff matters. You're so close to the election at that point anyway. It still comes down to the issues that affect everyday Americans. That's gas and groceries. It's higher under Kamala Harris. It's crime. It's higher under Kamala Harris. The border's wide open. Drugs are pouring in. It's human trafficking and child smuggling. I mean, when you bring illegal aliens into your communities, the drain it puts on the resources of health care and education, first responders, those are real things that real Americans have to face on a daily basis, not to mention the wars breaking out all over the world. These are things that really matter to the American people, and that's ultimately what drives them to the polls. We've had 4 years of Kamala Harris. We've had 4 years of Joe Biden, and it's failure. Time and time again, the American people feel it, they know it, and they want change.
Katty Kay here. And so the theory of the case for Kamala Harris was that she was going to get spend an awful lot of money, 3 times what has ever been spent before on getting out the vote. Donald Trump kind of outsourced some of his get out the vote. He's also relying on people who have a history of voting in lower numbers. Younger men vote in lower numbers than younger women vote. Is it just too much of a stretch to think that you could outsource the get out the vote and also hope that low propensity voters, as they're called, these younger men, would actually get out and stand in line, as you're saying? I mean, these crazy long lines that we're all seeing all around the country, and stay in line to cast their ballot.
Well, look, a lot of this is going to come down to whether or not who wins, whether we know if this strategy was really successful or not. Donald Trump revolutionizes a lot of things all the time, much less when he was in the White House. So to kind of ascribe norms to him in the campaign, not obviously something that we should do. So they outsourced a lot of the get out the vote effort. That's smart because the drain isn't on the campaign and those other entities can raise money. They can reach a different audience. But as you said, the whole key here is low propensity. So the question has been, do these early vote numbers that are so high for Donald Trump, so high for Republicans, does that mean we just cannibalized our day of vote, meaning they just changed the date at which they voted, not necessarily the number? And all indications are no. It looks like a lot of these early votes, upwards of 70, 75% of the groups I talked to, are low propensity and haven't been involved in politics since 2018. That tells me if the day of get out the vote effort is good for Donald Trump, then he's in for a really good night tonight. Still a long way to go, but it looks really nice, and I'd rather be in his position right now than Kamala Harris's.
Hogan, great to speak to you again. Hogan Gidley joining us from Trump headquarters there in West Palm Beach in Florida. Hogan, thank you so much.
All right, well, we can speak to...
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Hogan. Well, we can speak to another guest now. We can speak to the famed historian and BBC presenter Simon Schama, who is joining us now. Simon, great to have you with us here on the programme. We've been talking a lot. We've been talking a lot in the past days, weeks and months about how historic this election is. Put it into context for us, just where this sits in the context of America's history.
Well, there's nothing like this, really, except for the very big moments, like the election of 1860 on the brink of the Civil War. This horse race news and info and bulletins and exit polling is, great fun. It's very important to have right now, but this, historically, is an existential moment. This election will decide whether or not the great American experiment in democracy will endure, or whether or not American politics will be captive to an authoritarian vision of ways in which you seize and keep power. We're talking about Kamala Harris, who, whether or not you like particular pieces of her policy proposals, we're talking about somebody who's the kind of politician who is familiar to the majority of American voters. And that's why, astonishingly, she's built a coalition of people who've endorsed and supported her, from Dick and Liz Cheney on the far right to people at the other end of the poll, because the assumption is that, however dull it might seem, it's the kind of lifeblood of democracy. She respects the Constitution. She respects a peaceful transfer of power. She respects the truth. Her opponent, Donald Trump, lies extraordinarily. Every single speech he makes drowns in lies, and he's capable of saying things in his speeches that are just preposterous, but also sinister. Warning, for example, that you may send your children off to school and they'll come back with a different sex, having had operations performed on them at school. A large, significant part of the country thinks
Simon, that
Donald Trump is only interested in...
Yeah, just to jump in there, if you look at the numbers right now, 50% of the country do believe that Donald Trump is the right choice for president. They say that Kamala Harris and her team are the ones to paint this dark picture of Donald Trump as an authoritarian, as a fascist. The question I'm wondering is, they are pointing to very real grievances that they say Donald Trump has actually put his finger on. Things like affordability, things like an immigration system that they say is broken, things like public safety and crime. I mean, what do you think this moment then tells us about the
Let me jump into your jumping in. Well, let me jump into your jumping in. That point of view of Donald Trump is preposterous, because Donald Trump has owned up to sabotaging a bipartisan bill which would have fixed immigration. The United States has the highest growth rate of any G7 country. Inflation is running at about 2%, the best job figures since the 1950s. Donald Trump is an utter stranger to the truth. He's also an enemy of the rule of law. He's an enemy of the Constitution. And, 50% of the country I know doesn't seem to care about democracy, doesn't seem to care about the rule of law, doesn't really seem to care that he instigated an insurrection to overthrow a legitimate result of the 2020 election. I don't expect to see Donald Trump concede this election tonight, because he hasn't yet conceded the result of the 2020 election 4 years ago. And a significant part of the country correctly thinks he's going nuts. Talk of Hannibal Lecter and so on, speeches that have no coherence whatsoever. Do you actually want to put somebody in charge of the nuclear codes who seems to be mostly deranged? These are not just my opinions. These are the opinions of most of his own staff in the White House who served with him. So we're on a brink here. We're on an absolute brink between one kind of America and another.
And just on that point, Sir Simon, sorry, there's a bit of a delay there's a delay on the line there. Sorry for interrupting you there. And we're just coming up to a poll closure.
That's
so just a quick answer from you here, if you can. What does it say about America and how it's been over the last few years that you get to a point like this where it is so polarised? There are those differences of opinion.
It's depressing because actually the internet, obviously Elon Musk's love affair with Donald Trump is a case in point. Essentially, the internet is an accomplice of bitter polarization. It's the friend of conspiracy theories. It is a profound threat to the proper working of truth in democracy.
Thank you for those thoughts, for joining us there, Sir Simon Schama, Professor of History at Columbia University. We're just going to get a very, very quick thought from Christian now on the wall on what's happening in Georgia.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a very quick update on Georgia. We're starting to watch some vote count coming in. You can't tell a great deal about this, only 7% in at the moment, but we're watching these metropolitan areas here, the suburbs around Atlanta. Just say that, you know, in those areas where there's quite a bit of vote already in Greene County, the margin's quite good, it's quite healthy for Donald Trump, but conversely so for Kamala Harris in the Atlanta suburbs. We'll continue to watch it.
First results coming into us now. Well, we are approaching another key moment tonight, another set of polls about to close. Poll closures, of course, staggered across the United States because of the many time zones that there are in this vast, vast country. The polls all close at different times depending on the rules in each state. So let's see what we can bring to you now.
All right, it is 7:30 here in Washington, 12:30 a.m. in London. Polls have now closed in that key swing state of North Carolina, as well as Ohio and West Virginia. You can see here together, these states make up 37 electoral votes. Another reminder for you, the presidential candidate needs 270 votes to win the White House. Let's take a look at what we can say so far about these states that have closed. None of them can be projected just yet, but we do know at this point that the polls have closed. So Ohio, this is a key Midwestern state with 17 electoral votes. It is now reliably Republican. It is too early to project. West Virginia, also with 4 electoral votes, another red state, Republican state, too early to project. And North Carolina, that key swing state we've been watching for weeks and months, right now, too early to project. This has just come in now. All right, West Virginia, we can see, is projected for Donald Trump. Again, West Virginia for Donald Trump with those 4 electoral votes. This is a conservative state, one that Donald Trump and his team can add to his tally. Let's take a look at where that leaves us. All right, right now, Donald Trump with 23 electoral votes, Kamala Harris with 3. Again, that middle line is where they want to get 270 to win. We're going to see these numbers continue to tick up. We're going to keep watching those results for you as they come in. We mentioned the polls have just closed in North Carolina. Both teams have been battling, both sides, campaigns, to try to win North Carolina. Our correspondent, Helena Humphrey, is there for us tonight. Helena, it's great to see you. What is the sense that people have there tonight on such a big night for this state?
Well, the sense, Sumi, very much is that it is a toss-up in this state. I'm at a watch party, the Charlotte Mecklenburg Republican Women's Watch Party, and the polls have just closed, as you say, here in this state. The voter engagement here in North Carolina has been record-breaking. Some 57% of all eligible voters in this state have already cast their ballots in early voting. We've seen continued voter engagement throughout the course of the day. Of course, the looming question coming into this, Sumi, and you and I have been discussing, is what would the impact be of Hurricane Helene, that devastating hurricane that we saw in September in which 100 people sadly died, and also saw voting infrastructure washed away as well. But it seems people very keen here to come out and vote. I was speaking to one Republican representative earlier in the week, and she said people in North Carolina are hardy. They will crawl through mud, she said, crawl over trees to cast their ballot. But this is a toss-up. The question of the night, can Kamala Harris flip this state blue? The last time that the Democrats managed to do that was 2008, Barack Obama. But things last time in 2020 were certainly very tight. Donald Trump taking this state by just 1.3% of the vote. But I want to speak to some people now engaged in politics, voters. I'm joined now by Christina Melisaris-Elia and Zeenath Aplanap, who are both with this club, president and incoming president of this Republican Women's Club. Just to begin with, let's get a vibe check. How are you feeling tonight?
Feeling very good, very positive. Things are looking really good. I'm feeling great. I think Trump's going to have a good night, and we're looking forward to a wonderful Republican win and looking forward to a great day tomorrow.
Thank you for being here. I think we're going to deliver North Carolina for President Trump tonight, and I'm confident that he is going to be the next president.
A lot of people saying that the race here is close, so I am curious, what are some of the issues that have brought you out, those in your circle?
So for me, it's very personal. I'm a mom. I raise 5 daughters. And when we sit around the kitchen table, we talk about what affects us daily. We're looking at high gas prices, groceries, daycare, safety. Safety is a very big issue. We're looking at the border that's not secure. So all of these issues really hit all of the women in our family. And we're not a one-issue monolith. Women have a lot of issues on their mind, and so we are really looking forward to Trump helping us with all of that, and we're very confident that it's going to be a win here in North Carolina.
Can I just ask you, what do you make of Trump's stance on reproductive rights issues? We've spoken to some voters who are Republicans saying that actually they've voted for Harris because they are concerned about that. What do you make of that?
Well, there shouldn't be a concern if people really look into what Trump is saying. What he's done is he's brought it back to the states to allow the people to vote and share their voice and their opinion. So he brought it back to the states where it should have been. And here in North Carolina, we have a very good situation, and women have a choice. And we're also looking at supporting women that have a choice to keep their children. So we're looking at both sides of the coin. He has a very good stance on that, and you know, it's a very positive thing for women. If they just take a moment to really look at it, it's a good stance.
Zeenath, what are some of the motivating issues for you?
Well, being a small business owner, I think it is, you know, how do I do better? And when the cost of everything goes up, the business suffers. People, you know, we have a test prep company. So women, if they can't, you know, women lead the household. So they decide what bills to pay. So extracurricular activities, tutoring, you know, that all takes a sideways. It all goes sideways because now they can't afford simple things like gas prices or rent. So it's every issue is a woman's issue. You know, we're the ones dealing with all the impacts of this current economy. So I think that's why a lot of women are going out to vote. We're not single issue voters. And I mean, you know, I think that's very important for people to know.
If it is close and perhaps we don't know the result, are you at all worried about the coming days, how people might feel?
No, I'm confident that a lot, you know, with the early numbers, traditionally Republicans only vote on election day. But this year we've seen record-breaking numbers in early voting. So I think I've voted early, which I've never done before. So, you know, it takes a little used to, like breaking tradition. But we have gone out and we've voted early. And I think that's going to show. I really don't think it's going to take a long time. And I do believe that ultimately people are going to choose safety, security. You know, as a child of immigrants, I don't think that people, you know, like the newly immigrants, they're not going to choose this idea of having just a female president over, you know, what's best for the future of their children. Of course we want a woman president, but we want the right one that has won a primary, that has done it the proper democratic way.
Can I just ask you were just saying there is a child of immigrants. You know, Donald Trump has said that he would carry out mass deportation, the largest deportation in history, on day one. What's your response to that? What do you make of that?
Well, I waited till I was age 7 to come to the country because that's how long it took for me to come to America legally. And I appreciate it, and I was always told by my parents how lucky I was to have that. So, you know, citizenship was not my birthright, it's my privilege. So I do welcome new immigrants. I think we should have legal immigration. We just can't afford to have open borders and let everyone in that we have not vetted, which is what we need to get people in the country that are good for America, so America can be more prosperous, right? So, yeah.
Last question, ladies, briefly, if you don't mind. Is America ready for a woman in the White House, do you think?
I think the right woman in the White House. So it's not a question of if we're ready for a woman, but it has to be the right woman done the proper way, the democratic way. I do believe we're ready, but it has to be the right woman.
You know, 8 years ago, Kellyanne Conway became the first woman to have a winning presidential campaign. And she delivered for a Republican president. Now we have Alina Habba, who's his legal counsel to Trump, who's been, you know, just doing fantastic, right? So we see women in all fields, and America is absolutely ready. But the one thing about Americans is we want qualified people. We want people that we trust have our best interests. And at the end of the day, America, it's an experiment, right? We're always trying to be in order to form a more perfect union. So the work must continue. And that's where we are.
Christina and Zina, thank you so much for talking to us this evening here on BBC News. Well, just to give you a sense of this state, as we were mentioning, this is a toss-up. I've been checking in with my sources across the state to get a vibe check, and just speaking to that polarization, I was speaking to a Republican North Carolina Senate candidate. She said that America, she said in her opinion, was ready to correct the wrongs of the past 4 years. I was speaking to a Democratic chair of Catawba County, a deeply red county, who said that today he's been seeing people waiting in long lines coming out on reproductive rights issues. And I think that just speaks to the fact that it is very close here in North Carolina.
Indeed, Helena. All right, really interesting voices with you there in North Carolina. And just a reminder, we're seeing on our screen there the last 2 presidential election results from the state of North Carolina. As we said, Donald Trump winning in 2020 and 2016. And at the bottom of your screen, again, that counter that we're looking at, both candidates trying to get to 270 right now at 3 and 23. Only 0.3% of the vote counted. We're going to start seeing those numbers tick up as the evening goes on.
And just to say, don't read anything into that count just right now, because it's as the different states close across the U.S. Some of them are reliably Republican or reliably Democrat, so that's why the tallies go a certain way. It doesn't mean that any particular candidate is ahead or behind until we get really to the business end of things with the swing states. Now, let's bring in our colleague Mariana Spring from our BBC Verify team. She's been looking at some of the issues that have been affecting voting today. Mariana, what can you tell us?
Thank you so much. I've been looking for quite a while now, not just today, but over several weeks, at the allegations of voter fraud, often that are spreading on social media. Some of these have been unfounded, and actually one that's been shared this evening has been posted by Donald Trump, where he suggested that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. He didn't give any more specifics. He suggested that law enforcement were getting involved. That's been rebutted, including by the district attorney in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, who said there's no factual basis to this, and he invited Donald Trump to share some evidence to support this idea. And this isn't the only thing we've been seeing. There have been some real examples of where there have been problems or errors. For example, in Cambria County, there were some issues with voting machines. It led to an extension for the time that people were able to vote. But some of this stuff then plays into more unfounded allegations of voter fraud, which have spread not just on Truth Social, that post I mentioned from Donald Trump was shared there, but also on X, which we used to call Twitter. A lot of these have been pushed and shared by supporters of Donald Trump, but some of them have also been promoted by supporters of Kamala Harris in some instances. They play into existing concerns around voting machines, or that there have been irregularities in some way, often without evidence to support that idea. And this matters because actually this can undermine people's faith in democracy, in how whether their vote counts and how that system works. It also can have an impact for some of the people on the front lines here, election workers who are trying to ensure that they can kind of keep democracy on the road, but have found themselves, certainly some who I've spoken to in recent weeks, under threat, receiving a huge amount of abuse and really not very nice stuff.
All right, Mariana, really critical to keep our eye on all of that. Thank you so much, Mariana Spring, with our BBC Verify desk there. They've been working for days and will, of course, throughout the night to keep on top of all of that. All right. If Kamala Harris wins tonight, she would make history as the first woman president, but also as the first Asian American president. Her mother was born in India before emigrating to the United States. And tonight, people from that country are watching the results very, very closely. Let's go right to our correspondent, Ishadrita Lahiri. She's in Tulasendrapuram in India, where Kamala Harris's maternal grandfather grew up. Great to have you with us. Give us a sense of how people are following this election there.
Well, they're watching the election results really, really closely. And in fact, as the counting began yesterday, there was a small prayer ceremony in this temple that you can see behind me. This is a temple that Kamala Harris has donated to in the past in 2014 when it was being renovated. There is a plaque with her name on it as one of the donors inside the temple. Now, if you speak to people in this region, they tell you how much Kamala Harris has done for this village, even though she's never visited this place or mentioned it in any of her speeches. One of the people I was speaking to said that, this has become a sort of tourist destination of sorts. When people come here, they come to this village, they come to the temple. In fact, while we were filming here yesterday, there were a few American tourists who were here. There were Harris supporters, of course, and they were really anxious about the results. And they thought that this would be a place where they would want to spend the counting day, because this would give them a sense of community. And that tells you a lot about how Kamala Harris has put this tiny Indian village on the international map. Now, the people here are not used to 15 to 20 media crews thronging them. They're not used to being harangued by media crews for sound bites, and that's why they are enjoying the attention, and they hope for it to continue over the next 4 years. So even though things are a little muted right now, when she won in 2020, there was a lot of celebration. It was like the kind of celebration you'd see at an Indian wedding. But right now, they do not want to celebrate ahead of time. But we have been told that if she wins, there are grand celebrations in store, and it's going to be bigger and better than what it was in 2020.
Okay, really, really interesting to get that glimpse really into what's happening there. Thank you so much for that update. Great stuff.
Now we have projected results to bring you relating to the Senate. We haven't been speaking much about the Senate and House tonight, but of course, in addition to voting for the President, Americans are voting for their elected representatives, the House of Representatives and the Senate, as well as many other races more local to their state and to their community, school boards and so on. And of course, it's important which party holds the balance of power in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, because that's how laws get passed in this country. So the ideal for each party is that your person is in the White House and you hold the control of the Senate and the House of Representatives, and then you can pass laws and you can get all your platform and all your manifesto through. So we can bring you a really important piece of information there in relation to West Virginia, which had a Democrat turned independent Senator Joe Manchin there for many years. He announced his retirement, and we can tell you now that the Republican Party has taken that seat. That Jim Justice, the Republican governor at one time of West Virginia, has taken that seat from Joe Manchin. So that is tending towards the Republicans wanting to take the power back in the Senate, which currently rests with the Democrats. So Christian can tell us a little bit more about what's going on there. Christian.
Yeah, as we focus very much on the top of the ticket, of course, both candidates are keeping a very keen eye on these two races in Congress. Let's just explain to you what's happening in the House tonight. All 435 seats are up. It's 218 for a majority. The Democrats need 4 to take back control of the House, which is currently under Republican control. Over here in the Senate, let's just have a look at 2022, and you'll see it was much tighter. These two independents tended to vote with Democrats, so Republicans need a net gain of 1 tonight, which they've just got in the bag. And we'll see what other races do tonight, but that would give them almost control of the Senate so long as Donald Trump wins the White House. It is the Vice President that has the casting vote that breaks a tie in the Senate, as Kamala Harris did many times in the last Congress. So let's have a look at our list. 34 seats in the Senate are up, 23 of them controlled by Democrats or independents that vote with Democrats. And you can see at the top of our list there is West Virginia, Jim Justice, the new senator in West Virginia. But there are 5 others here where Democrats or independents independents are being run very close by Republicans. 2 at the bottom here. This is Texas, where Ted Cruz is in danger tonight. We'll watch that closely. This one at the bottom is Nebraska. The incumbent Deb Fischer being run close by an independent, Dan Osborne. But these 3 we're looking quite closely at because they are our battleground states. And the question always with Senate races is, how does the top of the ticket affect these races and vice versa?
OK, Christian, thank you for that. We'll be keeping a close eye on that as the night goes on, as will the parties themselves. Well, let's go over to the White House now. Clive Myrie is there for us. And Clive, we've seen those exit polls about democracy mattering for voters, particularly for Democrat voters or supporters of Kamala Harris, at least. But talk to us a little bit more about how voters have been feeling about democracy and the whole democratic process throughout this campaign.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Caitríona, because I should say, by the way, that the First Lady and Joe Biden, they are in the White House. They're being kept abreast of all the twists and turns going on in this election throughout the night. So they're keeping across exactly what's going on. And as you say, it is very interesting that one of the key issues for some voters as a result of the exit polls that we've seen, one of the key issues is this potential threat to democracy, the idea that democratic institutions aren't really performing the way that they should in America, and that this issue is up there with the economy, it's up there with illegal migration, and it's up there with abortion as well. And of course, what's the context for all of this? Well, widespread allegations of voter fraud in the 2020 election, particularly coming from the Republican camp and Donald Trump, but also, of course, the storming of the Capitol building on January the 6th, 2021. The idea that there could have been an insurrection that would have overturned a democratic election result. There are record low approval ratings for Congress, and interestingly now for the Supreme Court as well. It is now seen as partisan, particularly after its decision to overturn Roe versus Wade from the justices there. Many people have little faith in the democratic institutions that are supposed to underpin the very idea of democracy in this country. And whomever ends up taking over from Joe Biden in the building behind me, they're going to have to deal with this potential threat. It's a huge, huge issue and a very difficult one to crack.
Yeah, and as we said, Clive, one that's clearly on some voters' minds as well. Thank you so much, Clive. And just a reminder what you're seeing on your screen here. These are the pictures from Trump headquarters in Florida, Kamala Harris's headquarters here in Washington, D.C., not far from where we're sitting. We are 10 minutes away. That number at the bottom of your screen is ticking down to another big set of polls closing, a batch of state results that hopefully we can bring some projections for. But as we know right now, it is very, very close, this race. And let's talk to our panel about it. And Katty, you know, we've been talking about Georgia. We've been talking about the fact that some of that exit polling data has been coming into us as well. Clive was just talking about democracy, the electoral process. At this point in the evening, where do we stand? What are you looking at? I mean, there's so many different data points coming in, you know?
Yeah, but none of them are the right ones. I'm so frustrated. It's a super frustrating moment because we've got now we're going to have a whole lot more polls closing in very important states, but we probably won't get the results from the states that matter.
Maybe from Georgia, perhaps
possibly.
That's what the Secretary of State
That's what they're suggesting. Now, so the things I'm hearing are a little bit mixed. By the way, Donald Trump has called into a radio station in Philadelphia. He's asked people there to stay in line because there are very long lines. Democrats that I'm hearing from are suggesting there are some precincts in the suburbs of Philadelphia where they've got 95% turnout from people who have voted. Wow. That would blow record. I mean, Americans don't, right? Am I right? Americans don't generally vote in 95% turnout. What that means necessarily, you can't always tell. You have to look at where people are turning out in big numbers. So Democrats are excited about what they're seeing in Philadelphia, but I doubt I'm also hearing that it's unlikely we'll actually get a result from Pennsylvania before mid-morning tomorrow. So you're going to be here for a very long time, and I hope you've got your pillows.
We have pillows, sleeping bags, the whole thing.
Sleeping bags with
we should point out with Pennsylvania as well that there were those issues with the machines not actually working this morning. So in western Pennsylvania, in one county, they had to get a court order, and they're actually going to keep the polls open 2 hours longer. So that is going to delay results anyway that we get from Pennsylvania, because obviously if people are still voting, you can't be talking about the results. So what feelings are you getting? Helen was talking about vibes earlier there. Rodney, what are your vibes right now?
Well, the vibes, my vibes don't really matter. It's the vibes coming from
Come on,
Trump.
share with the group.
Well, my vibes are going to depend upon what is happening in these House races and what's happening in these Senate races, being a creature of the legislative branch. But the vibes at the Trump campaign, they're excited. As of the last time that I spoke to somebody who had been with them, they were looking at a more optimistic Trump campaign. Looking at numbers like this, that optimism was not there in 2020. The optimism was there with the early returns in 2016. They feel as though that it's back to 2016 again. However, 95% turnout in Philadelphia is not good when you look at conventional wisdom for Republicans. And that's something that they should be
Just to be fair, this was one precinct in one county. So I'm not saying that the whole of Philadelphia was doing nothing but voting over the last few weeks. We don't know that. But it does look like there's big turnout in Philadelphia.
And if there's big turnout in the western part of Pennsylvania, they're able to keep the polls open to accommodate for those 2 hours they weren't. That could easily cancel it out. But again, it's a barn burner.
Yeah, just to explain, Western Pennsylvania is a very Republican area. Just for people who may not be familiar with that. Stephanie?
And I'm also hearing from the Harris campaign that they are really excited about the turnout in the Philadelphia area broadly, not just like a couple of precincts. For me, though, Florida's numbers are starting to come in, and there's some interesting things to look there. Well, right now, with about 75% of the vote in, Trump has almost a double-digit lead over Harris, but that's not surprising given that the infrastructure, the get out the vote, the ground game in Florida on the Democratic side has not been as robust as it has been in previous elections. So that's a bit expected. So ground game does matter. But one county I would point out is Osceola County. It's close to where I represented. It is 47% Hispanic. And right now, the margins are significantly lower. It's still Democratic, but significantly lower than it was in Biden in 2020. Or in 16. So is this a sign that the Hispanic vote is trending away for Democrats? I mean, I think it may be. I mean, we'll have to see what the end numbers are, but that's not a great sign for Democrats.
And just to explain, when you're talking about Florida results, we haven't mentioned Florida to anyone who's been taking states off their list, because there are a couple of counties where the polls are still open in Florida for another 5 or 6 minutes. So it's one of those states where the time zones are kind of split and the polls are split. So you're seeing results for the majority of Florida, but there is a little bit of time. There are 5.5 minutes for people still to get to.
And we are seeing so far, these are the numbers I believe we have up on our screen that we're seeing so far from Florida. So at this point of the evening, of course, too early to project. But at this point, yeah, exactly. Polls are still open. But 54% for Donald Trump there. As you can see on your screen, 44 roundabout. But with polls still open there, we really obviously can't make any deductions about what's happening there in terms of results.
And Florida is a stronghold for Donald Trump these days. I mean, he lives there. He's very much, I mean, he's New York originally, but he's a Florida guy now, Rodney, isn't he?
Just like me.
All you snowbirds.
Yeah. All right. As we're talking about some of the issues that are important to voters, Clive was talking about democracy and the electoral process. We know that the economy and affordability really has been at the top of voters' minds. Azadeh, again, has been looking into that exit polling data that's been coming into us as voters have been sharing the information about what has been driving their vote. Azadeh, what have you been seeing?
So absolutely, the economy is still one of the top issues when it comes to how voters are deciding how to vote for president. And they were asked about how they feel things are going right now, and they were also asked about the condition of the economy. Now, when they were asked about how things are going, about 7 in 10 voters so far have said they're either dissatisfied or angry. 7 in 10 Americans say they're uncomfortable. They have a negative view with the way things are going in America right now. And if you drill down a little bit more and look at what they think about the economy in particular, you'll see that 2/3 of the voters who've been surveyed say they believe the economy is in either not so good or poor condition, 2/3. So it's worth saying that in general that does marry up. When you look at something like how things are going right now, it's consistent with what we saw in 2022 in the midterm. So while that might be something that doesn't look good for an incumbent party, that was still a very competitive race. And when you're looking at the economy right now, they believe that 2/3 of them believe it's in not so good condition or poor. That is worse than what we saw in 2020. And pausing on that, in 2020, the United States was in the grips of the pandemic, of the COVID-19 pandemic, and yet they believe the economy is worse. And just to add, that feeling permeates far more with Trump supporters than Harris supporters.
For that, Azadeh. Stephanie, just looking at those feelings as voters are expressing them about the economy, I mean, this is where Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have really struggled on this campaign. The metrics on paper for the American economy look good, but it's very expensive to go to the supermarket and buy anything. And that seems to be what's landing with voters there, that they're feeling, 2/3 of them unhappy with the economy.
Yeah, and it's really ironic, the disconnect, because if you look at the stock market, the last 3 months have been on a tear, really. And so it's the difference between Wall Street and Main Street. And Main Street has been really feeling the economic burden, whereas Wall Street has been benefiting from low unemployment numbers and a robust economy. But it's the majority of the people are on Main Street, and those are the ones that are going to the polls and voting. And I think it was a misstep, I think, for Harris not to create a bit more distance and space between her and Biden. Of course, it was an awkward situation. Yeah. She was still his vice president through this campaign, and it was hard for her to create the distance that I think voters needed to see to believe that she would present a different approach to the economy.
Yeah, that's an important point. And of course, making that distinction, Katty, that's been a very difficult line for Kamala Harris to navigate. Of course, some of our viewers here are thinking, well, she is the vice president in the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some people say to me, look, if you're going to run for president abroad, say to me, if you're going to run for president of the United States, you need to be able to stand up to your former boss, whether his feelings get hurt or not. She clearly decided that she was loyal to Joe Biden, and it was anyway going to be difficult for her to do that. I mean, look, when you've got milk up 30%, when you've got rents up, and I think that's the really big one. We haven't spoken that much about housing, but you've got a lot of these swing states where house rents have gone up 30% since COVID. Yeah. And in some of these swing states like Nevada, they were only just recovering from the financial crash when COVID hit. They have been hammered by prices, particularly on housing. And that's somewhere where, if you're rich, you own your house. Right. You don't feel the rent rises. But if you are a poorer American, you really feel those rent rises.
We're going to talk a lot more about affordability in the economy because, again, it's one of those central issues of this campaign. But we'll just take a pause in that conversation right now because we're coming up again on one of those very critical moments of this evening. As we said, we're off to the races just an hour ago. The first poll is closing. Well, we're coming up to another moment. We're going to see more poll closures. Give us a little bit of a better indication of where this evening is headed. Both candidates building their path to those 270 electoral votes. It's 8 p.m. here in Washington, D.C., 1 a.m. in London, and polls have now closed in 16 states, including that all-important key swing state of Pennsylvania. Now, this is the biggest batch of poll closures that we'll see tonight. In addition to Pennsylvania, voting has also just ended in Alabama, in Connecticut, in Delaware, in Florida, in Illinois, in Maine and Maryland, in Massachusetts, in Mississippi and Missouri, in New Hampshire and New Jersey, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and here in Washington, D.C. Now, together, all of these make up 171 electoral votes, so a lot up for grabs. A presidential candidate, as we've been saying, needs to get to that magic number of 270 to win the White House. So you'll have heard me say there, Pennsylvania, that key state. I mean, at times in this campaign, we've discussed whether Kamala Harris and Donald Trump were running to be president of Pennsylvania rather than the United States because they've spent so much time there. Just yesterday, the last day of campaigning, we saw Donald Trump hold a major rally in Pittsburgh, and of course, Kamala Harris finished things out in Philadelphia. Now, we can bring you a projection from some of those polls that have just closed. Florida, we've been discussing it just a moment ago. The adopted home state of Donald Trump, 30 electoral votes he gets in the bag from that projected win.
in Florida. A huge number. Of course, he will have been banking on that. It's a heavily, reliably Republican state recently. We can also project at this point that Alabama, a projected win for Donald Trump, and the 9 electoral votes that Alabama has. Again, another reliably red state, as is Oklahoma. Oklahoma projected as a win for Donald Trump, and the 7 electoral votes that Oklahoma brings with it. So all of those states is a projection for Donald Trump at this point. One more to bring to you. There we go. Tennessee. Tennessee also is projected as a win for Donald Trump. Another reliably red state, 11 electoral votes. District of Columbia here projected as a win for Kamala Harris. Joe Biden won the District of Columbia by 90-odd%, as did Hillary Clinton, a very Democratic district, so that will have been no surprise for her. But 3 key votes. Maryland also projected as a win for Kamala Harris, and the 10 electoral votes that Maryland brings with us. Another projection now, Missouri. Missouri and its 10 electoral votes projected as a win for Donald Trump. Missouri, one of those 10 states that has an abortion measure on the ballot. Massachusetts also projected as a win for Kamala Harris, 11 electoral votes. I warned you there were a lot up for grabs in this hour, and sure they are. So let's have a look now what difference all of that has made in the race for the magic number of 270. Now, you can see all of those states have brought Donald Trump up to 90 electoral college votes, brought Kamala Harris up to 27 electoral college votes. And again, just really important to remember, it's very early in the night. The states, their polls close at different times right across this country, and many of the ones that close early are reliably Republican states. They almost always vote Republican. It would be the story of the night in many ways if they didn't. So while it looks like Donald Trump is steaming ahead here of Kamala Harris, that's really just a very early picture at this point. A lot of those states are ones that he will have been banking on. Now, there are a number of states where we just can't make any projections at this point. It's just too early to do so. We don't have enough information yet. Connecticut is one of those that it's just too early to project 7 electoral votes. Delaware, too early to project 3 electoral votes, of course. That's the home state of Joe Biden, born in Pennsylvania but spent most of his life in Delaware. Maine, too early to project 4 electoral votes there. And that's one of 2 states where they split how they award the electoral college votes. Illinois, too early to project 19 electoral votes there. So a nice big pot of votes for whomever should get those later. Mississippi, too early to project, and the 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. New Hampshire, also too early to project 4 electoral votes there. It has voted Democrat in the past, but the Trump team have been expressing confidence about New Hampshire. New Jersey, also too early to project 14 electoral votes there. Rhode Island, also too early to project 4 electoral votes with Rhode Island. And just to say again, these are too early to project, as is Pennsylvania, of course. That swing state will be a long time before we're projecting that one, I suspect. And just to say that too early to project, don't read too much into that. It just means that we have no information at this point. We can't make any projection. The votes are just being counted. The polls have just closed. Well, let's go to that all-important state of Pennsylvania. Tom Bateman is there for us. Tom, what's it been looking like in Pennsylvania? How has voting been going through the day?
Yeah, hi, Caitríona, and welcome to McGillen's Old Ale House, a big watch event going on here on 2 floors. And we've watched the crowd building as the polls across Pennsylvania have closed, in the last 4 or 5 minutes now. And I think we're going to be in for a long night because, as we've been saying, back in 2020, it took this state 4 days until that count had got to a point that the US networks could confidently project a result. Now, it is right up against the wire once again. All the opinion polls here suggesting that it is a dead heat. We've had that for many weeks now, right up until polling day. I was at one of the counts earlier. They think they might have sped up the process a bit this year, so perhaps not waiting until Saturday for a result here, but I think we're not going to get it basically in the coming hours. A few clues, though, probably as the first results start to trickle in the next 2 to 3 hours. What about the voters, though, of course, in this absolutely critical state? As I say, the polls just closed, and I have 2 Philadelphians with me who have both voted today. We have Liam and Helen. regulars at McGillen's here. You're just telling me about the way you voted today. And Liam, you said you voted Donald Trump the last 2 elections. Things a bit different this time round. Tell me more.
Yes, the last 2 elections went red for me. This one's going blue. 2 main reasons, women's rights and guns rights. I have a young nephew. I want him to be able to go to school without feeling like, apprehension that someone's going to walk through the door with a gun, right? Tim Walz is going to solve that. When it comes to women's rights, I believe Kamala is going to put some policies in place where we don't have to worry about women having to decide in between themselves and the child that's in their belly at that time.
Right, that's really interesting because one of the things that Kamala Harris was trying to do was appeal to women, particularly in the state, and also she would always say at the rallies, and the men that are with them, she wanted them to take that issue on board about abortion rights, reproductive rights. So that was enough to sway you, was it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, she's done it for the past 107 days, and she'll do it for the next 4 years. I think everyone's excited about that, especially in Philadelphia.
Helen. And how about you, Helen? How did you vote today?
Yeah, I mean, I voted for Harris. That was kind of no surprise to me, but echoing everything Liam just said, we have 2 nephews and a niece who we adore, and I can't imagine them not feeling safe going into their classroom, and yeah, no one should have access to an assault rifle.
Tell me about the conversations between the 2 of you, and we were having a chat a bit earlier, and you said that was quite sort of instrumental in the way you were thinking about the way you were going to vote this year.
I mean, yeah, our nieces and nephews mean the world to us, as do our future children, and the ability to someday have a family of our own. And, Kamala Harris will make that possible, whether it be whatever resources we need. So.
Yeah, the conversations have been open and honest. Everyone knows that the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, is it's a swing state. So every single vote matters. I think Biden won by 44,000 last 4 years ago. Trump won by, I think it was 80,000 8 years ago, right? So it all matters. Every single vote matters.
What about the issue of the cost of living, inflation? Because that's something that Donald Trump has really tried to hit hard, particularly in this state, Rust Belt state. People have really experienced prices rocketing up. Did you have any sympathy with that view? How did this issue affect your lives?
Right. I feel like that's definitely like the common rhetoric for the other side. But when it comes down to it, I feel like our taxes are going to either go down or stay the same. And I feel like those who make more should be more than willing to.
Listen, that's a loaded question, right? That's a loaded question. And I think no matter who you vote for, what's going out of your paycheck is probably a little bit marginal. But it also depends on the character of the person that you're voting for. Right? Is it Kamala or Trump?
Even think about that when so much more is at stake. Yeah. But I don't know.
And tell me about, it is so close in this state. It was instrumental last time round in terms of, a delay in the vote. Donald Trump alleging that there was voter fraud. We may see some of the same this time round. He's already put out a message about this. Just very, very briefly, how do you feel about the issue of democracy when it comes to this election?
Democracy's on the line. Like that is.
Democracy was fine before Trump took presidency, and then it all became he lost, and then it was now there's non-transparency. It's always been transparent until he lost the election.
Yeah, so, I mean, if January 6th wasn't enough to sway you, I don't know what will be. That was just inexcusable in my eyes.
That's the only non-clarable thing.
Okay. Helen, Liam, thank you so much for talking to us. And as we say, sometime, I think, before we get the results, back to you.
All right, thanks for that, Tom. And you can see just how passionate people are about politics in America, but particularly there in Pennsylvania. Well, let's go over to Christian. He's been looking at what's going on in Florida and elsewhere, and he can bring us some more information. Christian.
Yeah, I've stayed wide on the map at the moment because I just want to show you two conversely different stories which really tell us how America is changing at the moment. We've got a lot of voting now in Florida. And what I see on this map is an awful lot of red. Trump already projected to be the winner. Look at the margin. It's over 11% at the moment. If you were to go back to 2016, when Hillary Clinton lost Florida, it was just 1%. And then he expanded that to just over 3% against Joe Biden. And now we're looking at a margin like that. OK, there's 80% of the vote count, and there's still a lot of vote to come in from the southern part of the state. But that is the one thing that really stands out to me. This is Miami-Dade. If you look at that compared to Hillary Clinton, who had nearly a 30-point margin over Donald Trump, it's now much, much tighter down here. You have a very different mix of Latino vote in Miami-Dade. You've got Cubans, you've got Venezuelans and Nicaraguans who used to vote heavily for Democrats, but now they skew very determinedly towards the Republicans. And in fact, down here in Miami-Dade, in the 22 midterms, the governor, Ron DeSantis, won with a landslide. I'm also looking at other parts of the map. This is St. Pete's here in Pinellas County. Next door is Hillsborough, that's Tampa proper. You can see that they have actually gone red from blue at the moment. Again, we still, what have we got in here? Let's just have a look how much vote, 81%, 80% of the vote counted here. This was another one that I was looking at because I'm looking for trends across the map. And this is an area, Osceola County, where you get a lot of Puerto Ricans. And if you look at that, it's really tight, about 1% margin. But if you look back to that in 2020, Joe Biden had a really handy lead over Donald Trump in Osceola County. So does that tell us anything about how Puerto Ricans might be voting tonight in Pennsylvania? It might be just a very different story up there, but that's disconcerting, I would guess, if you were a Democrat looking at Osceola County. Let's just have a quick look at Georgia, going to our map here. We've about a third of the vote counted so far. A lot of votes still to come in here. This is 60% of the vote in Georgia, the Atlanta area. This is a very different map to the map in 1992 when Bill Clinton won Georgia. This area has become much more diverse. You've got really big Democratic voting areas in Atlanta metro area and in the suburbs around. So we're looking at Fulton County, where Kamala Harris, with half of the vote counted, remember this is early vote, mail ballot that's being counted first, so we can't read too much into it, but she's in touch with where Joe Biden was in 2020. And Joe Biden won Fulton County with just around 73%. And that was the biggest performance for a Democrat, going all the way back to FDR in 1944. So she's up there. She's holding with him in the metro area. We're going to be looking through the night at these three counties just outside the metro area, Gwinnett, Rockdale, and Henry here. If you were to put those on a list, the Democrats have increased their vote share in those three counties more than any other counties in the country. So what she needs to do tonight, and it's a simple game of addition and subtraction, she needs to run up the score in the Atlanta area here, and she has to hope that that compensates for what I'm seeing down here, which are bigger losses in the rural areas. If I just look at sort of these areas here, they're 95%. If I showed you that back to 2020, you can see that he's starting to squeeze. He had 53.3 there in Twigs. Let's just have a quick look. There you go. So he's starting to squeeze a bit more vote out of the rural areas. But again, it's a game of maths. It's can she stem the losses in these rural counties if you're a Democrat? Or can he get more out of these rural areas to compensate for what Democrats are getting up here? But remember, while this is a patchwork of counties, there are 159 counties on the map of Georgia. It's not about the counties. It's about the statewide vote. The popular vote in the state takes the 16 electoral votes.
That's right. All right, Christian, thank you so much for breaking down what we know so far. Really interesting information there, and we'll, of course, stay across all of it. So how is the Harris campaign feeling at this point? We can get an idea now. We can speak to Marcia Fudge. She's a co-chair of the Harris campaign and also a former United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Secretary, great to see you. Thank you for joining us this evening. As we said, we don't have results yet from the swing states. Everyone is watching them, as you are and the Harris campaign is. How are you feeling at this point in the evening?
First, thank you for having me. I feel great. We're looking at what's happening in the battleground states as well as the rest of the country, obviously. Numbers are up, lines are long. The bigger the vote, the better it is for us. And so we feel pretty good. I mean, we're optimistic. Right now it's in the hands of the voters. There's not much we can do until we wait and see what the final numbers are. But we're very optimistic.
Well, Secretary, can I ask what's driving that optimism? As we know, over weeks now, we've seen the polls tied.
Well, what's driving it is the numbers. The bigger the vote, the better it is for us. And the vote is big. It is we think that we've already eclipsed the numbers in 2020 in most of the battleground states. So that bodes well for us, as well as we believe very strongly that the momentum really is at her back. And those people who were undecided for whatever that number may be, they are breaking towards her as best the numbers are telling us. And so it does give us some reason to feel good about where we are.
We've seen from the exit polling data that we have so far a lot of voters concerned about the economy and don't see that the United States is in a good place at the moment. One of the big issues, of course, is housing. You were responsible for that in the Biden-Harris administration. What does she need to work on? She'd been criticised for the policies or lack thereof as the criticism went on the campaign trail. What's there for her to do differently?
Well, one thing about it, she at least has a policy. Trump doesn't have one. And so I don't know what they're comparing it to. But what I do know is that she is the first president in a very, very long time to put as much effort into talking about the cost of housing, the lack of housing, and the lack of affordable housing. So I think that her plan to build 3 million units of housing over the next 5 years is a good one. I think that the fact that she is talking about down payment assistance is a very good one. And helping people qualify through our underwriting. I think they're all great ideas, and I think that they're going to be helpful. And as you listen to people in the crowds when she speaks, when she talks about her housing plan, they're very excited about it. And again, she at least does have one. And I think that she's doing absolutely what she needs to be doing.
As we're speaking to you there, we're looking at images coming to us from the Harris headquarters, the watch party there at Howard University, where she went to college, a place that she says she holds very dear to her heart and were formative years of her life there. But just to follow up what you're saying about her housing policy there, Secretary, the criticism would go that if she has those great ideas, why were they not enacted now under the Biden-Harris administration? Why is that?
Well, part of it we tried to enact, but the Congress would not pass it. The president has so much power, but the purse strings are with the Congress. So we are very, very concerned about the fact that Congress does not see the necessity to address the issues that are at the top of mind for Americans, and housing is clearly one of them. There was a Build Back Better plan, which I'm sure most people that follow this will realize was in President Biden's plans, but Congress would not pass it and would not fund it. We are hopeful that with a new generation of leadership, that we can work together with Congress, both House and Senate, to get the resources to do this and to work with developers more to make it a good public-private partnership. And we think we can.
Hey, Marsha. Hey, Rodney Davis here. Happy
Hi,
belated birthday. How are you doing, Marsha? I was looking at the wrong camera. I apologize. Hey, I just wanted to, again, wish you a happy belated birthday. But
thank you.
Hey, you've been through a Senate confirmation process. And let's say Vice President Harris gets elected tonight. The Republicans take the Senate. Give us your thoughts on what it's going to be like for her nominees for cabinet positions to go through that confirmation process.
Well, I think it's going to be difficult, Rodney. You know as well as I do. You know, we served together for a long time. It is a very difficult situation, but I would hope that if, in fact, we as Democrats lose the Senate, that they would understand that in order for this country to move forward, the president does need a cabinet of her choosing. And if they find that there is someone who maybe just they don't like them, that's one thing. But if they meet all of the qualifications, it's someone who has not done anything to prevent them from serving honorably, I think that they should go ahead and confirm them. That is what we did when President Trump was there. We confirmed almost every single one of his choices. And I think the same should happen with her.
Secretary, we've had some early numbers. We just saw them a moment ago from Florida suggesting that the Harris campaign has not done as well with Puerto Rican voters in Osceola County as the Biden campaign did back in 2020. Are you concerned about any numbers that you are seeing amongst Hispanic voters?
I'm not. I think that you see the difference is that they campaigned literally and put lots of resources into Florida. This campaign did not. It was not one of the states that we deemed to be on our battleground field. And so we did not put a lot of resources there. Maybe if we had, we would have done better. But I think that the numbers that I'm seeing out of Pennsylvania right now are significantly better. So, no, I'm not really that concerned about it.
All right, Secretary Marsha Fudge, great to have you on BBC News tonight. Thank you so much for joining us.
Now we have
my friend Rodney.
your friend Rodney's here. We'll look after him for the night. It's many hours before you're getting released yet, though, Rodney. Don't go anywhere. Now, we can bring a key race alert, a key projection to you at this time, not to do with the presidential race, but another one of those other down-ballot key races. This one is the governor of North Carolina, and we can tell you that the Democrat in that race, the Attorney General Josh Stein, we can project to you that he is going to win that race at this point in time. So we will have more on that in just a moment.
Right. That was a very controversial race. Interesting to see that go for the Democrat there. Let's, however, go to our correspondent, Will Grant. He is in Florida tonight. He has been looking at some of the voting there and what's been happening. Tell us more, Will.
Well, as one might have expected, this state is projected to go for Donald Trump. I think the Latino vote in Florida is so crucial now and really has shifted this state from being the swing state that we would have talked about in years past. Would it be red? Would it be blue? Well, now it's firmly pro-Trump. We've spoken to a lot of Latino voters, and I think there's a couple of factors in play here. First, of course, is the fact that Cuban Americans, particularly Venezuelan Americans, similarly have sort of almost post-traumatic stress disorder when it comes to the socialist regimes in their own nation, and they won't vote for anything that even to their mind vaguely resembles it. And we heard a lot of people sort of expressing that to us about the Harris ticket. And the other thing that one man spoke to me about, he said, you have to understand that we Latinos are by nature conservative when we're in the United States. He said, we're very Christian, we're very Catholic, and of course the abortion question has been crucial across the nation. It was on the ballot here in Florida too. So you take all those things together, this is no longer a swing state, it's pure Trump country. And I think the fact that we're seeing everybody turn out here for this party that he's hosting, this watch-along party in the convention center behind me, shows how sort of strong his support here is. There's people turning out in their finery for the VIP afterwards, and people more in high spirits, like you can hear heading in now. So yeah, a buoyant feeling here among his supporters at the convention center.
Yeah, some excited voters there. All right, Will Grant for us in Florida. Thank you so much, Will. We'll speak to you a little bit later in the evening.
I just want to have a chat about that race notice I just mentioned a moment ago. The governor of North Carolina, the Democrat, Josh Stein, taking the prize there, essentially. But he was running against the Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson, the Republican, at one time close ally of Donald Trump, who then was a very controversial character, and Donald Trump distanced himself from it. But can you read, Rodney, anything into the fact that he hasn't won the governor's race there? Is that good or bad for Donald Trump, do you think?
Well, I'd have to see the breakdown of where those votes are coming from. Remember, when they called that race, there was less than 4% of the vote counted. They're confident enough that the governor's race is going to be out of reach for Mark Robinson. But I'd like to know where they're getting that information. Are you seeing exit polls coming out of Western North Carolina, which is traditionally Republican, that are showing a large Democratic surge? If that's the case, that would be trouble for Donald Trump. And if he loses North Carolina, his path to 270 gets that much narrower.
We're just looking on the screen there at the latest votes tallied in from North Carolina. Definitely too early to project at this point. And it doesn't tell us that information, Rodney, that you're talking about there, the specific counties. But so far, Kamala Harris ahead of Donald Trump. But again, only 11.4% of the votes tallied there, Stephanie.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at the map online, and it looks like not all the votes are in, but the western counties, a significant number of them are in, and the predictable counties that would be Democratic around Asheville are. But you also have to remember that those counties, there were 20 counties that were deemed emergency disaster areas. So whether or not those counties are going to be able to come out to vote in the ways that they have in the past is yet to be determined.
The disaster being Hurricane Helene, of course.
That's right.
Just to explain for folks, many of those polling centres actually washed away in not physically there. We saw today people voting in tents, didn't we?
Yes, and I mean, the Postal Service wasn't quite back up in some areas, and so mail-in ballots and things like that had been disrupted. So I think that that's one of those things that we'll have to keep an eye on. But looking at where the numbers are, it would require a significant amount of split-ticket voting in order for the governor's race to go Dem and the state and the presidential level to go Republican. And there just aren't a ton of split-ticket voters that we can point to recently. But it would require people to show up, vote Republican at the top, and then have voted Democrat for governor.
What do you think, Katty? Because, it is interesting, and we also talked about the fact that there was a lot of mis and disinformation surrounding Hurricane Helene that swept through the state in early October and really devastated the central belt of that state.
Yeah, I mean, it had some of the worst misinformation I think that we've seen, to the extent that at one point FEMA officials, the Federal Emergency Management Agency officials, had to actually stop their work because their own operators and their own workers were under a significant amount of threats from outside, because there had been this going around online. There had been posts that that the government was only helping people who lived in Democratic areas, not people who lived in Republican areas. This was not the case, but it was enough to put these FEMA workers under threat. So yeah, that was a problem. I mean, I think it's actually the point I was going to make about Stephanie, and I think it's particularly worth our viewers around the world here realizing this, is that when you vote for president of the United States, my daughter voted in Chicago early voting because she said there were 40 names on her ballot that she had to vote for. You're voting for president, you're voting for governor, as you were in North Carolina some years, you're voting for senators, you're voting for members of Congress. I mean, you're voting for the kind of district dog walker. I mean, it really gets down to that point. And if you are a diligent citizen, you have to research all of these. It can take you an awful long time, which is why I think a lot of people have voted early, because, as my daughter said, I can't possibly research all of these judges while I'm standing there in the booth and people are lining up behind me. So I think that gets to this whole issue of early voting versus on-the-day voting. And I think what we've been tripped up by in recent elections, it happened in 2020, I was covering that here for the BBC, was you get the early information that comes out, but that doesn't necessarily include the information from on the day. So I'm actually picking up some nervousness compared to the beginning of the programme from Democratic sources that I'm talking to about some of the numbers that they're seeing. But we don't know whether those numbers are reflective of the final tally. And I think we all have to be very careful of this idea that there may be a red mirage or a blue wave or a
Just explain quickly what that means.
So red mirage was something that we all... oh, my goodness, this is like hanging chads from 2000. Those of us who are really old enough to remember. The red mirage is the idea that people voted... that you get votes counted from on the day quicker than you get early votes, and Republicans tended to vote on the day. That may not long be the case this year, but it was certainly the case back in 2020. This is a bad trip down memory lane. I'm having PTSD.
Well, it's just a reminder of where things were a few years ago with the pandemic as well, and how voting patterns really have changed, haven't they? Looking at mail-in ballots and such, and how that has become very popular.
I think the voting mode has changed so significantly that it's hard to model. And, you can't use the 2016 approach, and you definitely can't use the 2020 approach. So what does it look like? I think we'll find out once this election is over what the current voting mode looks like for this country.
Exactly. Well, we are coming up to another one of those key moments of the night. We're going step by step through the night as we're looking for polls closing in different states, results coming in. There are some that can be projected, some that cannot, but little by little, we're getting a better picture of which way this election is headed as both candidates build that path to 270 electoral votes.
It's 8:30 p.m. here in Washington, 1:30 a.m. in London, and the polls in Arkansas have just closed. That represents 6 electoral votes. As we've been saying, a presidential candidate needs to get to that magic number of 270 to win the White House. Arkansas, the only state to close at this time on the half hour, and it's 6 votes. Now, we can bring another projection to you now, and I can tell you that South Carolina is projected as a win for Donald Trump, and the 9 electoral votes that brings with it. South Carolina projected as a win for Donald Trump, a state that would be reliably red. But what impact has that made on that race to the magic 270? As you can see there, Donald Trump now on 99 electoral college votes, Kamala Harris on 27. And as we've been saying, just to bear in mind, something of a health warning with that. The states close, the polls close at different times. There are millions of Americans still voting at this time. Their polls are still open. It happens that a lot of the states on the east and in the south are reliably red. So Donald Trump has bagged a lot of those, brought himself up to 105. It's just disappeared there. But the state that just closed now, Arkansas, too early to project that one, and it's 6 electoral votes. Arkansas is a state that is reliably red, hasn't voted Democrat, in fact, since the governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton, back in 1992 and 1996. But let's see now what is going to happen. We'll go and speak to one of our reporters. We can go to Emma Vardy, who is in Arizona. Arizona, of course, the polls are still open there. Voters are still voting, but it is another one of these key swing states that we're keeping a very close eye on. Emma, what is happening there at the moment? How's voting going?
Well, about half an hour left until the polls close, and then we have this anxious 1 hour wait until they announce the first results. All the early ballots that came in that have already been counted, we wait an hour after polls close and they can give us those numbers. It'll be about half of the votes that are going to come in overall. So we'll be looking for clues into that as to which way this is going, but by no means will it be the definitive result. And what's at stake in Arizona? Of course, it's a really closely contested battleground state, narrowly won by the Democrats last time around, tiny margins. We know Donald Trump has been working really hard to try to win this state back, and it's got all the most contentious storylines kind of colliding here because it is a border state with hundreds of miles of border with Mexico. Of course, illegal immigration has been such a contentious talking point in this election. Claims that Donald Trump has repeated again and again about what he calls an invasion of illegal migrants coming across the border. So it'll be a test of his promises of mass deportations. How well have they been going down with voters here? But that's not enough, of course. Abortion also on the ballot in Arizona. And we know that the Kamala Harris campaign is hoping that drives up the female vote, which could benefit them. So much going on here, of course. Not to mention where I'm standing now, there were armed protesters who gathered here 4 years ago when there were claims that the vote was rigged, false conspiracy theories that were spread by Donald Trump and his allies. And the voters, the election workers counting the votes just inside the doors here were fearful as to what was developing outside. This year, they're ready for anything. There is a ring of steel outside this place, so quite a different setup here this time around, because last time they all got caught by surprise.
OK, Emma, and as we're chatting to you there, we can see the results of the last election on the screen there, Joe Biden winning it and Donald Trump winning in 2016. So a real flip-flop going on in Arizona. That's why we're paying such close attention to it and why the candidates have been as well in this campaign. Now, let's go to the Donald Trump headquarters, or at least the place where the watch party is taking place, and as they will hope, the victory party later on, the convention center in West Palm Beach there in Florida. And Neda Tawfiq is standing by for us. Neda, what's the sense there? Obviously, at the moment, Donald Trump is nearer to the 270 than Kamala Harris is, but too early to read anything into that.
Yeah, Caitríona, but we've already seen a little bit of celebration here at the watch party when Florida, of course, a state that was very much predicted to go Donald Trump's way because it is solidly Republican red and no longer a swing state. But nevertheless, when that was called here, there were huge cheers in the state. Also, when Donald Trump was projected as the winner for West Virginia, South Carolina, there was an image projected on the screens declaring him the winner by the campaign, and the crowd here was celebrating. So very much a mood here of optimism. Every kind of supporter of Donald Trump's that I go down and speak to in the crowd says they are very optimistic that this will be a good night for him. So very much a celebratory mood here as people are off drinking, mingling, in for this long waiting game. Of course, the Trump campaign as well trying to project confidence. You know, I spoke to some campaign officials also here who say that he has done a good job in recent years of really broadening the tent out from the kind of young, from the typical white male, no college degree voter, that now he has young men, he has minorities, Latino voters. They think that he is doing well in rural areas, hoping that that turnout really proves well for him in this election in particular. But everybody is just waiting to see, obviously, Caitríona, how the polls play out, how the results come in. For Donald Trump, it would be an extraordinary political comeback if he does win. So everybody waiting for those results.
They are. And we can bring some more good news for Donald Trump. The state of Arkansas, the polls just closed there 5 or 6 minutes ago. Our partners here in the US, CBS News, projecting that as a win for Donald Trump, and the 6 electoral votes that come with Arkansas. Arkansas projected as a win for Donald Trump. A reliably red state, hasn't voted for a Democrat for president since Bill Clinton, who was, of course, the governor of Arkansas. So he had some bit of a home court advantage there. So there you can see Arkansas now projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 6 electoral votes. What does that mean for the path to the presidency? Well, there we have it, the race to 270. Donald Trump now on 105 electoral votes and Harris on 27. But as we've been saying, don't read anything into that at the moment because we're very, very early in the night and there's a path in terms of how different states close and which direction they lean at this point in time. But let's go down the road from where we are in Washington, D.C. now to Howard University, to the Kamala Harris watch party there at her old alma mater. And we can speak to our correspondent, Samira Hussein. Samira, what's the mood like there at the moment?
Well, right now, the president of the university is speaking. He's addressing the crowds. And, I actually had a moment to be able to sort of walk through, and there are different areas for the crowds to assemble. And it's a real party-like atmosphere. When there's not someone speaking at the stage, there's a DJ that's spinning music, and people are dancing. At one point, there was this enormous line dance that was happening, people just dancing in union, and it was really just sort of emblematic of the kind of jovial atmosphere that exists here right now. But as you pointed out many times, that this is a long night. And so we'll see if the DJ is going to be able to keep up that momentum and keep people dancing and cheering. I think what was really, that really stood out for me in looking at the crowds was seeing just how young everyone was and just how many little girls have also come here. I actually crossed paths with 3 girls who must have been about 10 years old, and they were wearing matching sequenced outfits. I have seen people wearing crowns and people really dressed up for the event. And I think that really just shows how important a moment this is. This is a historic campaign, the first woman of color to be the head of a national ticket for president. I mean, already that is a momentous thing. And I think there's so many people here, they just want to be here for what happens next. Now, look, the polls have been razor close for months now, and now we've come to the end, and it's still that close. But no matter what, for the people here, it was just so important to be on this campus for whatever the outcome.
And Samira, is the Vice President there at the moment, or is she at her home, the Vice President's home and observatory circle here in Washington? Naval Observatory, pardon me.
Well, so earlier today, she actually said that she was going to be having a family dinner at home. Apparently, it is a tradition of her and her families, and that dinner's not going to happen until about 9:45 this evening. And then eventually she should be making her way to Howard University. But of course, it will really be dependent on how quickly or what sort of direction the polls are going to be going in.
Thank you for that. Now, let's go and have a look at some more exit poll information that we have, as the day has that for us now.
So we've been talking so far about a national picture, but let's look at a battleground state because voting has closed in Georgia. So we can look at a detailed breakdown of how different groups have voted. And what we're seeing is a stark difference, a division amongst racial lines. Now, you'll see that about 7 in 10 white voters voted for Donald Trump. Whereas when you look at who voted for Kamala Harris, it's very different. About 8 out of 10 black voters have voted for Kamala Harris. Now, both those figures are about on par with 2020, though when it comes to black voters, it's maybe just a little less for Kamala Harris than it was for Joe Biden in 2020. We also see that more black women voted for Kamala Harris than black men, though, again, that's the same as in 2020 for Joe Biden. So overall, you're seeing that black voters are driving the vote for the Democrats, as they did in 2016 for Hillary Clinton, as they did in 2020 for Joe Biden, and as they're doing now for Kamala Harris in 2024. And when it comes to Trump, white voters, particularly white voters without college degrees, are holding steady for Donald Trump. Now, if you look at the Hispanic Latino voters, Kamala Harris is in the lead, though that number is still slightly less than it was in 2020. And then when you're looking at the gender split, and of course, this is something that there's been a lot of attention on throughout this campaign. The gender gap is something that we've talked about several times. About half of women, a little over half of women voted for Kamala Harris. So the difference there is not quite as stark. Now, battleground state numbers, exit poll data is particularly interesting because, again, we were giving you a broad overview of the national picture. But this election, as we've been saying throughout the night, is won state by state. And this is how different groups are voting so far. Remember, these are preliminary numbers and they will change, especially once the actual votes continue to be counted.
All right, Azadeh, but really interesting nonetheless to get these little nuggets of data on gender, on ethnicity, is how people are voting. Christian Fraser is at the wall with a bit more information on this now for us. Hey, Christian.
Yeah, let's start in North Carolina. We've only got around 20% of the vote counted so far, so there's not a lot we can extrapolate from the map, but I'll try and show you 2 or 3 things I've just been pinpointing in the last few minutes. What are we focusing on in North Carolina? Well, it's a similar picture to the one we explained in Georgia. The Democrats have to run up the numbers in the suburban metro areas around Raleigh. This is the research triangle here. So Wake County is the biggest county in the state. Next door is Durham and Orange County. You can see there, Orange County, 86% of the vote counted. She's up there with the margins of Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. I'll show you that. 74. 2016. So she's doing a lot better in Orange County tonight. But these are the areas she needs to do well. There's been massive population growth in this county here, Mecklenburg. This is Charlotte here. A lot of people coming into this area. In fact, it's grown by 20% in the last 15 years. So that's an area where Democrats are looking at very closely tonight. When you look back at the last 2 cycles, Hillary Clinton lost this state by 174,000. Joe Biden lost it by 73,000. So with that sort of population growth in these areas, more diverse, more college education, more white, more upwardly mobile, can you get more vote out of these areas? But I'm also looking at those places in these red spots around the state where Donald Trump runs up the numbers. He does this really well in smaller, rural, conservative areas among blue-collar workers. We've just been looking at these 2 here. This is Graham. OK, let me show you this tonight. There we go, Graham. There we go, 95% of the vote counted, 81.3 for him. Look at this, 79.5, and that was against Hillary Clinton. So he's edging up the numbers there. In Swain County, it's a similar picture in Swain County as well. Hang on, there you go, 93, 61%, 58%, 58. So he keeps running up the numbers. Right, let's have a look at Pennsylvania quickly because we're still waiting for vote in North Carolina. You know, going back to 2020, Joe Biden won this state by 81,000. It was a bit easier for him because he was Scranton Joe. He's from this area here, Lackawanna. OK, he put in the hours with the unions, with the mine workers, with the factory workers, and they repaid him, which is why he won this state by 81,000. She's not from here. She's from California, OK? But what she can do is run up the vote in these huge Democratic behemoths. Philadelphia here and Pittsburgh over here. Now, there's a story in Philadelphia. Katty's told you tonight that there are good numbers, good turnout coming out of Philadelphia, and there needs to be, because actually, as overwhelmingly Democratic as that is in Philadelphia, if you look back to 2020, you'll see that actually the margin, as good as it was down on where Hillary Clinton was, and she was down on where Barack Obama was. So the margin is actually shrinking. They need more out of that, and they need more out of the collar counties around Philadelphia as well. So Delaware here, Chester, Montgomery's the biggest of the lot, and Bucks next door. What about Donald Trump? Well, if I just show you the margins, again, you know, I've showed you in North Carolina what he does in these rural counties. Look at the margins across the top here in 2020. Okay, Warren County, look, 69%, 72%, 79%, 75%. That's what he does. He squeezes more out of it. Now, the question that's been asked in the run-up to this vote is, can he get more out of these rural counties? And I was looking at the turnout for all the 7 battleground states. They're all in the 70s, apart from Pennsylvania. 66% turnout in 2020. So there is more across this map for both of them.
All right, Christian, thank you so much for that update.
Now, we're talking about Pennsylvania there. We can speak to Democratic Congresswoman Madeleine Dean from Pennsylvania, from one of those Philadelphia districts. She's joining us now. Thanks for being with us, Congresswoman. First of all, how's your own race going tonight?
Oh, I thank you for asking, and I thank you for reporting on us. Historically, Pennsylvania was the key to the Keystone, holding together the original colonies. So I'm very happy that you're focused a little bit on us. My own race is going very, very well. I've been to polling place after polling place, and people are just so responsive, so kind, and so thankful to me for my service to our constituents and my work in D.C. So thank you. I feel fairly good around my own race. Thanks for asking.
It's still too close to call, I believe, as is the whole state at this point in time. But we've just been hearing there from Christian about big numbers in and around Philadelphia. Are you interpreting that as something positive for Kamala Harris?
Well, what Christian just said is exactly right, that Montgomery County is the biggest of the lot. We call it the key to the Keystone. But I have been in touch with leaders and people who are either on the ballot or are already elected in Philadelphia County and the collar counties, Montgomery County being one of them. Turnout is extraordinarily high. I was speaking with a leader in Philadelphia County who said it looks like the votes in Philadelphia County might be as much as 700,000 or more. We were hoping at a minimum 500,000. That the Puerto Rican vote, in 3 of the highest concentration of Puerto Rican Americans living in the Philadelphia county, they were, by midday, 70+% had come out to vote. In my own district, we traveled 275 miles to maybe 20 polling places. Turnout is extraordinarily high, in the 70%, in the 80%. And when I just finished in Abington, my own home turf, it was more than 95% turnout. They could literally identify in a particular ward 22 people who had not yet turned out with 1 hour to go.
Wow.
Turnout is extraordinary.
Okay, Congresswoman, as we're seeing this massive turnout, we're seeing news in Clearfield County that there's an emergency request to extend voting hours that has now been granted. We know there have been concerns about the fact that there are lots of people waiting in line and they want to make sure that they can vote. Is this something that needs to be closely watched? I mean, what are you seeing right now in Pennsylvania?
What I thought was very interesting today, and I've been at this for a dozen years or more, and I've paid attention to presidential elections forever, my entire adult life, is I saw long lines in many, many places. We saw on college campuses in and around my area and beyond, Lehigh University, Villanova, Temple, some very, very long lines. In the case of Lehigh, it was up to 7 hours. And so what I found was interesting was the calm about everybody, just an enthusiasm to be there, a calm. There wasn't the sniping I have seen in previous elections. There was just a commitment to be there and to vote, and also a commitment on the part of the local parties to make sure that we were getting people in, taking care of them, whether it was with water or something to eat as they waited in line. So I've seen very little of some of the worries, but I've seen a very quick response to when there is a problem. And so judges have, for example, extended voting for 2 hours because of a delay due to equipment or paper or other things.
And we've seen that. Yep, democracy in motion there. Everyone exercising their right to vote. Congresswoman Madeleine Dean from Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, thanks for talking to us.
We're making history here.
All right. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. And we can now speak to Congressman Mike Kelly, also from the state of Pennsylvania, a Republican. He's joining us. Thank you so much for being with us here on BBC News. I want to start with what we were just asking Congresswoman Madeleine Dean. There are these questions about long lines. As we mentioned, Clearfield County in Pennsylvania has granted a request to extend voting hours. What are you hearing on the ground about turnout and concerns about people being able to cast their ballots?
Yeah, you know, we're actually hearing the same thing. And Madeleine and I do a lot of work together. We have great respect for each other. I think she really hit the nail on the head, though. So there's such a huge turnout. And a lot of this, some of the machines are not functioning the way they thought they should. So we've gone to the judges. They're going to extend hours. We've had people waiting in line for hours to vote. I think we're going to see probably the greatest turnout that we've seen, and certainly in my lifetime, which I think shows, and there is, Madeleine made a good point about the calmness of what I see out there. People just want to make sure they get a chance to vote, that their vote gets counted, and it gets tallied the right way, and let the chips fall where they may. But this is a day that we should be celebrating this whole American experience and the opportunity to get out and vote for whom you think would be the best person to lead the United States the next 4 years.
Certainly great, Congressman, to see so many people out voting. What does it mean, however, for when we might get a result from Pennsylvania if you have counties that are going to extend voting hours?
Yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to know tonight. I really can't see that happening. But, you know, in 2020, we waited all the way to Friday at 5 o'clock before we finally had an answer. We extended way beyond. But I think with this one, I'm looking at possibly tomorrow in the afternoon or maybe at the very latest Thursday morning. But we want to make sure that everybody walks away from this feeling it was done the right way. And that's the key to it.
Congressman, you represent Erie, which is, you know, you're in a swing state, but Erie is a swing county within a swing state. Some people consider it to be the most swingiest of all in the US in terms of being a good bellwether of how the country might go. What's your sense on the ground of how the race is? Is it as tight as all these polls tell us?
You know what? I think the same thing in 2016. What was not counted were the people that were voting for the first time. So we have a tendency to look at numbers, and we do polling where we'll poll maybe 1,500 people or 2,000 people and think we have a pretty good look at it. I think that in this case, much like 2016, you're going to see people that haven't voted in quite some time. They're going to show up. They've been registered, but they've just never bothered to vote. I think now they're all mobilized. They're looking at the difference between two candidates. I mean, the difference is very stark, and they're going to be able to make a choice of which one they think would be the best to lead the United States the next 4 years. I love the fact that we have people who've been on the sidelines and saying, it really doesn't matter, my vote doesn't count. And you tell them, yep, that's a correct statement. If you don't vote, your vote doesn't count. Just don't be sad after it's over, because maybe your vote is the difference.
You've been watching these things for many years, though. What is your sense of it? I mean, are you feeling confident there in Erie, or are you feeling very nervous?
I'm not very nervous. I'm not overly confident. So I just, you know, my entire life, I've been involved in athletics. I always thought football was the greatest game in the world. And I watched the other night a game that was over for all intents and purposes. And I think with 7 seconds to go on the clock, the Rams threw a touchdown pass and they won the game. And you just look at that and say, it's not over till it's over. And you know what? If there's a tick on the clock, if there's just an opportunity, you've got to make sure you've got to shut it down. It's got to be something that you have it nailed down ahead of time. You say, okay, fine, it's over. We've won, or we didn't turn out our way, but you know you did everything you could. You left everything on the field. You didn't hold back. So this is going to be one of those ones at the end of the day, the American people, because of their participation this time, they're going to say, I had a chance. I took my responsibility seriously, and I went out and voted. If you do that, then regardless of what the outcome is, you're going to say, I went to the wall. I did everything I could to practice the most responsible thing in my life. 1.5 million men and women in uniform have died to give me that privilege. I didn't squander it.
But thank you so much for joining us from Pennsylvania tonight. We're seeing the numbers, of course, here on our screen as they're coming in. Only about 13.6% of the vote counted. So those numbers that you see, you can't really rely on at the moment. We have to wait till more of that data comes into us. But interesting to see nonetheless.
Well, let's keep things with Pennsylvania for just another moment. We have two fresh panellists with us now. We have former Congressman Patrick Murphy, Democrat from Pennsylvania, and Congressman Jake LaTurner, former Congressman from Kansas with the Republican Party, current Congressman, excuse me. How's your own race going? Have you heard?
I'm not on the ballot this year, so I'm retiring. So for the first time in about 12 years, I'm not on a ballot, and it feels fantastic.
Rodney would agree with you on that.
Yeah, well, you can probably.
Yeah, I was going to say, welcome to the former members of Congress Club. And I do.
Get the T-shirts.
I do give Jake a lot of credit. I mean, he ran and said that he believes in term limits and that he was going to serve, and he did that. And I think we need more people that are going to, say something and do it, because actions do speak louder than words.
And looking at Pennsylvania, we heard from Congressman Kelly and Congresswoman Dean there, this big turnout, maximising the numbers, talking about everyone exercising their democratic right and so on. What's your reading of what you're seeing there?
Yeah, listen, I was on the ground today. I'm from Bucks County, so that's where I represent it in Congress. So it is a swing state, and that Collier County and Philadelphia. But we are seeing record turnout in Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs. Jake and I know we won campaigns. Demographics are destiny. And if you have the turnout that you have in Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs, Kamala Harris will be the next Commander-in-Chief of the United States.
Yeah, well, I was just in Bucks County a few weeks ago, and amazing to see just how divided the vote is there, just how split it is like the rest of Pennsylvania. Katty, what are you hearing about and from Pennsylvania at this point of the evening?
Mostly just that there's a lot of people who have turned out to vote. I mean, it's interesting to hear Congresswoman Dean, who I spent a day with a couple of weeks ago, and how much they were expecting to vote. And actually, I think they've surpassed. She texted me earlier in the evening to say that actually the numbers are even bigger than what they had been expecting. And Montgomery County, as she said, in 2020 was the county that helped shift Pennsylvania into Joe Biden's column. I'm very wary at this stage in the evening of making too much out of the early numbers. I think we really do have to wait to have all of those early votes counted. And of course, as you were saying earlier, Sumi, the result is likely to be delayed. I was hearing before we started the program that we may get the result, mid to late morning tomorrow. I suspect that's going to be pushed back tomorrow evening.
But the turnout itself might tell us something.
The turnout can always tell us something, exactly, depending on where the people turn out and in which areas.
What do you think, Congressman? I know Pennsylvania is not your state, it's Kansas, but just in that point about turnout and how mobilised voters seem to be.
Sure. What Katty said is right, and it's true just across the board. We don't know what we don't know, and there's just not enough in. But I think if I'm sitting at Trump headquarters in Florida right now, I'm feeling pretty good. He's won Florida. There's some key counties there that I think tell a story about how he's performing. He's on track to win in Georgia. He's on track to win in North Carolina. You can even look here in Virginia, Loudoun County here in Virginia. Trump has 60% reporting, an 8-point swing in Trump's direction. That's really positive. Virginia's 7th race. Again, that's 60% reporting. It's 52-48 for the Republican. That's a tight race that a lot of people are watching. So if you're Donald Trump, if you're Republicans, there's some indications that you should feel good right now, but it's still too early to tell.
Just to clarify on the House races, which we haven't paid a lot of attention to the House races because each individual one is small, but I think for our viewers it's important to watch them as an indication of what is going on. Right. So if one party is doing better than expected in a contested House race, that could just give us an indication that there is enthusiasm across the board for that party, and that party is getting a lot of members out of its party out to the polls.
Do you think there will be many split tickets where people will be energised for a certain party for Congress or Senate, but not so much for President?
We've seen some indications of that. So if you look at some of the polling in Arizona, for example, I think abortion is a big issue there, where Donald Trump has done a good job of separating himself from the more conservative position that Republicans have typically held. And so you see him performing better than, say, the Republican nominee for Senate there. And so there's some indications that you're going to see voters make one choice for the top of the ticket and then maybe another choice. Or even a bigger issue could be that they vote for the top of the ticket and then just stop voting, the famous voter fatigue that we've talked about for a long time.
So I agree with Jake on that. I think in Arizona, I think also North Carolina. I mean, you're going to have a Democratic governor, open seat, and yet I think the president, former President Trump, has a good shot at winning that state. But I do think that, for our viewers, there's 7 swing states of all of them. And of those 7 swing states, it really does come down to the big 3. And these are the blue wall that Kamala Harris has to win. And it's Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And I like our numbers. I like our turnout. We spent a lot of time. I was with Congresswoman Marilyn D last night till midnight last night at the Art Museum with Kamala Harris and others. And
I heard every Democrat in the country was in Pennsylvania practically last night rallying the troops there. But we will leave that conversation there just for a moment because we are approaching another key moment here where we will have some projections as polls close across the country. Let's see what lies ahead.
It is 9 p.m. here in Washington, 2 a.m. in London, and polls have now closed in a number of swing states, 15 states, including the swing states of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Arizona, voting has now been extended at 10 locations for 2 hours. An emergency court there granted the extension after there were glitches at those locations earlier in the day. So that will obviously add to the time there. Voting has also just ended in Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wyoming. That is a lot of states. So together, these states make up 163 electoral votes. Again, a presidential candidate needs 270 votes to win the White House. But as we said, some key swing states closing this hour, Michigan, Wisconsin, they are part of that blue wall that we keep talking about, that Joe Biden was able to win in 2020. They were essential to his path to 270, and they are ones that Democrats are hoping very much to hold on to. We've seen Republicans feeling confident about their chances of taking back maybe one, maybe two of those Rust Belt blue wall states. And then, of course, there is Arizona as well. This is a Sun Belt state that we saw Joe Biden just eke out a win in 2020, just a little over 11,000 votes there that he won that state by. And that was in 2020. But in this race, we can now bring you a projection. Texas projected for Donald Trump with its 40 electoral votes. Again, Texas projected for Donald Trump. You can see 40 electoral votes. That's a huge piece of the puzzle for Donald Trump. Was expected to go his way, but still important as we're seeing those numbers go up. North Dakota now also projected for Donald Trump. 3 electoral votes. North Dakota, a staunchly Republican conservative state, one that Donald Trump and his team were banking on. But nonetheless, we're seeing the numbers go up for Donald Trump with those 3 electoral votes in Texas just before that, as we said. Now, South Dakota also projected to go for Donald Trump. 3 electoral votes there, just like North Dakota. This is another key moment of the night for the Trump campaign. They are banking on these votes coming in, including from Wyoming, another conservative, reliably Republican state projected for Donald Trump. Again, 3 electoral votes, all of this adding to his tallies on his side of the ledger. So let's see where that leaves us right now. Let's take a look at where the numbers lie. Okay, you see it's pretty lopsided at the moment. Donald Trump with 154, Kamala Harris with 27, and right in the middle of that 270 they need to win. Well, at this point, we've seen those reliably Republican states with huge chunks of electoral votes like Texas coming in. That's why you've seen Donald Trump's number go up so significantly there, while Kamala Harris's number is still smaller. Well, we're going to see some of the polls closing later on the West Coast, where some of those reliably Democrat states like California will bring in a bunch of electoral votes for her. So we're going to see that even out a little bit more as we get closer to that 270 number. Now, we mentioned the key Sun Belt swing state of Arizona. This, at this point, is too early to project. As we said, the polls have closed there, but we don't have enough information on that state yet. Colorado is also too early to project at this hour. It has 10 electoral votes. It's expected to go to the Democrats, but we can't project it just yet. Iowa, a Midwestern state, also too early to project, 6 electoral votes. There's been some chatter about Iowa, but at this point, too early to project. The state of Kansas, also too early to project at this hour, 6 electoral votes. Polls have just closed there. They're working on counting, so we don't have those results just yet. Louisiana in the South, 8 electoral votes expected to go for Donald Trump. Too early at this point to project. And then, as we mentioned, that key swing state of Michigan, 15 electoral votes, so important in that math game that both are playing. At this point, too early to project. Minnesota, where Governor Tim Walz is from, of course, too early to project, 10 electoral votes there. Nebraska, usually a reliably Republican state, 5 electoral votes, too early. We're still seeing some vote counting there. New Mexico, also too early at this hour, 5 electoral votes. We're expecting vote counting to continue. We'll get some results. New York, a blue state, 28 electoral votes expected to go to Kamala Harris. Too early at this point. Then again, that Rust Belt state, Wisconsin, the Badger state, so critical for the Democrats' path in particular. So too early to project at this point. But that has 10 electoral votes. Both teams very keen to win that. Let's go over to Christian Fraser, because he's been looking at Wisconsin and Michigan and just what the votes are telling us there and why they're so important, of course.
Yeah, well, 2 of our 7 battleground states, polls have now closed. Let's flip back to 2020 because it's more instructive when you're looking at Wisconsin and Joe Biden. He won this, of course, by 30,000 votes. It was very tight. It's a very similar story to the other battleground states. So you see a lot of red on this map. The Democrats, of course, have to run it up in the suburban metro areas, so Milwaukee certainly. And here in Dane County, there's a really interesting trend in Dane County. Since 2000, Democrats have put on a 20,000 extra vote share in every cycle. So they certainly need that out of Dane County tonight. That's Madison and the University of Wisconsin. The lookout here as well in La Crosse. There are 3 colleges out here. This is very blue-collar country, actually, but a lot of young voters out there. So we will see what Donald Trump gets out of that. He has that propensity, of course, to pull out the blue-collar workers across the map. What happens there tonight is an interesting spot in Wisconsin. But we'll be looking from his perspective at what we call the WOW counties, the collar counties around Milwaukee. So you're talking about Zauke, you're talking about Washington and Waukesha. This is about 1 in 5 votes if you include Racine in the state, and this is where he did quite well in 2016. So he'll be looking there, and he'll also be looking at Packers country up here in Brown. I think this is quite purple because Joe Biden did quite well in this area in 2020. And then I just point you to this. This is Door County here. Only around 30,000 voters here. Joe Biden, you can see, just won it by a handful of votes. Let me put it here for you. There you go. You can see he only won it by 250 votes. But this is a really interesting thing. Door is the weather vane of the state. They have got the presidential race correct in every cycle since 1996. So where goes Door, goes the rest of the state. Let's have a quick look at... We'll come back to Arizona. Let me go back the other way, and we'll go across the way to Michigan. Here we go. Sorry. Let me go back. There we go. Right, Michigan. What's really interesting about Michigan, again, what you'll see across the map is that, if I flip it back to 2020, there's a lot of red here. So on the peninsula and in the northern part of the state, Donald Trump runs it up quite a lot. But this is really only 15% of the vote. In 2020, Joe Biden put on 5% in 9 counties around the south here. And that is about 1/3 of the vote these counties account for. So he was running up the vote again in suburban areas. Now, what are we looking at? We're looking at Wayne County, because this is Detroit, 70% black. She needs to do a lot better in Detroit than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Really, the collapse in the black vote in Detroit was the reason she lost the state. But we're also looking tonight in Wayne County at Dearborn. You'll have heard a lot about that. About 130,000 there, 30,000 Arab Americans, many of them Lebanese, who are deeply unhappy, of course, about the situation in the Middle East. Many of them said they were going to be uncommitted tonight. They couldn't vote for Donald Trump, who introduced a Muslim ban, but they couldn't vote for Kamala Harris. Do they come back to the Democratic fold or not? We'll have a look at these 2 counties as well. Macomb County, this is very much Trump territory. Blue-collar, auto workers, machine workers, very much Trump territory. But next door, you've got really more suburban area, more affluent. The women have really turned Oakland County really from a Republican area back to a Democratic area. And one last thing I just want to look at, this state here, which is red, this is a bellwether state, Grand Traverse. This is cherry country, OK? And it really did narrow in 2020. People couldn't really understand it. They wondered if COVID was one of the reasons. But they'll look at that very closely tonight, because you know what they say, life is a bowl of cherries. But sometimes you've got to wash the dishes.
I've had cherries from there, and they are pretty.
Sometimes you got to eat the cherries.
We'll ask Christian what that meant later.
But what cherries is you don't have to wash the dishes.
You just eat them.
Okay, well, we've been talking about Michigan and Wisconsin. Let's see if we can actually go to those places now, because in Michigan first, we have our correspondent Ione Wells standing by. First, she's been speaking to voters for about a week now there, following the latest that's happening in Michigan. Ione, great to see you again. Give us a sense at this point in the evening how things are going there.
Well, I am at a Democrats watch party here in Detroit, Michigan, and as we know from the data that's come in so far, it is still, of course, much too early to call which way Michigan might be going, but there's been a couple of things that have been a cause for optimism in the room here, one of which is Oakland County, which we heard a bit about just now. This is a state that since 2008 has really been moving towards the Democrats. It's a state that used to be traditionally quite Republican. It's an area that's wealthier, more sort of middle class than some parts of the state in particular. And as a result, the Democrats have been quite pleased that they've managed to flip Republicans in states like that, counties like that in the state over the years. And I think the fact that they will be building on that potentially in that county is something that will give them optimism tonight, although it is still too early to say. Of course, not all the votes, even in that county, have been counted yet. Another potential cause for optimism in this room so far, there was a bit of a cheer that went out when some of the early results have started coming in the Senate race here, which is also being watched incredibly closely, that race between Alyssa Statkin and the Republican Mike Rogers. Now, again, only about 8% of votes for the Senate race have been counted so far, so it is still too early to say. But with the results that we do have, Alyssa Statkin, the Democrat candidate, is slightly in the lead at the moment.
Much Ione. And we're going to come back to the wall here because we do have another projection to bring you at this hour. We can tell you more about some of the states where the polls have just closed, and we can see here Delaware projected for Kamala Harris, the state of Delaware, home state of Joe Biden, the president, the current president, with its 3 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris. So let's see where that leaves us now. Again, the number is still pretty lopsided, only 3 added to Kamala Harris's tally with Delaware there. So she's at 30, Donald Trump at 154. Again, very early in the evening, we're going to see those numbers get closer and closer as the night goes on. We mentioned, though, we're watching those key swing states where polls have closed. One of them we were talking about was Wisconsin. Of course, our correspondent Carl Nassman is standing by for us there in Madison, where he's been tracking things. Carl, just give us an idea of how people are feeling there. Are they nervous? Are we getting a sense of where things are going?
Well, the polls have just closed here a matter of moments ago in Wisconsin. What we're hearing is that anybody that's still in line past 8 o'clock local time when those polls did close can go ahead and stay in line and they can cast their vote. So we are kind of settling in here for what we know is going to be a long night in the state of Wisconsin in terms of when we're going to get some final results here. We're with the Senator Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic senator, with her campaign at her watch party. And this is where there is also a very tight race, not just for the presidency, of course, but for control of the Senate. She is battling her Republican challenger, Eric Hovde. That is also projected to be a very, very tight race. In terms of the results and when we're going to see some counting done, some initial results coming in, we're expecting it to be in the smaller areas of the state first. The outer rural counties, the small towns, the ones that tend to favor Donald Trump, those will be reporting first, and that contributes to this red mirage, what they called in 2020, where we see a state turn red in the beginning and then start to go a little bit more blue as the larger areas of the state start to count. One of those cities we'll be watching closely tonight is Milwaukee, the county of Milwaukee, obviously a very large part of this state. It had a bit of a counting snafu earlier in the evening. About 31,000 ballots had to be recounted. That was due to a machine door on a counting machine not being closed. Both party observers were in the room. They both agreed to go ahead and recount those votes. So this has been something that's been taking place. In fact, they brought in the fire department. Reportedly, a couple dozen firefighters are there now to help catch up. They think that might have lost some time. It was already going to take a long time there in Milwaukee County. And again, we're going to be waiting a long time because of a pile of initial votes, those early votes in Milwaukee, in Madison. They're going to take some time to count. But those are the 2 big areas, as we heard Christian explaining. Those are where the Democratic strongholds are. So we will be waiting potentially past midnight here to start to get some of those results.
We'll be waiting with you, Carl, of course. Thank you so much, Carl Nassman in Madison, Wisconsin.
Now let's have a look at Arizona, and we can speak to former U.S. ambassador to Turkey, former U.S. Senator for Arizona, Republican Senator Jeff Flake is with us now. Thanks for being with us on BBC. What is your reading of what you're seeing in Arizona at the moment?
Well, the polls just closed, and Arizona is not allowed to release any results for an hour. So we're still waiting with bated breath.
In terms of, though, but, you know, up till now, you are Republican, but you're a Kamala Harris surrogate. You've decided to support her and to ask everyone else to support her as well. How do you think things have gone until this point?
Well, no surprises yet tonight. None of the states that were expected to go for Kamala Harris have gone for Biden and vice versa. So we're waiting for the swing states, including Arizona. Arizona is going to be tight. You can feel it on the ground there, certainly. So I think it's going to be a long night.
Her campaign have really been focusing hard. One of the key demographics is on Republicans like yourself who don't want to vote for Donald Trump, and she's asking them to put country ahead of party. Are there many more people like you who will do that and who will help her in some of these swing states?
There are, and I think that's been a wise strategy. In Arizona, Arizona went for Joe Biden 4 years ago by about 10,000 votes, very narrow, but she's hoping for the same this time, and I'm hoping she gets there as well. But there are a number of Republicans, a lot of Republicans who feel like I do. We're conservative Republicans, but we've felt out of place with the current party. So I think there are a number of us who want to put country above party.
Senator, from what we've seen in voters we've spoken to here at the BBC in Arizona, it seems like the Donald Trump campaign has been successful in talking to voters about issues that are important in Arizona, around the country, but specifically immigration, of course, at the border, and also economy. Right. So high prices at the gas tank and also in grocery stores. What is it that you've been seeing with those voters? Because the Trump campaign feels like they've done a good job speaking to voters on those issues.
Well, if you look back in 2020, I think it was a little bit of an easier lift at that time for Republicans. But Joe Biden came in. He was perceived as perhaps more of a moderate than Kamala Harris is among a lot of Republicans. But that was before January 6th as well. January 6th, that was kind of a threshold issue for Republicans, the conservative Republicans who believe in the rule of law. So there are some mitigating factors that make it a real toss-up still. Yes, the border is a difficult issue for Democrats, certainly. The economy's been difficult, but there are other issues that favor Democrats as well.
I was in Arizona just about 2 weeks ago, spent a few days there speaking to voters, and in particular the Latino community was at that time expressing a lot of support for Donald Trump. Now, in the meantime, of course, we had that rally in Madison Square Garden last week, and we know the comments that were made by some of the warm-up acts for Donald Trump. Do you think will that have helped you when you're talking about Arizona being so tight?
I know that Harris campaign and others have been thinking that has had an impact. I think tonight is when we see. This is the real test when it comes to the election. So we just don't know. But we'll see tonight. Polls have just closed, and we'll get the first results here soon.
Okay, and what does this... Okay, we're out of time there. Thank you very much for joining us, former U.S. Senator for Arizona and U.S. Ambassador to Turkey, Jeff Flake. Thanks for speaking to us on BBC.
Thank you.
Okay, from Arizona to another key swing state, Michigan, we've been discussing all night as well. We have Congresswoman Lisa McClain with us, a Republican from the state of Michigan. Congresswoman, great to have you with us on BBC News. We've heard about very high turnout in a lot of these swing states. What are you seeing on the ground there in Michigan?
A lot of optimism. So thank you for having me. Listen, 9% of the vote is in already. We've had over 1.2 million people early vote in the state of Michigan, which is a record total. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm. I think there's a lot of optimism. And the one thing Donald Trump has been able to do in the state of Michigan that is very different than I've seen in the past is his ability to bring very unique coalitions together under the Republican tent, whether it be the African-American community, the Arab American community, it's the Teamsters, the union workers. It's been pretty remarkable to watch.
Congresswoman, can I ask you, one part of that coalition that's been harder for Donald Trump to build at this point from what we've seen in polling is women. And we know the Harris campaign has been looking to really run up the vote in the suburbs of a city like Detroit among women in particular. Is this a place where you're seeing weakness for Donald Trump?
I actually think he's gaining a little bit, not much with women, to be quite honest with you. But I think there's a lot of women that aren't single issue voters. There's a lot of women who are tired of paying 30% more for groceries to feed their family. They're tired of paying $3.50 a gallon for gas. The economics are really hitting women hard, especially single moms who are struggling and having to put groceries and gas on their credit card every month. So I think that might be a little bit exaggerated.
We just heard from your former colleague there, Jeff Flake, obviously of the Republican Party as well, and speaking about that constituency of Republicans who don't want to vote for Donald Trump, who will vote for Kamala Harris. He thinks there's a sizable number of people there. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that. I mean, from what I've been seeing, I've been knocking doors, I've been on the ground, I've been at the events. Just a couple weeks ago, we had all of the respected imams at a rally endorsing Donald Trump. We had the mayor of of Dearborn Heights endorse Donald Trump. We've had the mayor of Hamtramck endorse Donald Trump. Those are all unique coalitions that he's bringing together underneath this Trump. So I would strongly disagree with my colleague.
What does it mean for the Republican Party, though, beyond today's election, when there are some people who've come out so publicly for Kamala Harris?
Well, I think you have people on both sides. People come out for Kamala Harris, but you have the same, if not hopefully more people that will come out for Donald Trump. It depends on who you talk to and where you're at. But again, I'm cautiously optimistic that people would much rather have a strong economy. Listen, when Donald Trump left office, inflation was at 1.4% and gas was at $1.50 a gallon. When Donald Trump left office, there were exactly 0 wars raging across the globe, which is a very different contrast to what we see now, right? We had peace in the Middle East. We had the Abraham Accords. We didn't have the wars raging that we have now, and we have a great economy. We didn't have, especially here in Michigan, we had manufacturing jobs. We didn't have layoffs. I mean, right here in my home county of Macomb County, Stellantis just laid off 2,000 auto workers. The EV mandates don't work that the Democrats and Kamala Harris are trying to push down our throats. So I see a very different landscape than the Democrats are trying to portray.
Congresswoman, great to speak to you tonight from Michigan. Thank you so much for joining us on BBC News.
OK, well, our panel are still with us here, Jake Laturner and Patrick Murphy, and of course Katty as well. Just talking about Michigan there, we can just see some information coming to us from CBS News that younger voters in that 18 to 29 bracket so far are narrowly going for Donald Trump. Joe Biden got the support of about 61% of those. What do you think that means? I mean, it's still very early days, but to what is the motivating factor there? Is that the economy? Is that the cost of housing, the cost of groceries?
Well, I do think it's early days, frankly, right? And I'd be surprised if that holds, to be frank with you. I mean, I saw how Eminem performed last night with Governor Walz and his wife Gwen there in Detroit. So I do think that there is going to be the younger vote is going to trend historically in the Democratic direction, and it'll continue to hold there in Michigan. But I know it's early days. I know you mentioned that, but I'm pretty confident that Michigan and Wisconsin will be even better than Pennsylvania, and the trend lines show that.
But it does show that that plan that the Trump campaign had, Congressman, of going after younger voters, younger men in particular, maybe there's something to that.
Well, what are the things that Donald Trump could actually impact? Trying to get a larger share of the black vote, which we've seen some indications that he's doing, and going after the younger vote. And you've seen him try to implement that strategy by the choices that the campaign has made. He has not done the big network TV interviews. He has done a ton of podcasts trying to meet young people where they are, particularly young men. And they've seen the numbers moving in their direction. So it could turn out at the end of all of this that we say his efforts with black voters and his efforts with young men have made an enormous impact.
We'll have to see what impact that has. On the other side of the coin, this exit polling data we've just been talking about shows Kamala Harris doing better with older voters, those aged 65 and over. That was a group that was more divided in 2020. And of course, Katty, older voters make up a larger part of the electorate than young people do.
Older voters vote, right?
They do. They get to the polls.
Just as women vote more than men in this country, older voters have more time on their hands. They actually turn out and vote. Young voters, I have young voters in my family. Most of them do get to the polls most of the time, but not always. And, you know, they have other distractions that are going on. And Michigan is so interesting. It had the highest youth voter turnout of any state in the country in 2020. And it's powered by those two big universities, Michigan State and the University of Michigan. So we have to see whether that early data is coming from those particular towns or whether it's coming from other areas of the state. It would be surprising to me if Donald Trump won young voters in those numbers, in the whole, particularly those college-educated young voters, because they do tend to go more Democratic. But let's wait and see until we have those results too.
And the support from the older voters would mean that that poll that maybe is an outlier, maybe isn't, from Iowa over the weekend that we saw, Ann Selter's poll that had that support for Kamala Harris, that surge there among older women. Maybe she was onto something there.
Yeah, I do think it was a trend line. I do think that when you look at the polling, it has been drastically undercounting the women vote ever since the Dobbs decision. And that's why since 2022, there was no red wave 2 years ago when there was historically supposed to be a red wave. And then even you had Democrats winning for governor in places like Kentucky and in 7 states where it was on the ballot. This is the first presidential election since Dobbs, and women are mobilized to vote. And it's about reproductive freedom. And I understand that Donald Trump is trying to reach out and saying, hey, even if women don't want me, I'll protect them. They don't want to be protected by Donald Trump. They want to be protected from Donald Trump. And their voices are heard today.
Well, and being from Kansas...
hold on just one moment. I'll let you come back on that in just a second. But we do have some more key race projections to bring. So let's get to that action, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Caitríona. That's, as we said, the polls have closed in a number of states. We've been waiting for the results to be counted and to be brought to us. Well, we do have another projection we can bring you. Louisiana, the state projected for Donald Trump with its 8 electoral votes. Again, Louisiana, a staunchly Republican state, conservative state in the South, going to Donald Trump, as had been expected, but it's 8 electoral votes for him. Now, Rhode Island, with its 4 electoral votes projected for Kamala Harris. This state in the Northeast is reliably Democrat. This now adds to her tally. So let's take a look at where we are. Right now, Donald Trump with 162, Kamala Harris with 34. I'll say it again, just so we're all clear. They both need to get to that 270 to win. But right now, we still have a lot of states that haven't closed yet, that are reliably Democrat. So that's why that tally looks so lopsided. We're going to see those numbers edge closer and closer together. But at this moment, this is the numbers that we have, 162 and 34 at this point in the evening. So, you know, you guys were just talking about the state of Kansas. Congressman.
Yeah. Sure. Being from Kansas, I went through the vote. It was kind of the first vote in the nation after the Dobbs decision, and it's a big deal. It was a surprising vote for a lot of us. And if the Harris campaign did not have that issue, and if they didn't have the saving democracy issue, they would be in enormous trouble. The headwinds that her candidacy faces are remarkable. 2/3 of the country think that we're on the wrong track. Joe Biden's approval ratings are in the high 30s or low 40s. The American people do not rehire the same party to stay in the White House when you have numbers like that.
But they are 2 very important issues for what looks like half of the country.
Undoubtedly. But absent those issues, people are going to focus on the economy.
But you can't really absent those issues, though, can you?
No, you can't. I'm saying from the campaign's perspective, if they didn't have those 2 issues to talk about, Donald Trump is doing much better on the economy, and he's doing much better on immigration. And so those 2 issues, I think, have allowed the Harris campaign to make this a much closer race than it would have been otherwise.
And I would just say that Donald Trump was fired in 2020. And that was before January 6th, right? So this is about democracy. And I do think that, yes, the economy is a number 2 issue according to exit polls right now. But when you have the highest ever stock market, when you have oil and natural gas production at the highest level it's ever been in American history, when you have inflation now down to where it should be, almost at that 2% level, and the fact that they have basically landed the plane and not had a recession, right? All those factors are trending for Kamala Harris. And I do agree with Jake, though. People want a new generation of leadership. And it's not people who are 80 years old, whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump.
Okay, well, we'll pick up those thoughts in just a moment, but we have another key race projection to bring.
That's right. You see me running across your screen. Sorry, I'm getting up and sitting down because a lot of these numbers are coming into us now. We're getting results coming towards us. So this is where we are at the moment. As we mentioned, 34 for Kamala Harris, 162 for Donald Trump. You see that 270 in the middle. We can't say that enough. But we do have another projection to bring you right now. New York projected for Kamala Harris with its 28 electoral votes. We know New York is a blue state. It is a Democrat state, reliably Democrat. We knew that this was going to go into her tally, but this will help, as you see on her end, those numbers go up. So here we are right now, 62 for Kamala Harris with those numbers from New York just being added in, and 162 for Donald Trump. So we're going to keep track of those projections for you as they come in. As we've been talking about exit polling data, let's zoom in again on some of that data with Azadeh Moshiri's, because she's been looking into some of that information that's been coming in from North Carolina.
Yes, so we do have this new wave of data that's coming from exit poll data in North Carolina. And oftentimes we've seen these campaigns go around these battleground states trying to convince voters last minute to join their side. What we're seeing is that most voters actually made their mind up before September. Only 5% thereabouts made their decision in the last week. Now, if you drill into that data a bit closer and see who those voters ended up voting for, according to the preliminary data, of the small amount, handful of voters, essentially, that we saw make their mind up in the last week, the majority, more than half of them, voted for Kamala Harris. Again, this is preliminary data that could change as more data keeps coming in, as more voters are surveyed and more votes are actually counted. And then, if you look at those who voted before September, so the majority, in fact, more than half of them voted for Donald Trump. And again, this is important data to campaigns because that final week is important to them. Those undecided voters are important to them. And according to this data, of the voters in North Carolina who have been surveyed, more than half of those who decided in the last week went for Kamala Harris. Again, these numbers could change, but this is state data, so it's really interesting because, as we know, this election will be won and lost state by state.
Okay, Azadeh, thank you very much for that. Now, lots to talk about with our panel, which we will in a minute. I can see you're all itching to make comments about what we just
got their hands up.
What we just saw there. Yeah, it's like being in school here. We're the teachers. But first, before we do that, let's go across to Arizona to Emma Vardy, who has some news for us from there.
We've been hearing about a bomb threat from local officials affecting the Maricopa County Recorder's office just around the corner from the vote counting centre here. He, of course, is one of the top election officials here in Arizona, but they are telling us they don't believe it's credible. It's very much in line with a number of the other hoax bomb threats that have been affecting Arizona and other states too, believed to be, officials say, linked to Russian actors. But of course, they can't be too careful. They're doing a sweep of his office just to make absolute certain. And in the north of Arizona too, some polling stations also been affected by what we believe to be hoax bomb threats there too, which has delayed things a bit. So while polls have closed here in the past hour, they've given them an extra 2 hours to stay open to make sure that all voters who want to vote want to do. Now, this isn't really a great surprise because they have been geared up here for months and for years to sort of counter any misinformation, counter any outside interference with these elections. But of course, now that it's all happening, it is a reminder of the outside actors who are trying to undermine what is happening here. But they do believe they want to reassure everybody that they think it's a hoax at the moment and that they've all been prepared for this for a while.
OK, Emma, thanks for bringing us up to date with that. We'll keep in touch with you if there are any more developments. Hey, Patrick, you were itching to get in there with some response to that exit poll. Now is your moment.
Yeah. So in 2016, about 11% of the people, the electorate, were undecided going into the final stretch. I agree with her assessment. 4 years ago, it was 5%. Now it's about 5%. But those trend lines, when you look at it, they will decide. Most of them are independents, frankly. And independents are absolutely breaking toward Kamala Harris here in the final stretch. Part of the reason is she's been very consistent in her message. She's saying country over party. She's saying we need a new generation of leadership. And Donald Trump has not been disciplined. He's talking about island of garbage, and he's talking about Liz Cheney and some other things that independent voters aren't buying what he's selling.
Well, Katty was also jumping to get in here on this.
I mean, I remember covering the 2016 campaign. It was in the very final days, and the Clinton campaign saw this in real time. They saw the momentum move away from them, and they saw late deciders break away from Secretary Clinton back then. The Harris campaign this time around have felt confident over the course of the last week that people who are deciding late, perhaps after the Madison Square Garden rally up in New York, are now deciding for Kamala Harris. I'm hearing from sources, senior sources in the Harris campaign, that they are still totally confident about tonight, even though there's been a little bit of nervousness over the last couple of hours. But the Harris campaign still says that they feel confident about the result.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that President Trump didn't say anything about a floating island of garbage. There was somebody at his rally. It was not helpful, I grant you. And it wasn't helpful for Joe Biden to call Trump supporters garbage. It was very reminiscent of Hillary Clinton calling them deplorables. The fact of the matter is that as much as you talk about the stock market doing well or the latest job numbers or inflation numbers, people out across this country do not feel it. When they go to the grocery store, when they go fill up their gas tank, they are not feeling the relief. And clearly, when you see that over 2/3 of the country think we're on the wrong track, they're holding this administration accountable. And I think that's why you're seeing some early indications of President Trump doing well.
Jake's point is absolutely accurate. The American people put through the ringer. I mean, absolutely. We lost 1 million Americans 4 years ago with COVID. And inflation has gone up all over the world. And I know in the political system in America, we're blaming Democrats, and that's the name of the game. Even though the rest of the world inflation went up. But the reality is it's gone down. And the reality of it is that the stock market is up. And the majority of Americans have their home ownership and their pensions tied to the stock market. Home ownership and home rates have gone up 54% in the last 5 years. That's historic. And that is where most people get their net income from. And so I get it. People aren't feeling it because they've been put in the ringer, but they want to turn the page of politics and failed policies of the past. And that's why I feel pretty good about tonight.
But why has the Biden administration then not been able to get on top of that? You know, you're talking about the metrics being so positive, but still you go and do your grocery shopping and you get sticker shock every single time you're standing at the till trying to pay.
And I would agree that would be one of my criticisms of the Biden administration, and that they were too slow to put people like Mark Cuban out there and explaining, business leaders explaining it. I teach
at the work. It's not even explaining, though. It's actually doing something the Republicans would say about bringing those prices down, which they haven't come down, and inflation has, as you say.
Some of them haven't come down, partially because of the supply chains and everything else from the COVID years. Some of the prices have gone down, including gas prices. I mean, Jake's point. I mean, it was $6 in some. I'm from Pennsylvania, and now it's down to $3. And in some places in Jersey, it's less than $3, right? So when you look at those things, yes, we could have done a better job explaining it. But I would say too, part of it was political theater and people that want to. If it bleeds, it leads, and they're going to let people know all the negative things. You know, when we had 75 straight months of job growth, over 6 years of job growth that we handed over to Donald Trump. And then, he wants to claim, that he created that great economy. I don't think the audio matches the video there.
It's at the core of Donald Trump's support and candidacy is Americans across this country, tens of millions of them, trust Donald Trump more on the economy. And for the first time in a lot of their lives, it's why you see new voters showing up. They feel like someone is actually making the case. I know that it is not well received at the cocktail party in polite society all the time, what Donald Trump says and does. But for regular Americans across there, they feel like someone is fighting for them. Someone is going to have their back when it comes to the economy and when it comes to immigration.
And I agree with that in the sense that when you look at the demographics of his base, of the non-educated, white, and again, that's demographics that respond to that. When you talk to actual economists, when you talk to business leaders, they are not buying what he's selling. Why? Because yes, he inherited $300 million from his dad, and he declared 6 bankruptcies. When he was the president, he had 6 years plus of job growth, and then we had COVID now. But he also racked up the debt, $8 trillion. And the debt, as you know, Jake, that's a moral issue. Both you and I serve in the Appropriations Committee. When you have $35 trillion in debt, that my daughter Maggie Murphy and my son Jack owe $106,000 to that national debt. That's what every American owes. And we pay interest on that debt, as you know. That is immoral. And we got to get back to balanced budgets. We got to get back to fiscal discipline. Donald Trump didn't do it. And I think with Republicans in that cabinet with Kamala Harris, we're going to put our country back on the right fiscal track.
Which has barely been an issue in this whole campaign. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when your position on the deficit was a test of your patriotic bona fides. I mean, I went down to the Republican National Convention in 2012, and if you were not for reducing the deficit, you were barely allowed into the party at that point. This time around, I mean, this is another model that Donald Trump has broken. He has taken this issue away from the American discourse. I mean, nobody is talking about reducing deficits. No. Kamala Harris will drive up deficits. Donald Trump will drive them up even more. It's just not an issue in American politics.
And it's because both parties have spent like drunken sailors. And that is the truth. Republicans have
something they share in common. How nice. We found a little point of common.
I was in the Army, but that's okay.
Republicans have lost credibility on this. And you're right, Katty, a long way from the discussion we were having with Paul Ryan's plan to get us back on track and all of that. We've got to get back to a place
or Bill Clinton's plan for actually getting you back on track.
That's right.
There's only been two presidents actually brought down a deficit. It was Bill Clinton and Dwight Eisenhower, a Democrat and a Republican. And that's what we have to get back to, because when you have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, former one, Mike Mullen, said the thing that keeps him up at night, the greatest threat to American national security is our national debt. And he said it when our debt was $12.5 trillion. It's now $35 trillion.
It's stunning the degree to which it's disappeared from the conversation.
But why is that, do you think?
Because everybody has spent. Because Barack Obama, after the 2008 financial crash, had to pump lots of money into the American economy. Donald Trump cut taxes and then again spent money in the economy with the COVID crisis. Joe Biden the same. There just hasn't been a president, literally since Bill Clinton, who has decided to actually try and balance America's budgets. George Bush, of course, had wars, and that drove up budget spending as well.
And we've gone such a long way from Bob Dole being one vote shy on the Senate floor in the 90s to pass the balanced budget amendment. And then you're right about George Bush, Medicare Part D on the credit card. There was no plan to pay for so much of what was done.
And it does get to a bigger picture, which is Donald Trump's understanding, almost intuitive understanding of where the American electorate actually is. Republicans in Barack Obama's era felt that the American conservative voters cared about deficits. Actually, what they wanted a social welfare net. They wanted Medicare. They wanted Medicaid. They wanted Social Security. And Donald Trump understood that cutting those programs would be bad for him electorally and bad for American workers. And so he broke that model. We've been talking all night about how Donald Trump breaks the model. It was another of the models that Donald Trump broke.
Makes his own playbook. Indeed, he does. Lots more to talk about. Hold those thoughts for now, because we do have some key projections to bring to you now.
Yeah, we do have one to bring you, Caitríona, a Midwestern state that we can show you we can bring you a projection for at this hour. Look at this. Illinois, the state projected for Kamala Harris with its 19 electoral votes. Illinois is a Democrat state. This is Obama's home state, President Obama's home state. It is the state that is home, of course, to one of the great American cities, the city of Chicago. Illinois projected here for Kamala Harris. So let's look at where we are now on the numbers. Kamala Harris, with that victory in Illinois, comes up to 81 electoral votes. Donald Trump remains there with 162, so they're getting a little bit closer as we're edging closer and closer towards that 270 number as the evening goes on and more results come in. All right, let's go back to Christian now, because he has some information coming in from Georgia that he's been looking at.
Our map is filling in with colour, you can see, and you just painted Illinois blue there, and our screen is starting to reflect that. I'm just looking at the popular vote as well. The last time a Republican won the popular vote in a presidential election, 2004, George W. Bush. The polls had the national vote neck and neck in the last polls when the campaign ends. So we're keeping just a wary eye on that as well. But, of course, we're looking down in the South at our swing states, particularly Georgia, where they've counted around 75%, just up to 77 now. What am I seeing? Well, I've just been going around the map, and in those what I call pivot counties, so those counties that twice voted for Obama, like Peach County here, and then went twice for Donald Trump, he's getting 1 or 2% more out of these states, out of these counties. So Peach, Twiggs, Dooley, Baker down here, Quitman over here, 1 or 2% more. So he's squeezing more out of these smaller rural conservative areas. And I told you at the beginning of the night that this is a simple game of maths. If you're the Republicans, you have to get more out of this confluence of counties in the bottom of the map here so that you can pad out your vote that you can sort of offset what Democrats are doing in these metro and suburban areas. Now, in terms of what Kamala Harris is doing in and around the Atlanta metro area, remember this is 60% of the vote statewide. She really is keeping track with where Joe Biden was in 2020, which really was the game for her. So if you look at Fulton County, which is one of the biggest, you can see that she's ahead of him. She's also ahead of him in Rockdale as well. Let me just show you this. Here we go, Rockdale. If our map behaves, 73 is the margin there, and you can see 69 back in 2020. So there's still a lot of vote to come in, but statewide, she's still trailing 52 to 47. So they'll be watching Democrats very closely, this area around Atlanta. Let's quickly look at North Carolina. 62% of the vote now. This is the biggest county weight, Raleigh area. 76% of the vote counted. Again, she's quite close to where Joe Biden was. It's a similar race here in North Carolina, so we'll keep an eye on where it's going.
All right, Christian, thank you so much. Really interesting information. We were in North Carolina there just with Christian. So let's go to the state. Helena Humphrey is there for us. Helena, tell us what the latest is that you're seeing there at your watch party. Well, it's certainly a festive environment that you can perhaps see behind me. I'm here at the Charlotte Mecklenburg Republican Women's Party at a country club. People seem to be having a good time here. When I speak to people, they feel the sense is it's just a case of waiting, being patient now. They believe the campaign has done everything that they possibly can. And also there's been a really high level of voter engagement in this state when it comes to early voting, over 57%. That is a record here in the United States. But in terms of some of the key results that we are watching, of course, important to stress right now, of course, too close to call right now and too early as well to say anything hard and fast when it comes to North Carolina. But we always have these areas that we're watching really carefully, as Christian was just mentioning there. And one of them for me is Nash County, because in the past 3 election cycles, it has always voted in the same way that it's gone in the presidential race. 88% of votes counted there. And what we can see is at the moment, and I stress, not a definitive result, but at the moment, Donald Trump leading there. Now, if we think back to 2020, we saw Joe Biden there with a strong margin, about 100,000 votes there. So we'll have to see whether Kamala Harris starts to make up some ground. But of course, one of the other big looming questions in this election is the race for the governor, the gubernatorial race here. We now know the Democrat Josh Steen taking that race over the Lieutenant General Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate, echoing a previous result, of course, that we saw with Roy Cooper, Democratic governor as well. And this just shows you that kind of back and forth, why North Carolina is purple with that Democratic governor, the Democrats trying to make inroads. And I've been speaking to some of my sources about this, including a Democratic county chair, Mike McLamb, saying, what do you make of that result? And he says that it's giving him cause to continue to be hopeful tonight for the Harris campaign, and also saying this shows that North Carolina wants what he says is a serious person in charge of the state. So we will have to continue to see whether that is reflected overall in the result. But as we know, Josh Steen has been given a speech, and he was saying that he believes that his victory is reflective, in his words, of women wanting control of their bodies. But of course, it is a toss-up here. I've been speaking to Republican women here about that as well, and they say for them other issues are important as well. Inflation, crime, immigration, and so on, just showing how diverse, polarized this country, this state continues to be. Helena, indeed. Thank you so much. We're just looking at those numbers on our screen right now of North Carolina as well as you've been talking. Now, immigration and the southern border, they have been some of the biggest issues of this campaign.
Donald Trump says that if he wins, he'll carry out what he's calling the largest deportation operation in American history. He's repeatedly called the U.S. an occupied country, and he's also promised to close the border on day one of his presidency.
While in office, Mr. Trump faced some criticism for some of his immigration policies, like separating migrant children from their parents and authorizing several travel bans. Mr. Trump also vowed to build a wall along the roughly 2,000-mile U.S.-Mexico border as president, but only roughly 85 miles of entirely new sections of wall were put up during his term in office.
Now, Kamala Harris calls immigration a serious challenge, and she says she will work to remove those who arrive in the U.S. unlawfully. She says she'll prosecute the cartels and give Border Patrol more support. Ms. Harris also said she wants to work with Congress on immigration reform, including an earned path to citizenship for hard-working immigrants. Now, we can talk about this a little bit more. Now we can go to Texas to speak to Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz with the Republican Party. Congresswoman, thanks for joining us here on BBC News. Just talking about immigration there, obviously you know all about that in Texas. How big an issue do you think this really has been right across the country?
Well, I'm here in deep South Texas on the border of Texas and Mexico in Hidalgo County, where over 90% of our population is Hispanic. And I will tell you, it is one of the top two issues in our community. Hispanics are sick of the open borders by the Biden and Harris administration. They're sick and tired of women who are being exploited by the cartel due to the open borders by the Biden-Harris administration. And they want to know where the lost children are from the Biden-Harris administration. It's unacceptable. And I think come today, by the end of the night, they will re-elect President Donald J. Trump.
And talk to us a little bit about why you feel that it is motivating voters there. I mean, we've heard about the pressure that immigration, particularly in border communities, puts on the people working there. We saw the Border Patrol Union, for example, endorse Donald Trump.
Hispanics believe in law and order. They want immigration, but they want people to come the legal way. What has happened under the Biden administration is chaos at our southern border. It has put a great strain on our communities, not only our hospitals, but our law enforcement as well. And I believe this is why Hispanics are trending towards President Trump's border policy. They want safety, they want security, they want to live in a nation that is secure. And that will happen under President Donald J. Trump.
Now, Congresswoman, Democrats would say that actually it is former President Donald Trump who put an end to a bipartisan immigration bill that came through Congress a few months ago, and that the fault lays at his feet.
Democrats continue to gaslight Americans. They know well that in the House, we passed the Secure the Border Act, H.R. 2, over a year and a half ago. It is the strongest piece of border legislation ever passed by the House. The Senate is the one who has failed to pass anything on their side. So in the House, we are working hard. We want to secure a border. And I believe under President Donald J. Trump, we will accomplish this.
So, Congresswoman, let's talk a bit about the policies we've heard from President Trump, former President Trump. He's talked about this mass deportation plan. How do you carry out such a plan, which could involve deporting, 10 million people from this country?
Look, I think we first can agree that we need to get rid of all of the criminals who have raped and murdered young women all across this country. That is where we need to start this deportation, is with criminals, get them out of our country. And that's where we need to begin. And I stand by Donald Trump when we deport criminals who are terrorizing our American cities.
Okay, Congresswoman De La Cruz speaking to us from Texas there. Thanks for joining us on BBC News.
And we can speak to Democrat Congressman Joaquin Castro, also from the state of Texas. He's joining us now. Congressman, great to see you again. You're at Harris campaign headquarters. I'll ask you about immigration in a moment, but tell us what things are like there right now.
Well, everybody is excited, obviously very jubilant. People work so hard to get here. Kamala Harris worked so hard, and Tim Walz, and so it's an exciting night. She's ahead in some key states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and a few others. And so everybody's very hopeful.
Okay, I just want to get your response to some of the things we heard from Congresswoman De La Cruz there, who was talking about what she said was the Biden-Harris administration's failed border policy. I mean, in your state of Texas and across the border states, do you think that this is going to be one of the main driving issues for voters?
Well, I think the issue of the border and immigration are always among the thorniest issues in American politics, and they have been for a long time. But if you look at what Donald Trump did when he was president, he purposely separated very young kids, young boys and girls, from their mothers and their fathers, and he's also promised a campaign of mass deportation. There are 2 times in American history when that has happened and had a significant impact on Latinos and specifically Mexican Americans in Texas. And in those 2 times, there were over 1 million American citizens, not undocumented immigrants, 1 million American citizens who were deported. And so that's what Donald Trump is promising. And I assure you that there will be people, if that happens, if Donald Trump is somehow able to win tonight, there will be people in the Rio Grande Valley and relatives of theirs who will be wrapped up in that.
Congressman, just one question on that, though, because the point that the Congresswoman from Texas as well was making there is that it is under the Biden-Harris administration that we've seen record crossings across the southern border, and that people don't trust this administration or Kamala Harris on this issue.
No, I think what you've seen is the numbers actually go down very, very dramatically. And Kamala Harris also, during her time as vice president, worked to get at the root causes, because it's not just, people don't just show up at the border because they're going to Disneyland. There are root causes of poverty, of drug gangs that are terrorizing people in those countries. And so she is pledged to make sure that we work on the root causes so that people won't have to feel like they have to flee their homelands.
Well, we should say those crossings have gone down in recent months because Joe Biden signed an executive order in June, and the Republicans would say, why did he not take action before then? Why did Kamala Harris not take action before then, and have accused him of electioneering?
Well, no, and as you know, he absolutely tried, and Donald Trump spiked the bipartisan border bill that was worked on in the Senate, and they want to do that because Republicans use this as their number one boogeyman issue. They use this issue to scare Americans, to rile people up, to create resentment and fear for politics.
Okay, well, we'll leave you to boogie, woogie, woogie on down there, Congressman. It's getting very noisy at the party behind you. Thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News. Now we can go across to our colleague Mariana Spring at BBC Verify, who has some more news for us.
Thank you. You might remember that earlier I was mentioning some claims that had been made by Donald Trump posted on Truth Social. He was talking about how there had been massive cheating, in his view, in Philadelphia. He's now repeated that claim, but in reference to other locations. Again, as was the case before, without the evidence to support that right now. And there's been quite a lot of discussion, not just today, actually, but over the past few days, about where some of the allegations of voter fraud are coming from, because they're certainly not just coming from Truth Social or from Donald Trump. They've come from all over the place. X in particular, which we used to call Twitter, has become a little bit of a hub, a focal point for these kinds of allegations. There's been some concern about foreign interference, about some accounts that appear to be linked to Russia that have promoted videos that are fake or false, making allegations of voter fraud. But actually, a lot of examples of allegations of voter fraud without evidence to back them up that I've investigated have come from accounts that are based here in the US, people who've spoken to me, who've explained what they're doing, and who've actually been able to make some money from this. They tell me about how they've been able to earn thousands of dollars on X, in some cases, they say, from sharing this kinds of content. I reached out to X about all of these things and questions about whether they are incentivizing users to post in this way, and they didn't get back to me. Another interesting thing to talk about this evening has actually been in the CBS exit poll. There was quite a lot of concern from some of the voters who were surveyed about the state of democracy. It was cited as one of the big issues that they cared about when they were voting. There was some reaction that suggested that could favour Kamala Harris, but actually a lot of Donald Trump supporters online, and I spend a lot of time investigating what different people are seeing on their feeds, see a lot of content that's also worried about the state of democracy, particularly unfounded allegations often of voter fraud, but that actually dent their trust in how the whole process works. And it was interesting too seeing the concern that people have about the risk of violence. 7 out of 10 people who were surveyed as part of the exit poll suggested they were worried about that, and that tells us quite a lot about fears that some of the abusive language and some of the conversation around state of democracy could tip into something that, isn't so good in real life. Another thing, though, to counter all of that is actually the indication so far that turnout is really healthy. It's been high. And that does suggest that there is still some faith in democracy. So for all of the kind of social media world that I spend a lot of my time investigating, there are people who are trusting the polls, at least right now, and wanting to go and vote.
Yeah, really interesting, Mariana. Thank you so much for bringing us that information. Of course, at this point in the evening, as we've seen polls close in a number of states, it's important to look at some of those allegations. And indeed, our partner CBS News, their Democracy Watch desk, has said that the city commissioner in Philadelphia has rebuked former President Donald Trump's claim that, quote, massive cheating is happening in that city of Philadelphia. That city commissioner, Seth Bluestein, who's a Republican, said, quote, there is absolutely no truth to this allegation. So that is some of the response that we're seeing to these allegations that Mariana mentioned there. Important to note that this is coming from Philadelphia city officials themselves, a Republican city commissioner there. So we're going to continue to watch that. We have heard, of course, cases now in Arizona and also in Pennsylvania where some polling locations are extending their hours. That's not because of irregularities, though. Important to say that is because there are so many people turning out to vote and they have so many people waiting in line. So we'll keep our eye on that, of course. But we're now going to get ready for another big moment. We've had a few of these already tonight where we've been able to tell you about polls closing in a number of states, including key swing states. Well, we're just coming up on another one of those key moments that'll give us, again, a better idea of that path to 270 for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
It's 10 p.m. here in Washington, 3 a.m. in London, and the polls have now closed in Montana, in Utah, and in that critical swing state of Nevada. All of these states together make up 16 electoral votes up for grabs at this time. And as we've been saying all night, 270 is that magic number that the candidates need to get to. Now, as I say, Nevada polls have just closed in this hour. That's one of the 7 swing states that we've been watching. Democrats have actually won that in the past 2 cycles. Joe Biden won it and Hillary Clinton won it. It was the only one of these 7 states that Donald Trump didn't win, in fact, in 2016. So big task. He's trying to turn that around from the past 2 presidential cycles. It's a state that was massively impacted by COVID, high unemployment there at one point. Now, we can make one projection, though, for the polls that have just closed. Utah is projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 6 electoral votes that it carries. We can also bring to you at this point Montana projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 4 electoral votes that Montana has. Now, what impact does that make on the path to the presidency? Let's have a look. There we have our 270. We can see Donald Trump on 172 and Kamala Harris on 81. Now, it does look there like Donald Trump is racing towards 270. But just again, as we've been saying all night, the way things work in the US, the way the system works, polls close across this great country at different times. There are polls still open in California, which is a big democratically leaning state that Kamala Harris will be hoping for, and that will make a difference for her later on. But as we've been saying there, Nevada, that swing state, too early to project at this time. We just simply don't have information to bring to you on that, and it is going to be a very close one if the polls have been right in the run-up to this day. Now, let's have a look at how the campaigns are reacting to the night so far. We have Samira Hussain, who's there at the Kamala Harris headquarters for us at Howard University in Washington, D.C., and Gary O'Donoghue, who is at the Trump headquarters at the Convention Center in Florida there in West Palm Beach. Let's go to Samira first, who is with the Kamala Harris supporters. It's been a rowdy night so far there, lots of music, singing and dancing. How are things there at the moment?
I think exactly what you said earlier really sort of crystallizes how people are feeling here now, that it's still really early in the game. And a lot of people that I've been speaking to remain very optimistic. And I've kind of challenged a little bit of that optimism. You know, are they generally just sort of happy, optimistic people? And this one woman actually just was very sweet. She took a moment and said, you know, regardless of the outcome, I am still going to be positive, regardless of what happens in this election. And I think that just really highlights just how razor close this election is, and also just how partisan politics have become in America. And so for her, this idea that regardless of the outcome, that there's still going to be positivity within the country, that was really very important. Of course, when we're not listening to results coming in, there's a lot of music and dancing that's happening. That kind of jovial, club-like atmosphere continues. Let's see how long into the night it will go.
All right, Samira, we'll check back with you in a little while. Let's go to Florida now to Gary. Gary, what are things like there?
Well, a lot of excitement in the room here, actually, when the crowd are starting to see some of the numbers on the screen. They're very excited about the numbers in Virginia in particular, where the race could be closer than it was last time when it went for Joe Biden. They were cheering a lot when they saw the recent vote count numbers for North Carolina. And there's some big cheers, obviously, earlier in the evening when Fox particularly predicted Florida for Donald Trump and indeed Texas. So some big excitement in the room. I was speaking to some people, some of the special guests here who were down the back of the room drinking wine and beer. There was a group of bikers for Trump. They were looking forward to the night. There was a group of women in these sparkly jackets who said that Donald Trump was going to make America sparkle again, and they were treating this like their Christmas, they said. So a lot of great excitement. Some children here too. There was a chat with a young child, Noel, 15 months old, running around having a lot of excitement. Even someone with a baby in a stroller. So a lot of atmosphere growing here, as you can expect. They're being buoyed by some of the sort of vote counts they're seeing on screen. And you may have noticed behind me, they're actually showing CNN here, which is slightly anomalous. They were showing Fox earlier in the evening, but they've switched to, I think Donald Trump described them once as the enemy of the people. Anyway, they're here in Trump headquarters tonight on the big screen.
Gary, you'll have a word with them there. Get them to flick over to BBC News. They can all tune in down there in Florida. Listen, enjoy the party so far. We'll speak to yourself and Samira a little later on. But, of course, we've been watching these swing states all night, haven't we? These are the ones that are going to really make the difference to the two candidates. The biggest of all, Pennsylvania. Looks like it's going to be many hours before we have any results from there, but you never know. Anything can happen in American politics, and this year has proved that like no other year has. But let's go to Pennsylvania live now, and we can go to Tom Bateman, who is there. Tom, what is the latest there? What are you hearing about things, how the counting is going there in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, as you say, the polls closed a couple of hours ago and the counting well and truly underway. But as you say, we do expect not just a very long night, but a very long few days, potentially, if the last election is anything to go by. And also because of just how close the opinion polls have put this state at a dead heat for many, many weeks now. But we can talk about the result so far, according to around a third of the votes that have been counted, putting Kamala Harris on 51.6%, Donald Trump on 47.4%. So she's ahead. But as I say, just with a third of the votes counted, that is pretty meaningless, and largely because the mail-in ballots, the postal votes, tend to lean towards Democrats. They're disproportionately Democrats that have tended to use early voting and mail-in voting. So we can't put too much store into that. And that talks to another issue, which is the fact that last election, because of the numbers of mail-in votes, well over 2 million, about 2.5 million, that created this space when there was a delay in counting those, in which Donald Trump alleged without evidence that there was a rigged system here in Pennsylvania. What I've sensed throughout the course of today is a very determined operation by officials from the district attorney's office right up to the governor and the city commissioners to try and put a sort of firewall around the process to show that they're looking into any evidence whatsoever and debunking it, and to say, therefore, that any allegations like this that they have treated properly and fairly, but basically they're not going to put up with what the district attorney described earlier as any crazy nonsense allegations about fraud in the count.
OK, Tom, thanks for that. We will check in with you a little later on to see how things are going there. Now, we have another projection to bring for you now. Let's see what we can tell you. We can tell you Mississippi. Mississippi is projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 6 electoral votes that Mississippi has. Mississippi, one of these reliably red states, always votes Democrat in recent years at least. So that's one definitely that Donald Trump will have been counting on. So let's see what difference it makes to that race to 270. Well, you can see there it brings Donald Trump up to 178. Kamala Harris on 81. So still quite a way for both of them to go. And we will see what happens as the night progresses. Now, we were talking about Pennsylvania there. Another key state that we're watching, of course, is Wisconsin, right up there in that same part of the country. And we can speak now to Mandela Barnes, the former Lieutenant Governor of Wisconsin, who is joining us. Thanks indeed for being with us on BBC News. Talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing in Wisconsin today, how the votes are being counted. There's been some controversy about a recount of about 30,000 votes, I gather.
Of course. Thank you so much. Wisconsin is always a very close state. I want to remind people that I've been on both sides of close elections. In 2018, when I was elected to the office of Lieutenant Governor, it was about a 1% race. When I unfortunately lost my race for the U.S. Senate 2 years ago, it was about 1%. So votes are still coming in. We are pleased with what we have been seeing. And, as far as Milwaukee and the little controversy we were talking about, I can guarantee you things are being sorted out. Even the chair of the Republican Party of Milwaukee County has stated that it's not malfeasance. It was just a small error. Things will be resolved. But as we know, counting of the ballots will go late into the night. I've just had my energy drink already, and I'm ready to wait this thing out. But our program here on the ground has been unlike anything else. Voters in Milwaukee have been enthusiastic, and they have turned out in early voting in record numbers.
Mandela, I was actually covering your Senate race in 2022, and I remember well that huge Get Out the Vote campaign, especially among the black voting groups in Milwaukee. And I remember at the time already, many of the families where Democrats were knocking doors, they were saying at that time already, we simply cannot deal with the grocery prices, that it's the economy, affordability that is the biggest issue. Do you think it really is on the Democrats here that this has not been solved for some of these working class families who are talking about just how hard it's hitting their wallet?
I can tell you the problem has been greed. The problem has been rising costs because a lot of folks, a lot of business leaders have decided to raise prices on American families. And I can tell you that will only happen even more under a Donald Trump presidency. And that's a message we've tried to hammer home. And as the cost of living continues to increase, people like Donald Trump and his acolytes in the United States Senate have proposed cuts even to Social Security, which would make a difficult situation even worse for our seniors in this state and all across the country. And so it's a message that, of course, sometimes could use a little bit more refining when trying to pin the culprit when it comes to rising costs. We know it's happening. Everybody is feeling it. But the unfortunate thing is who to blame has been misplaced. And I don't think it's not even necessarily party. It has been the greed of some very wealthy individuals, the folks who will certainly be enabled by Donald Trump.
And Mandela, one more question. I know that the Republicans had opened a community center in Milwaukee in a heavily black neighborhood. And this is also part of the strategy, as we've been hearing, to win over some more black men to the Trump side, to the Republicans. Is that something you've been seeing?
That office has been there for a while. I live in that neighborhood. I cannot tell you a single time where I have seen people in there, whether it's staff or whether it's volunteers. That has been a dormant office. They put it there just to have it there, just to say they have a presence in the community. That's the same lip service that we get when Republicans are actually in office. It is lip service, pretending to have a presence, but not doing anything to actually engage the black community.
All right, Mandela, great to speak to you. Thank you so much for joining us again on BBC News.
Thank you.
And over to Caitríona. She's got another projection for us.
Indeed, I do. Now, we have another state projection to bring to you. And at this time, we are in a position to project the state of Colorado. The state of Colorado projected as a win for Kamala Harris and the 10 electoral votes that goes along with that. So what difference does that make to the race to 270? Let's have a look at our board there. You can see that brings Kamala Harris up to 91. Donald Trump is on 178. So still quite a way. Oh, we have someone's pulled the plug out on our board there. Not to worry, we'll plug it back in, put a few more quid in the meter for the electricity bill here, and we'll be back in business. We don't want that happening this long. No, so many hours yet to go. But live TV, what can you do? So we will have a check on some projections in just a moment. But let's go over to Christian, who is at our Magic Board. Hopefully his is plugged in at this point, and he can give us an update on the swing states. Christian.
Yeah, I've been looking at patterns. I want to show you something that is apparent to me with quite a bit of the vote in now in some of our battleground states. So this is Georgia, 81% of the vote counted. What I've been looking at is how much better Donald Trump is doing, actually, in the smaller rural counties around the map in Georgia. So this is a really good example. Twiggs, you've got 92% of the vote counted now. You can see the margin here, 57-42. If I spin it back to 2020 and Joe Biden, you can see that she's actually doing a couple of points worse than he was. And I told you at the beginning of the night, this is a simple game of maths, addition and subtraction. Can you lose less badly in some of these counties if you're a Democrat while you run up the score in the suburban areas? And she is doing that. She's holding where Joe Biden was in 2024. If I show you Fulton County, you see she's pretty much more or less in the same place. And in Rockdale, I can tell you she's a little bit ahead with 93% of the vote counted. And it's a similar story, actually. If you go to North Carolina, Nash County was one of 10 across the 7 battleground states that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020. So it's a good bellwether. But you see, she is behind him there. This was the picture in 2020. So there's 1,000 votes difference there. And yet, if you were to go back to Wake County with 70% of the vote counted here, let me just put that in there for you. There you go, 63.9 with 76.4% counted. And you show that, you see, she's doing quite well in those suburban and metro areas. So if we just go to Pennsylvania, again, you see it in Scranton area around Lackawanna, 95% of the vote counted. She is, what is she there? She's 3 points ahead of Donald Trump. If it was to show you 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost Pennsylvania, it is, what you see is the same sort of margin. So she's not doing as well as Joe Biden. And she probably knew that, to be honest. She probably knew that she wasn't going to be doing what Joe Biden did to win the White House back in 2020. She knew the game, that she had to get more out of places like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. None of these states can be predicted, but I think it's becoming more predictable how each of these candidates will win.
OK, Christian, thanks for that. We'll be back over to you in another little while.
All right, let's check in now on the state of Ohio, not actually a swing state, but still we want to check in there and speak to Republican Frank LaRose. He is the Secretary of State in Ohio. Great to have you on our program tonight. Just first of all, we know that polls closed a few hours ago there in Ohio, but tell us how vote counting has been going and just how the process of voting went today in Ohio.
Well, today was a very smooth election because of the 35,000 hardworking elections officials. Really, everything went quite well in Ohio. The polls closed right on time at 7:30. We are well past 60% reported, and it's been a really good night for Republicans so far in Ohio, it appears. But, of course, we've got more votes to count yet.
Of course, our home to the Republican vice presidential pick, the senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance. Has his name on the ticket, do you think, made a difference to turnout?
I think it has. JD's the hometown guy. Ohio's very excited to see him become the next vice president of the United States. And I think that has helped boost Republicans around the state as well. Of course, we've got a very strong candidate running for United States Senate here who's currently leading, and that's Bernie Moreno. And one thing that you may not be talking about, but we are here at the Republican headquarters tonight, and we just defeated an issue called Issue 1 that would have changed the way that district lines are drawn in Ohio going forward. So that is a big win for Ohio Republicans as well.
And Secretary, what do you think Ohio at this point, looking at the way the votes have been coming in, a Midwestern state? We used to talk about it as a purple state, but now it's reliably Republican. I mean, what do you think it can tell us about how we might see some of the other Midwestern states go tonight?
Well, I think Ohio's a tale where there's a lot of people that didn't necessarily leave the Democrats left them. And places like where I grew up in the Akron area, some of these big urban areas around Ohio that had this industrial heritage for many generations, places like the Mahoning Valley and Youngstown, people that have been reliable Democratic voters for years just don't buy the line that the Democrats are selling. And so they've been coming over to the common sense conservative policies of people like Donald Trump and Bernie Moreno.
And of course, Ohio became on the national and international stage earlier this year when the very same Senator J.D. Vance was talking about, and as was Donald Trump, Haitian immigrants in Springfield eating their pets and so on. Has that impacted the turnout in Springfield?
No, I don't really think so. And really, it's a shame that it took social media memes and things like that to highlight a suffering community, a community that's dealing with strained social services and infrastructure that's not meant to deal with an influx like that. There are people that are really suffering there in Springfield. And thankfully, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are bringing attention to that so those problems can be solved.
Well, that's not necessarily the view of within the community there. I mean, there was no evidence for the comments that they were making.
Again, what this is really about is a hospital system that is overstretched, school systems that are struggling to keep up with it, even public safety that has dealt with this influx of immigrants. Any community that sees a massive influx like that is going to deal with some real strains. It was a mismanaged situation by the Biden administration to allow that to happen. Again, I grew up in a community where we had immigrants come in. We had families that came in and they integrated into the community because it was in a manageable number. Something like 20, 30,000 is just not manageable.
All right, Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose joining us tonight. Thank you so much for being with us on our program.
Thank you so much. Happy Election Day.
Same to you. All right, as we said, vote counting continuing there. But we are able to go to Caitríona with a projection.
Indeed, we can. Sticking with matters related to Ohio, we can now bring you a key projection for Ohio. Let's see how that goes. There you go. Ohio projected as a win for Donald Trump. 17 electoral votes in Ohio. And as we've just been discussing, that, of course, is the state that J.D. Vance, the vice presidential running mate for Donald Trump, is the current senator for. So let's see what impact that has on the race for 270. You can see now Donald Trump on 195 electoral college votes, Kamala Harris on 91. It may look like Donald Trump is getting very close to that 270, but again, just to explain the way things work in the US and the way the states close at different times right across the country, some of the earlier closing states, very heavily Republican states, some of the later closing states, California, Washington, and so on, very heavily Democratic states. So Kamala Harris will be waiting on those polls to close to try and get a bump to bring her nearer the line. And then it all comes down to those 7 states that we just can't predict at this time. Sometimes vote Republican, sometimes vote Democrat. And they are the ones that will push either candidate over the line, or it might even be a tiebreaker. Happens very rarely, but you never know. The chance is there. Well, let's have a chat about what we've seen so far. We can bring in our panel now. Stephanie and Rodney, you've been watching very closely the races as we've been talking here. What is sticking out to you as something now, Stephanie?
Well, I'm really glad that you keep making the point that it's not necessarily that Trump has a significant lead, but rather it's just the way the states fall. If everything goes as people expect, Harris will have 225 and Trump will have 219 electoral college votes, and then they'll battle for that last set of 7 swing states. But we're not going to see that for a few hours yet. And so don't despair, folks who are out there, or be excited when you see this. It's not a linear race in that way. I think a couple of things that are interesting to me is looking at Virginia. I mean, the numbers aren't entirely in yet, but the Democrats usually win Virginia handily. So in 2020, it was 54-44 for Democrats, and it's a bit closer this cycle. So that might be a reflection of Republican enthusiasm. But, you know, again, it's hard to make real assessments until you get all of the votes counted. But some things, you know, give you a little bit of pause. But so far, I haven't seen anything that hasn't kind of fallen in line with what people expected to happen tonight.
Well, my sources who were talking with folks within the Trump war room, they believe that Georgia and North Carolina are going to be called for President Trump. That leaves the blue wall. That leaves Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. One of those fall, and then he can pick up Nevada if it's not Pennsylvania. He wins the presidency. Those are two states, Georgia and North Carolina, that he needed to win to be able to get to that blue wall and realize that there's another option out there besides Pennsylvania.
Katty, what are your sources saying at this point? I mean, obviously, if North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, it puts him in a pretty commanding position with the rest of the swing states still to call.
I'm hearing from Democrats who are kind of going backwards and forwards this evening, sometimes sounding more confident, sometimes sounding less. The Harris campaign still saying they are totally confident that they can get this, but I think everybody on the Democratic side certainly recognizes that this is not going to be the kind of clean, quick victory that they may have been projecting over the course of the last week. I think one word of warning is this idea we should keep our eyes on the fact of how many of the votes have been counted that were on the day votes, and are we still waiting for mail-in votes to be counted? Because although we've seen a lot of turnout, right, from Republicans in early voting, much more than we saw in 2020, it's still not at the same numbers as Democratic voting. So in a state like Pennsylvania, where it's so critical, you're going to have to wait until we have those those early votes.
And the percentage of vote counted. In all of these numbers, we always have to keep that in mind. The percentage of vote counted is critical because, you know, if there's 5% of the vote counted somewhere, what can that actually tell us? My brother lives in Gwinnett County, just outside of Atlanta. He keeps texting me the number of the vote counted. So far, I think he said only 20%. So we still have a ways to go in these critical swing counties as well.
And, you know, when we talk about Georgia, I think one thing to note is that we are seeing foreign interference in Georgia. The Secretary of State Raffensperger has said that the bomb threats that have been called into various polling stations has been coming from Russia. And that's actually quite significant to think that foreign actors are engaged and actively trying to disrupt our democracy here.
One other thing that we haven't spoken about is the fact, our viewers around the world, of course, have heard a lot about Donald Trump and about Kamala Harris. They may not have heard as much about the fact that there are other people on the ballot. There are these third-party candidates, and we haven't mentioned them this evening. These third-party candidates, to some extent, cost Hillary Clinton her election in 2016. If they can run up the numbers in some of these blue wall states where they caused Hillary Clinton such damage in 2016, they could do the same again. I've been looking. Jill Stein seems to be at about 1% in Wisconsin. That's what she got in 2016. Right. She'd been polling at 2%. You know, these sound like tiny, tiny numbers, that these people are getting, but in a very close race, that can make the difference.
It certainly could. And Robert Kennedy being on the ballot in certain states could pull away from Donald Trump at the same time.
Especially a state like Wisconsin, because I think Wisconsin is the only one that has all of the third-party candidates on the ballot.
Right. That's right. And you have to take into consideration some of the early numbers in these Senate races are pretty telling. You've got 46% of the vote in Nebraska. Now, that one should change. Deb Fisher's down right now. I don't anticipate that switching to the Democratic column. But Bernie Moreno, as Secretary LaRose said, 69% of the vote last time I checked. He's up by a very good margin. Pennsylvania right now, 49% of the vote in. Dave McCormick's up over Senator Bob Casey. Wisconsin, it's Eric Hovde, Republican, barely down with Senator Tammy Baldwin. Montana expected to go the Republicans' way. If those numbers continue to trend, especially in a state like Pennsylvania where the Philadelphia numbers we anticipated came in early, that's a big deal.
All right, Bonnie, thank you so much.
Well, we've been speaking about Georgia there. We can actually speak now to Gabriel Sterling, the Chief Operating Officer in the Office of the Georgia Secretary of State. Well, we've actually lost him.
He was there, he was gone.
There, and now he's gone. It's that kind of night, isn't it? Everyone is frantic and busy and kept going as we are here, and thanks for being with us. Now, let's bring in some more exit poll information. We can go over to Azadeh. Azadeh, what have you got for us now?
That's right, don't worry. I've got some data you can dig into. According to the latest figures, and we're looking at national figures right now that are giving you a broader picture, we can tell that Kamala Harris, according to what voters are saying right now, has a lead when it comes to women, but it's not a landslide. Now, if you look at the figures, you'll see that 55% of women say they voted for Kamala Harris. For Donald Trump, it's about 44% of women. Now, those figures are actually down when it's compared to 2020 because Biden had a larger gender split. 57% of women in 2020 voted for Joe Biden. Now, you can temper that a little bit when you look at age. When you look at younger women between the ages of 18 and 29, Kamala Harris has a very big lead with them. It's about on par with what Joe Biden had in 2020. And then when you look at younger men between the ages of 18 and 29, it's actually pretty evenly split. And yet that's a group that Joe Biden won by about 11 points in 2020. So again, big top line there is that Kamala Harris is leading with women, but not by a landslide. Now, if we look at the vote by race, when it comes to white voters, who are the single biggest voting group, more than half are voting for Donald Trump, according to these latest figures that, again, could change. But when you look at Kamala Harris's numbers, it's a completely different picture. She is leading with black voters. About 4 in 5 voters say they voted for Kamala Harris. And then when you look at Hispanic figures, Harris is still in the lead, but it's worth flagging that Donald Trump is up 10 points with Hispanic and Latino voters compared to where he was at in 2020. Now, if you'll bear with me for one more, I've got education for you. And when it comes to education, you'll see that the majority of voters with college degrees are voting for Kamala Harris, and the majority without a college degree are voting for Donald Trump. So really interesting data there, but keep in mind, this is a broad view of the national picture. This isn't swing state data. And of course, it is in the swing states, as we keep saying all night, that's where the election will be won and lost. And as soon as we have more data, we'll update all these figures for you.
All right, thank you, Azadeh. We look at those nuggets of data, Katty, starting with you, looking at, the youth vote. We were talking about the fact that in 2020, the surge of the youth vote in the state of Michigan was critical, wasn't it? I mean, it's going to be something that the Democrats are going to be looking out for.
At the moment, everybody is still looking at the blue wall. We've had no actual surprises yet. The Harris campaign, there's not a ton of great data for them, the kind of thing that Stephanie was talking about, what we've seen in Florida with Hispanic voters, what you see from that exit poll data about the fact that the gender split is not as big as had been anticipated. That could be also something that is not a great sign for the Harris campaign. So there are lots of little signs out there that are not great for the Harris campaign. But there's no indication yet that the blue wall has fallen. And if she wins the blue wall, the likelihood is she wins the presidency. So I think we're really all waiting on those Philadelphia and Wisconsin votes. And that means that whilst we have that exit poll data, the exit poll data doesn't necessarily include all of the early voting. Again, they haven't got all of those votes processed yet. So we don't know how complete a picture that is at the moment.
I just got a text from a friend who said that they're anticipating at the Trump campaign a big mail ballot drop in Philly at about midnight. So we'll see if that takes place.
Yeah, that's going to be critical. Philly, of course, Joe Biden won the city with 81% of the vote in 2020. Kamala Harris is going to try to do better than that, Stephanie, as she needs to also in the suburbs around Philadelphia.
And early reporting from the campaign said that they were really optimistic by the turnout numbers that they were seeing in the Philly area. So let's see whether or not that manifests itself.
What about those education numbers, Katty, that we just saw Azadeh talking about there with the college-educated vote versus the non-college-educated vote? I mean, obviously, this is national exit polling data. As you said, you have to take some of it with a grain of salt because it doesn't include some of the early voting, which we've seen record turnout in a number of states. But, which way do you think that breaks for Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump?
And we've been speaking during the course of the evening about the realignment that is taking place in American demographics. And the Democrats' success in appealing to college-educated voters is part of that. I mean, we all think of the Democrats back in even as recently as the 1990s, and they were the party of working-class voters and unionized voters. I think what we're seeing with this kind of exit poll data is the continuation of the shift of the Democratic Party becoming the party of urban, educated voters. Now, 90%, the two go hand in hand. 90% of people with a college degree live in urban areas in the United States. But and the Republican Party, conversely, becoming the party. It is we now perhaps all take this for granted over the last couple of election cycles, but it's a remarkable shift that is taking place in American politics, and that leads to changes in policies like we were talking about earlier, where you don't have a focus on trying to reduce deficit spending, because actually a lot of people in the working class want social welfare programs, which is what Donald Trump realized.
With the Democratic Party ceding that kind of ground, those blue-collar workers, we've always called them, but we've seen the Republican Party making inroads there, haven't we, with trade unions getting some endorsements, not national endorsements necessarily, but that Donald Trump has been making an outreach to those people.
Yeah, I remember when we were at the convention together, and I mean, my jaw dropped to see a union leader on the Republican National Convention stage. And so I do think this reorientation of the political parties is part of why this election is so full of surprises and is so hard to poll, is because it's happening as we speak, and so the models are having a hard time capturing that. But we've talked tonight about how some of these rural counties, Harris isn't doing as well as Biden did 4 years ago, and that's a reflection of that voting base kind of slipping further and further away from Democrats. I think the question for me is, where do the country club Republicans go? Like, these were the Reagan-Bush Republicans of the past. Where do they go?
The Nikki Haley voters, for example.
The Nikki Haley voters.
Yeah. Well, Rodney might know. Rodney, where do country club Republicans go?
Or chamber Republicans?
That question.
Many of them are what we now call suburban Democrats. So, I mean, great points all around on labor and looking ahead at what are the demographic changes that we in America are not used to in our political system. And I think a number that has come forth over the last few weeks is the generic ballot nationwide. As a member of Congress, as a Republican and Democrat, as a Republican, we always knew the generic ballot was, if we were 4 or 5 down, we were going to do very well. There is no shy voter anymore. The people who are being polled now have an even slightly ahead for Republicans on the generic congressional ballot nationwide. That's a big deal, and I think it's reflective of all of the instances that have been talked about here with those demographics shifting.
Okay, well, let's talk about some more shifting demographics, those in Nevada. We can go to Lily Jamali there in Nevada. Lily, how are things going there tonight?
Hi, things are going
lively.
Closed at 7 p.m. local time, so that's about 34 minutes ago, but it could be a while before we get results. This is a place that really is known for taking its time when it comes to reporting those results. Remember that back in 2020, we didn't know that President Joe Biden had won Nevada until the Saturday after the election. That's 5 days later. But to give me a better sense of the timeline, I'm joined by Professor Francis Carlton. He's a political science professor at the College of Southern Nevada. Thank you so much for being here. And in terms of those results coming in and the timeline there, curious, when do you think we'll get that first batch of results, and what might hold things up?
Very good. So I think it's kind of, thanks for having me. I think it's kind of a good news, bad news situation, right? Where we have, it turns out, long voter lines across the state. Reports are as long as 3 hours, and no election results can be released until after the last voter has had a chance to vote. And if you're in line by 7 o'clock, you get to vote. So it might be a couple hours yet. That's going to be the biggest factor delaying results.
There's also the issue of these ballots that need to be cured, as the terminology goes. These are ballots that have either a missing signature or a mismatched signature. In those cases, the person that filled the ballot out actually needs to fix that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's pretty easy, right? Because over time, your signature might change, or you might have an inconsistent signature, so that can be a problem. If the Secretary of State has reached out to you to get your ballot cured of that problem, the Secretary of State has now created a website where you can now do that online. That's about 13,000 ballots, and they have until Tuesday of next week to do that. So they may not come in for a while yet.
And so there again, you have another issue that may delay the reporting of final results here in Nevada. Last thing I want to ask you is just about the changing demographics of this state. You know, we had President Obama win here in 2008 and in 2012. Excuse me, it's very windy here. And we also had Clinton win in 2016, Joe Biden in 2020, all Democrats. But those margins have shrunk over time. So what is it about the population that's changing?
Yeah, so it's interesting, right? Las Vegas in particular, where about 80% of us live here in Nevada. It's a pretty transient population, so it's always changing pretty quickly. We have a rapidly growing Latino community, and we have a rapidly growing AA AAPI community as well.
That's right. So 9% AAPI community here. Professor Carlton, thank you so much for joining me. We'll send it back to you.
All right, we have another projection to bring you now. Let's go to Caitríona.
Indeed, we do some more projections now. We can project at this point that, drumroll please, the state of Iowa is projected as a win for Donald Trump. Now, Iowa, of course, whereas we saw that outlier poll over the weekend that had Kamala Harris ahead by 3 percentage points. But at this point in time, Iowa is projected as a win for Donald Trump and the 6 electoral votes that it brings with it. Kansas is projected as a win for Donald Trump, 6 electoral votes there for Donald Trump. So let's have a look and see what difference that makes for the race for 270. You can see that's now bringing Donald Trump up to 207, Kamala Harris there on 91. So Donald Trump has broken the 200 mark there with those wins. So let's see now what will happen. As we've been saying, of course, as the night goes on, polls closing in later parts of the country will make a difference to that. Kamala Harris waiting on some of those western states to close. We can bring in Congresswoman Stephanie Bice, who's with us here. What are you making of what you're seeing so far tonight?
I think it's been an exciting night, some really great results so far, and a lot more to come.
And where do you think this race is going to be won and lost? I mean, we're looking at those swing states there, and the exit polls are showing us, and they are national polls, Kamala Harris perhaps not doing as well with women as she might have hoped for, not seeing that big surge there.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I just listened to you announce that Donald Trump is going to go Iowa is going to go for Trump, and I think that's a really good sign. I think there was some maybe softness in some of the polling that we saw in the last week for Iowa. Pennsylvania, tremendous turnout. We've seen some really big numbers coming out of Pennsylvania over the last couple of days, early voting, people standing in line for quite some time. So far, I think we're in a really good position for Trump to win this. Now, I think it's going to take a couple of days for us to actually see the final results, but the initial polling, either exit polling or results that we're seeing with early voting, absentee voting, and then early numbers looks really, really strong.
If I could ask you more about that, what is it then about the exit polling data that you think looks strong for the Trump campaign? We did also see, of course, a third of voters saying that they believe that democracy is important for their ballot.
Look, democracy is going to be protected. If Donald Trump is elected, he will protect democracy. And there seems to be this narrative that he will not. I think the things that are most important to voters right now are two things. The border and border security. We've had 10 million people illegally cross into the United States over the last 4 years under the Harris-Biden administration. Completely unacceptable. And then inflation. I live in the state of Oklahoma, and Oklahomans are paying over $800 more per month than they were paying in January of 2021. It is hitting their pocketbooks. And although they may not necessarily love some of the rhetoric that they hear from President Trump, they know that he's going to fight for them. He's going to fight to lower inflation. He's going to fight to make sure that the United States is energy independent, and he's going to fight to secure our southern border. And those are the things that I think voters are most interested in seeing in this next administration.
All right, Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us again on BBC News. Okay, we're going to zoom in now on another one of those issues that's been critical in this campaign, abortion and reproductive rights. And in Florida, voters tonight have opted against enshrining fuller abortion rights in the state constitution, retaining the current ban after 6 weeks of pregnancy. As we said, abortion a key issue driving voters to the polls this year. And this is the first presidential election held since the U.S. Supreme Court's 2022 decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. This removed protections for abortion that had been in place for nearly 50 years. The Dobbs decision, as it's known, let each individual state decide how to regulate the procedure.
And abortion rights are appearing on ballots in 10 states tonight, including in the key swing states of Arizona and also in Nevada. Donald Trump claims credit for overturning Roe v. Wade because he nominated 3 of the Supreme Court justices who ultimately took that decision.
Mr. Trump repeatedly said on the campaign trail that banning abortions at the 6-week mark is too early. He has also said he believes the issue should be left up to the states.
And Ms. Harris has staunchly supported abortion rights throughout her career, and she's made reproductive rights a key part of her campaign.
As vice president, she supported several measures to improve abortion access. All right, let's go to our correspondent, Will Grant, who is in Florida, and will tell us more about that abortion measure on the ballot there.
Well, it was a key part of the entire conversation in Florida. As we know, Donald Trump has won Florida, not just won it, but won it handsomely, potentially with the biggest margin of any president in recent history. So that core support for Donald Trump is also, I would say, the support that has prevented this measure, this Amendment 4, from going through. It remains a 6-week ban in Florida. Now, I think that those demographics that you've been talking about are key as well. We spoke to a lot of Latino voters here in Florida, particularly in Palm Beach. One said to us that because of their Catholic backgrounds, their faith, that they simply wouldn't be able to vote in favour of changing the rule on that. Now, if he's carried just so many of those voters for his presidential bid, the chances are that those are also the people who've prevented any change on abortion. It's worth noting that the numbers did favour a change, but it needed a 60% threshold, and it didn't reach that 60%. So the ban on abortion at anything after 6 weeks remains in place in Florida. Obviously, that's devastating news for a lot of young women who were particularly hopeful that the law would change on that. And not just here in Florida. Florida is a key state for neighboring states in the South, for women to come for reproductive services here. That has now been denied for them. The governor was key in making sure that that remained at a 6-week ban.
OK, Will, thank you for that. Will Grant in Florida. You can see quite a lot of activity, party atmosphere there behind him. Of course, he's very near to where that Donald Trump watch party is taking place. Now, we have some new panellists in the studio, fresh blood, if you will. We're joined by our own Anthony Zerker, of course, our senior digital correspondent here, and Margaret Talev, managing editor for politics at Axios, and also director of the Syracuse University Institute for Democracy, Journalism and Citizenship. Just sticking with that issue of abortion on the ballot in 10 states, as we know, and that has failed now in Florida. But that's not what we have seen previously when abortion has been on the ballot. So it's quite remarkable, Margaret, isn't it?
I think in this case, as your correspondent was just explaining, a majority supported it. It's just that it needed 60%, and that's a much higher threshold. But what we've seen in state after state after state is that when measures on the ballot protecting women's access to abortion is on the ballot, it does drive more women to turn out, and Democrats had hoped that would help lift votes in sort of every state. I think we're seeing in Colorado, an initiative has just passed. It did not help them enough in Florida to change the dynamic of who's going to win the state of Florida in the presidential race.
I think it was unlikely to really there, wasn't it?
But again, I think when we look back on the final analysis of this race, and there's some things that are unknowable tonight, we're going to see that, in fact, the top two issues for most voters were not border security and inflation. They were inflation and reproductive rights. The challenge is that for many women, they felt very strongly that reproductive rights was the top issue. That was the heart, but the head said, inflation's a bigger deal to me every day. And so how those women who felt so strongly about those two issues are going to end up voting in the presidential race is going to be one of the big keys to what happens tonight or tomorrow or whenever it happens.
Anthony, you've been writing about all of this all night long on BBC.com. We've been following all of your updates, of course. But, I mean, just tell us what you think this might tell us. I mean, we know that there are abortion measures on the ballot in Nevada and Arizona, as we said. What impact can we know at this point what impact that might have?
We can't really tell yet. And Florida is not a good guideline to that. As you mentioned, it didn't help the Democrats in Florida. I think the Democrats may be beyond help in Florida at this point. It was a swing state that we used to talk about in 2000. 2000 and 2004 and 2008. It is not anymore. It's a Republican state. It's a solid red state. Republicans overperformed there in 2022 in the midterm elections. They overperformed in 2018, a Democratic wave, and they won the governorship and ousted an incumbent Democratic senator. So Florida is an outlier, although it is interesting to look at the Hispanic vote in Florida and the Puerto Rican vote in Central Florida, because there was a county in Central Florida, Osceola, that Joe Biden won 4 years ago. That's 33% Puerto Rican, and Donald Trump carried it this time around. So if you're looking for signs that what happened at Madison Square Garden with the comedian making jokes about the island of Puerto Rico, calling it garbage, shifting the Puerto Rican vote, that didn't happen in Florida either. But we'll have to keep watching to see if in Arizona and Nevada these abortion ballot measures do, in that case, shift it in a much tighter race.
I was in Arizona a couple of weeks ago, and there were a lot of people there toying with the kind of split decision that they were going to vote for the abortion measure. And in Arizona, the abortion measure that's on the ballot there, abortion is already allowed up to 15 weeks, but it was to extend it to the point of viability, which is 22 to 24 weeks, and to give some extra rights around abortion access. So there is already access to abortion, which is not the case in other US states. But a lot of people told me they were going to vote for that and for Donald Trump, which is not the usual Republican position.
Yeah, and actually the abortion ban, I mean, it did come quite close in Florida, closer than some people had been expecting. It didn't pass there, and that maybe that is the Trump effect still, and maybe not very many people are splitting their ballots. I mean, I think it's one of the things that I'm going to be interested to look at around the country is whether we see any evidence of people splitting either on House to presidential races or on issues. And the Virginia races, that's why I think we're all watching Virginia closely this evening. It just seems Democrats are not doing as well as they are. It looks like they're going to squeak through on some of those House races, but you might have, so that maybe people voted for their local congressperson, but they actually voted for Kamala Harris. I don't know. I mean, I think the picture is so murky at the moment that I'm not quite sure how much we can glean in terms of issues or
where do things stand?
We're at that point in the evening where, yes, it looks good for Donald Trump in Georgia. It's looking better for Donald Trump in North Carolina. Obviously, if he flips Georgia back from when Joe Biden won it 4 years ago, that would be the first flip and a notable change. But these are the states that Donald Trump has to win. He has to win Georgia and North Carolina. It's his red wall to get to where he picks off one of the blue wall states and is then able to win the presidency. I think all eyes are going to start shifting to those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. And right now you're getting more Republican votes counted, and we're going to be sitting here waiting for the big cities to come in.
It reminds me of 2020, don't you think?
Yeah, exactly.
You and I were in this same position where literally at about this stage, not long before, about 11 p.m., we were thinking, wow, this looks like a very good night for Donald Trump. And then they started counting some of those big city votes. Now, they all say they've got the processes quicker, and so they should be counting those votes quicker. But we haven't had them yet.
No,
what's your sense, it's worth reminding people that.
I'm hearing from a lot of Democrats who, sure, they're watching Pennsylvania, but they're really watching Wisconsin and Michigan right now.
Okay.
And it's interesting because I think you're right. We have seen, as the world gets more partisan, there seems to be less and less ticket splitting. But tonight, we are seeing ticket splitting. Yeah. We saw it perhaps in North Carolina already. I mean, I know Harris would love to win North Carolina, but it looks like voters came out and said, I'm not voting for the Republican candidate for governor, but I am voting for Donald Trump. And if enough of those did that, it's going to take North Carolina off the map for her. We'll see. Hasn't happened yet. Pennsylvania, crucial Senate race, as well as obviously all the chips in the presidential race. So the propensity to ticket split tells you voters really actually are engaged this year. But I can't emphasize this enough. I have been in so many focus group Zoom rooms behind the curtain over the course of this year, as well as poll after poll after poll. The preponderance of the reason why people who are backing Trump is because they're upset about inflation and they remember a time before COVID, before the supply chain, when Donald Trump happened to be president, when their money bought them more. And a lot of them will tell us in these focus groups, oh, the chaos. We don't want the chaos again. I'm really disturbed by January 6th. I don't want to live through that drama again. I don't want my children to see that he's an example for president. but I'm going to vote for him anyway because of inflation. So I think we'll see what happens here.
That's exactly what people were saying in 2016. I mean, I remember traveling around all the states that year, and it was the exact same point. It was like, I don't like Donald Trump's character. I don't want my kids to emulate him, but I really want him as my president. And traveling around, as we all have, we've heard that same thing again this year, haven't we?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's definitely been a willingness to go back to Donald Trump. And it's a remarkable change, given the way his presidency ended in 2020 and 2021, that he has managed to rebuild that coalition and maybe even the winning coalition that carried him over the top in 2016. There is a very reasonable chance that he could pick off one of those blue wall states. There are indications in some exit polls that he's making inroads in black voters, in Hispanic voters, although that's not big in Michigan and Wisconsin. It does play a role in Pennsylvania. And if he can do that and not lose the suburbs and not lose these traditional Republican voters that Kamala Harris had really targeted, then he could win this thing.
I think there's one other question about the Harris campaign has really not wanted to talk about publicly, and that's whether there were sections of the population that just didn't feel very comfortable voting for a woman for the top of the ticket. And it's a kind of hidden sexism is how they call it. And we don't know the answer to that. I mean, there's I've interviewed some men who said that they just didn't think she could be strong enough. And I suspect there are some women too. America has never had a woman for president. So it is asking people to vote for something new. We don't know the numbers on that, but whether we look at some of these numbers on men and find that actually there were groups of men who just didn't feel I've had texts from people who study, young men in particular, who say that actually they just didn't feel comfortable.
But why do you think the Harris campaign didn't want to talk about that
because
question?
They didn't want to engage with the issue of gender at all. I mean, they didn't want her to be the candidate who was America's first black South Asian woman running for president. They wanted her to be the candidate who was running for all Americans. They didn't want to repeat the Hillary Clinton model. They saw what Hillary Clinton did, literally the slogan, I'm with her, and they felt that didn't help Hillary Clinton.
But it's funny, I'm with her didn't end up being a successful campaign. I mean, it won the popular vote, but it didn't win the Electoral College. And yet I'm not sure that that's why. It might just be because she spent the campaign criticizing Donald Trump instead of making an affirmative case for herself. We're dealing enough with the economy. And I think here, in the closing weeks, we have seen a race where Harris's strategic decision was to go hard after Trump and say, do you really want a return to that? And try to make the case about the economy in the very closing days. But it was not an economic heavy message up until then. And many voters, right up until the end, fairly or not, were saying, I just don't feel like I know her yet. I don't know what she believes in.
Which is extraordinary. Which was always she's been vice president for 4 years.
Yes, of course.
We'll talk about all of this in another moment. I want to go over to Georgia now because that's one that's getting very, very close. They've got a lot of the votes counted there. It's been looking very good for Donald Trump if you listen to what the Republicans are saying, and it's still very tight, votes still to be cast. But John Sudworth is there for us. John, what can you tell us about the state of play?
Yeah, well, a huge cheer went up here a few minutes ago. They are convinced they have won this state, wresting it back from the Democrats. Joe Biden won here, of course, in 2020 by just a few thousand votes. Now, that is their prediction. It is not an independent prediction, but Kamala Harris's routes to victory here are looking increasingly narrow. We have something like 93% of the vote counted. Donald Trump is leading by something like 3 percentage points. She will need to perform extremely well among the remaining urban votes still to be counted to close that gap. It is looking difficult. And if it is confirmed, if this state is predicted for Donald Trump, then that would be a huge victory. Of course, he really needs these southern states on his path to the White House. They will be delighted. That said, it is just one state, but there are some other indications that don't look so good for the Democrats here. Some of the exit polling suggested that although Kamala Harris was winning a majority as expected amongst women voters and black voters in the state, very important here, of course, in Georgia, Donald Trump may have been eating into those margins. So it'll be very interesting to see if that is borne out when we get the full picture here. And if it is, that would be more troubling signs for the Democrats.
One more question about how voting went in Georgia. You know, there were these reports of these bomb threats at polling stations. Do we have an idea of how that impacted voting and if that extended the time in which we're expecting to get a result?
Yeah, so there were those threats, which the election officials here are blaming on Russian interference. They led to the evacuation of a few polling stations this morning, just a handful. We're told it didn't get in the way of voting too much. Some of the deadlines for voting were extended slightly in some polling stations, although in some cases nothing to do with the bomb threats for other technical reasons. All we can say is Georgia told us it would count quickly and give us a result early. I don't think they've quite hit the schedule they wanted to, but, you know, looking at these numbers now, 93% of the vote in, they've not done badly, and I think we are not far off having an official call for the first swing state.
All right, John Sudworth for us in Georgia. Thank you so much, John.
OK, and we can just say to you at this point that our CBS News partner has a rate rating for Georgia. Our CBS News partner has a race rating for Georgia as leans Trump. Now, that's not a projection at this point. It's not a result. But that is what our CBS News partners are saying because there is a lot of the vote already counted there in Georgia. Let's go over to Christian now. He has more.
Yeah, we're looking across the battleground states at the moment at the vote that's being counted. You can see there's a lot of red on this board at the moment. Just a note of caution, we did see this back in 2020 in the northwest states. They tend to count the on-the-day ballot much quicker than the mail-in ballot here, so you would expect Republicans to be ahead here in the northwest. But Georgia, as John was just telling you, let's just quickly jump into Georgia. Around 90% of it counted. And he was saying that actually the paths are narrowing. If you just look at how much of the vote is counted around the Atlanta suburbs area, you can see we're up to 90% now in these suburbs. I mean, he said that she was doing well with the black vote. That's a really good example. Clayton here, that's 70% black. You see the margin is huge in Clayton County. But it's really what I was telling you earlier, that she's not getting enough out of these rural counties. And Donald Trump, as he has done in previous elections, he runs up the vote in these blue-collar, conservative, small rural areas. He's getting more out of it tonight in Georgia. Let's quickly jump ahead to Arizona. Our first look at Arizona tonight. State of the Grand Canyon and of John McCain, the Republican who, of course, himself was a presidential nominee back in 2008. The race here really is in Maricopa County. This is 60% of the vote. You can see Donald Trump just in the last few minutes, in fact, has just gone into the lead there. In Maricopa County, though, she's just ahead. This is Tucson here, Pima County. That's also a Democratic area. Right up against the border, 1/3 of the vote in Arizona is Latino.
To you later, but we are approaching the top of the hour and another key race alert to come to us now. Another set of polls closing, another one of these moments where the candidates are anxiously waiting results and projections. Polls closing. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, of course, watching this moment as closely as we are. So let's see what lies ahead.
All right, it is 11 p.m. here in Washington, 4 a.m. in London. Another big moment for you. Polls just closing in the states of California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. And together, these states make up 78 electoral votes. Another reminder for you, that magic number is 270 votes to win the White House. Now, these are, of course, some of the West Coast states that the Democrats have been waiting to see come in. And we are still waiting for those 7 key battleground states. We don't have projections for those yet. Vote counting is fast and furious at this hour as polls have closed for a few hours in some of those swing states. We're waiting for updates there as some of those counties come in and the vote tally takes up the percentage of the vote that's come in. But it's been a big night across the board already as we're waiting to see how those swing states shake out. We've seen the reliably Republican or reliably Democrat states come in, but we can now bring you some projections from those polls that have just closed. And here is the first one that we have for you. California projected for Kamala Harris 54 electoral votes. Kamala Harris is from San Francisco, of course. She was a senator there, attorney general, and that state was expected for her. Idaho, now reliably Republican state, projected for Donald Trump. 4 electoral votes now added to his tally. So that brings his tally up a little further. Let's look at where that leaves us now. So that big chunk of electoral votes for Kamala Harris with California brings us to 145 on her end. So you see she's inching a little bit closer. Donald Trump at 211. They're trying to reach that middle white line. 270 is the number that they need to win. So we're seeing that get a bit closer. But as we said, as we get more projections from a state like Oregon on the West Coast, that will give us a better idea of how things are looking. At this point, polls have just closed in Oregon, way out on the West Coast. So it is too early to project. It has 8 electoral votes expected to go to Kamala Harris, but too early to call at this moment. And Washington, the state of Washington, also on the West Coast, polls just closing there. It has 12 electoral votes at this hour. Too early to project, but we'll continue watching to see if those results come into us and see if those tallies start to go up for Kamala Harris with those West Coast states closing there. But let's go over to the Harris campaign headquarters right here in Washington, D.C., where our North America editor Sarah Smith has been all evening. Sarah, how are people feeling there at this point in the evening? Are they nervous? Are they excited?
Well, there was just a huge cheer went up here when it was announced that Kamala Harris had won California. Now, that was hardly a surprise, of course, but, you know, those 54 electoral votes really do bring her tally up. And to be honest, it was the first time in a while that there had been very much good news to excite people here. They've been doing what they can to try and keep the party atmosphere going. The DJ is pumping up the music as the party's filling up, but people are getting more and more anxious. Now, we know you've been saying all night that, you know, we can't call these swing states yet because not enough of the vote is in. But as they watch, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin tip towards Trump with the votes that are counted already, giving him a slight lead. People are getting more and more worried about this. And of course, until a few days ago, nobody thought that Kamala Harris had a chance of winning Iowa. And then we saw that surprise poll a few days ago. They made it sound as though Iowa was competitive. So when she didn't take Iowa as well, hearts sank here. And I would say over the last couple of hours, people are getting more and more worried about just how tight this is. There is still a path to victory for Kamala Harris. People are clinging on to that hope, but you know, you can feel the anxiety level rising here.
All right, thank you, Sarah. And let's go right to Gary O'Donoghue, who is at Trump headquarters, campaign headquarters tonight in West Palm Beach. And Gary, we heard from Sarah, there are people getting ever more anxious at Harris headquarters. What is it like right now in that room?
Well, it's the converse here because people are getting increasingly excited. They're seeing the numbers on screen. Obviously, in those 7 key swing states, we've got no projections at the moment, but they're seeing the way the numbers are breaking in places like Georgia. They're seeing the closeness of the race in places like Virginia. They're seeing things like North Carolina too, which was a bit of a wobble for the campaign in the last few days, seeing that perhaps that firming up a little bit. So I think you'll see a bit of excitement here growing. They just played some music a moment ago, a few ladies doing the can-can. I think it's fair to say that liquor has been consumed in this room by some substantial amount in any case. And everyone's hoping that the candidate himself will come over from Mar-a-Lago at some point and address the crowd. That's certainly the expectation, and the place has been filling up as a result. They've still got CNN on the TV, I'm afraid. I did try and find the remote to switch it to BBC News, but I failed.
Gary, thank you for fighting the good fight for us out there in Florida. Right, Gary O'Donoghue at Trump headquarters. Let's go right to a key battleground state. We've been watching all night. Carl Nassman there for us. Carl, how are people feeling where you are at this point in the evening?
Well, the energy in the room has picked up a bit. Supporters and volunteers for Tammy Baldwin and Democrats here in Madison, Wisconsin. They're coming in now. They've been watching some of the results coming in on television. A big cheer going up when Dane County flashed on the screen. That's where we are. And a big lead in that county for Kamala Harris. But just a few moments ago, we saw the Lieutenant Governor of the state, Sarah Rodriguez, take the stage. She gave a bit of a reality check to everybody here, saying, hey, look, we know how things work in in Wisconsin. This is going to be a long night until we get those final results. There are so many cities that do this central count. So all the ballots sent to one place to be processed and counted there. And that is simply going to take time, especially in the city and county of Milwaukee. That's where we saw an earlier snafu where some 31,000 ballots had to be recounted after there was an error with the machine door on one of these machines not being closed properly. That has caused a bit of drama here among the Republican Party. They're claiming that, well, the city of Milwaukee wasn't quite prepared for this. City officials saying this is only out of a complete abundance of caution that they're doing this recount. I've been speaking with supporters here and those gathered in this building. You can feel a bit of anxiety starting to creep into the room. They know that if those Sunbelt swing states do go for Donald Trump, then the clearest path to victory is going to be through what's called the blue wall states. Wisconsin is one of them. These Midwestern states, Great Lakes states that tend to go Democratic but have been leaning more Republican in recent years. Wisconsin going to be a key part of that. Kamala Harris will not be able to afford to lose this state if she does lose a state like Georgia and North Carolina. Everyone, though, aware of that. They're still keeping up their confidence. It's still too early, really, to have a sense of which way the state is going to go. What we're going to have to watch are those key areas around Milwaukee, the WOW counties, and as well Milwaukee itself. And that is where we're thinking we're really going to have to wait tonight to get final results in. We've been speaking with election officials here. They tell us it could be past midnight, maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m. local time. That means people in the UK might be waking up to their breakfast to get results from Wisconsin. So stay patient, stay calm. That's the motto here in Wisconsin. But a bit of anxiety here as well among the Democratic supporters of Senator Tammy Baldwin here in Madison.
Yeah, we've got to stay patient across all of those swing states. Carl Nassman for us in Wisconsin. Thank you, Carl. And let's go back to the screen now because we have another projection to bring you. The state of Oregon projected for Kamala Harris with its 8 electoral votes. Oregon, a solidly Democrat state on the West Coast. The polls just closed a short while ago, about 10 minutes ago. And now we can say that it has been projected for Kamala Harris with those 8 electoral votes. Let's take a look at where that puts us on our counter at the moment. All right, so 153 for Kamala Harris, 211 for Donald Trump. Again, we are still waiting for some states to be called, to be projected. So at the moment, you see Donald Trump with that bigger lead, but we're going to see the numbers get closer and closer. We know that this is supposed to be a very, very close race, and we're anticipating the numbers are going to continue to show us that. All right, let's go to our correspondent, Netta Tawfik, who is also at Trump campaign headquarters. And Netta, you've been there all evening, and, you know, you've been looking also at Donald Trump's legal troubles. You covered the case that led to his conviction in New York. I mean, tell us, if Donald Trump wins tonight, what does that mean for his legal cases?
Yeah, Sumi, I mean, we're looking at these swing states and looking to see whether that will put him in the White House. But really, there is a lot personally at stake for Donald Trump as well, legally speaking. If he is able to win in this election, his 3rd time running, he will be able to get the charges against him either dropped or postponed. Let's look at the federal case, for example, the federal case in Washington, D.C., against him trying to interfere with the election in 2020. Well, look, DOJ policy is that a sitting president can't be prosecuted. And Donald Trump has said that he would fire Jack Smith, the special prosecutor, within 2 minutes of taking office again. So he will likely never have to go to court in that case. As far as the election interference case in the state of Georgia, well, we could see that case postponed if he goes into the White House again. And look, in New York, he's already been convicted of 34 felony charges of fraud. The sentencing is on November 26th, coming up very shortly. So whether he is elected or not, perhaps could impact if he does get a jail sentence. Again, he might just get probation, but if he is sentenced to jail time, the question becomes, becomes, again, does that get postponed? Does that get pushed? So really a lot to take a look at. If he loses, Sumi, well, look, he is in the same position, facing numerous court cases, hundreds of millions in civil penalties. And even though his legal team has been successful in kind of delaying a lot of those cases and getting them through the different court system, it would still be something he would have to face in all likelihood. So a lot personally at stake for Donald Trump is important to remember as well.
Yeah, Netta, indeed, that's a really important point there. And just before we let you go, when are we expecting to see Donald Trump there tonight? Do we have a sense of when he's heading over, what he has been doing until now?
Yeah, well, he has been at Mar-a-Lago this evening. He's been with his family, close friends, the likes of Elon Musk, his biggest donor, the world's richest man. I actually spoke with Steve Witkoff, Sumi, who was one of his closest friends, who was there every day at the Trump trial, who was there actually during that second assassination attempt on his life when he was golfing. And Steve Witkoff says that they have a real feeling that they are going to win decisively tonight, that there is excitement in Donald Trump's team tonight. We do expect Donald Trump to come and speak here. There's some colleagues outside the convention center saying they've already seen some motorcades, some activity, but nothing confirmed yet. But as soon as Donald Trump does arrive here, and if he does speak to the crowd, of course, we will let you know.
All right, Netta, thank you so much. Great to catch up with you tonight at Trump campaign headquarters there in Florida.
Now, let's talk about what is going on. We've been joined on our panel by Nicholas Stephanopoulos. He's a law professor at Harvard. Thanks for being with us. We've heard a lot in the days up to today, and indeed today itself, about the integrity of this election, and we have seen some issues along the way today. From what you've seen, from what you've been looking at, do things look secure at this point?
Yeah, they definitely do. So, we never want to be focusing on election law when there's an election. If we are focusing on election law, it usually means something has gone wrong. It usually means that results are very, very close in one or more states, and that there are plausible legal issues that might affect the result within those states. And I don't see any sign that those kinds of issues are occurring in this election. There have certainly been some snafus. So in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, there was an issue with some vote scanning machines that stopped voting for a while and led to voting hours being extended. Milwaukee had an issue with the processing of mail-in ballots. And so the city has to now recount about 30,000 mail-in ballots, which will push that recounting well into the night or even into tomorrow morning.
Do they recount those by hand, or do they use the machines again?
They're using the machine to do it all over again. There was a minor issue where the door to the machine wasn't properly sealed before the initial count took place. As I understand it, they've now properly sealed and closed the machine and are then proceeding with the recount. The most worrisome development, I think, was that bomb threats were apparently called in to polling places, numerous polling places in Georgia and in Pennsylvania. This may have been the work of Russian operatives, and so it's always disturbing to see any allegations of foreign interference in American elections. But in those affected locations, voting was just halted for a few minutes while they confirmed there was no bomb. And so it doesn't appear that any substantial number of people were prevented from voting. The vote counting might take a little bit longer in some of those locations, but again, nothing too drastic.
And Margaret, you wear your journalist hat most of the time. You're also in Syracuse University, though, in the institute there where you were looking at democracy. What Nicholas is talking about there and that foreign interference and those bomb threats, this had sort of been maybe not expected but anticipated ahead of today.
I think we've been looking at a cycle where misinformation, deep fakes, all of those sort of intrusions into the election space by other countries as well as by sort of bad behavior in the U.S. has been a real concern and has been happening. And it does two things. I think to some extent it has the potential to intimidate voters. If you heard that there was a bomb threat, would you want to stick around and figure out if it was real or not? Also, then you'd know there'd be a longer line, or you're like, I don't have time to do this. I got to pick up my kids. And so it has a deterrent effect to some extent. I mean, it's hard to know how much, and they're trying to take measures to make up for it. But the other is that in the misinformation space, it just has an effect of essentially, because it makes voters or Americans in general less able to know whether anything they're trusting is real, then it also makes people not distinguish between what is real and what is just a conspiracy theory or junk. It's chum in the water, it muddies the water. So these are both really increasing concerns. And we saw the Justice Department take down 32 domains off of the internet. We saw the U.S. Justice Department investigating the fact that that Russian-backed media operations, were manipulating and using U.S. sources to spread information. So the Russians have had their hooks in this election cycle. To what extent it's mattered, to what extent it will shape the outcome of the vote, I think we may not know that right away. We know there's been an impact.
You're right, it's that bigger picture, right? I mean, to what extent America's adversaries want to cause a sense that democracy writ large, whether it's in the United States or in other countries, doesn't work very well, is chaotic, that you can't quite trust it as a system. And this is a pretty effective way of doing that. It's how unbelievably easy is it? You don't even need to plant a bomb and commit an act of terrorism. All you need to do is make a phone call, which costs people that want to do the system damage nothing, and presumably is something that you can then have a copycat. Somebody could start doing it in other states as well. I mean, I think it achieves exactly the aims that a country like Russia or China might want to achieve when they're in this kind of sense of power play of which is the system in the world that works better. Is it a democratic system? Is it a more authoritarian system? You want to try and cause chaos and show that the democratic system doesn't work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Just to bring one piece of news there, our CBS partners are now telling us they've given a race rating for North Carolina. Our CBS News partners, this is not a projection, but they're giving a race rating for North Carolina of leans Trump. Now, they gave a race rating for Georgia a little while ago, also of leans Trump. And just to point out that these are not projections, they're not results, it's just their assessment of how things are looking based on how many of the votes have already been counted and the trends that they're seeing. What do you make of that, Margaret?
What I make of it is that this is going to come down to the blue wall, most likely.
Right. Said that yesterday.
It might not, but that's where it's all tracking. Yeah.
Let's hold that thought just for a moment, because I think we can zoom in on those swing states that we're all following with Christian, who's at the wall.
Yeah, I've taken you back to our initial calculator. We don't have all these results in yet, but nothing has changed on the map so far. I just want to show you the scenario. If indeed Georgia is leaning Trump and North Carolina is leaning Trump, you can see how that changes our numbers up here. And if he was to win Pennsylvania, he gets home to 270. But we've a long way to go up here in the Midwest. Let's focus on Arizona, because we've not been down here to Arizona much tonight, and they are counting vote, 50% of the vote in, you can see so far. And this really is part of the changing map of the United States, really, because you've got huge population growth in this Maricopa County here. This is 60% of the vote statewide now in Arizona. It's upwardly mobile. You've got younger people coming in. Intel has a base here in Maricopa County. There's Arizona State University up here in Tempe. And this was the one of the 10 counties among our 7 battleground states that flipped for Joe Biden in 2020. And, of course, Donald Trump lost it on that occasion by just 10,000 votes. So we're keeping a wary eye on Maricopa County, where Harris is just in the lead at the moment. And down here, which is another Democratic area where they have to run up the vote. This is Tucson, Arizona, the University of Arizona down here. In terms of the debate in a state like this, abortion on the ballot tonight, so that is part of the debate. The border, of course, this is one of the more active borders, active parts of the southern border, and also the economy here, because over the last couple of years, inflation at certain points has been running above the national average. So all that feeds into the vote. Just in terms of the vote, 20% of it is mail-in ballot that is dropped off, or was in 2020, dropped off in ballot boxes on the day, and that is the vote that is counted last. So although we've got 50% of the voting right now statewide, just go back here, 50% of it statewide, there will be quite a delay in counting that mail-in ballot that came in last.
All right. Thank you so much, Christian. Really interesting to take a closer look at Arizona. We can go right there now. We have Camilo Montoya Galvez, who's a CBS correspondent who focuses on immigration there for us. Camilo, first of all, just give us a sense of how things are going right now in Arizona. What can you tell us?
Hello, yes, this is the only real battleground state along the U.S.-Mexico border, and immigration has consistently polled as one of the top-ranking issues of concern among American voters, especially Republicans and independents, because of the high levels of illegal crossings along that U.S.-Mexico border in recent years. And we have been talking to residents here along the border, along the Arizona-Mexico border, and they say they are frustrated with the very unprecedented levels of migration, unlawful migration, I should add, that they have seen over the past years. And they believe that there has been very significant federal inaction on this issue on the part of the Biden administration in recent years, and they tend to trust former President Trump on the issue of immigration, including some moderate Democrats. But there are obviously border residents who feel that Trump's immigration policies were inhumane and draconian. But I should also add that the situation on the other side of the border in Mexico is dramatically different. The views, at least, are. We spoke to many migrants who are desperately awaiting the result of the election because really their lives and their fortunes could be dictated by whoever wins the election. Former President Donald Trump has vowed to seal the border altogether and to terminate Biden administration programs that allow these people to come into the country legally. He has also promised to launch the largest deportation operation in American history. Vice President Harris has vowed to continue current policies that limit asylum, but she has also said that she will expand legal immigration programs. So there are starkly different visions on this issue of immigration, and it is a top issue here in Arizona. There's actually a proposition, a ballot measure up for a vote that would allow state and local officials to arrest, jail, and prosecute suspected migrants. That currently is a federal crime, crossing into the U.S. illegally. But that proposition, if passed, and it is on track to pass right now in Arizona, would make it into a state crime.
Camilo, great to get that update for you from Arizona. Thank you very much. As we said, immigration, one of the biggest issues playing in this election campaign. And just a note from our Ione Wells, who's been in Michigan all night and all week speaking to voters. She's at a watch party in Detroit, and she's been saying that a couple of Democrat donors and strategists there are feeling very, quote, very pessimistic. They're saying that privately. They're feeling very pessimistic. And, you know, Ione making the point, this could, of course, be expectation management at this point in the evening. But there are real concerns about the fact that the Senate race, which we haven't talked a whole lot about, but again, the way that both houses of Congress land tonight is also going to be very, very critical for whoever is the next president. There is a key Senate race there that is neck and neck at the moment, and that is making some of those Democrat strategists there in Michigan, where Ione Wells is our correspondent, feeling very pessimistic, as she has said to us.
Okay, well, let's stick with Arizona matters. Now we can go over to Phoenix to speak to the mayor of Phoenix, Kate Gallego. Thanks for being with us again on BBC News. Lovely to talk to you. What is your sense of what's going on in Arizona? You're a keen watcher of all kinds of elections there.
Absolutely. It's been an exciting day for me. I was just reelected as Phoenix mayor.
Congratulations to you.
Some of our races will be too close to call for a while, and I think the presidential will be in it, that range. It looks like we will send a Democrat to the U.S. Senate. The abortion measure is passing by a wide margin. So, but on the presidential, we'll just ask for everyone's patience.
Mayor, we were speaking a little earlier about the potential for split voting this time around, that perhaps some people will have voted for that abortion ballot measure that you mentioned there, and perhaps for the Senate candidate Ruben Gallego as well, but may also vote for Donald Trump alongside that. Are you seeing any evidence of that?
Arizona voters are notoriously independent. We do see also a lot of registered independents. In my city, the largest group of voters is actually people who have not joined a political party, are independents. That is why Arizona is so purple right now. And so we see people who have very complex philosophies that they brought with them to the ballot.
We're just seeing as we speak to you the current results on the side of our screen, just over 51% of ballots counted there. And there is, let me have a quick look there, 0.1% difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. What have been the major issues in Arizona that you think voters will have been deciding on, given their independence, as you've mentioned there?
Today at the polls, I saw a lot of people who brought their children, particularly their daughters, and said they were voting for their daughter's future. For many of them, that meant reproductive health care, but for others, who is the candidate who will invest in a great school system or who will fight climate change? Cost of living has been a challenge for us. Phoenix, for many years, was the fastest growing city, and our housing supply didn't keep up with the incredible demand to live in the community. And then a variety of safety issues and border issues came up as well.
OK, Mayor of Phoenix, newly re-elected Kate Gallego, thanks indeed for joining us on BBC News.
OK, we've been zooming in on Arizona there. Let's go back to another key battleground state, North Carolina. Helena Humphrey has been there for us all night. We know it's been neck and neck in North Carolina for weeks and weeks, and we've been watching the state very closely. You can see on the side of your screen here the numbers that we have so far, with about 87.4% of the vote counted. Helena, how are people at that watch party, or Republican watch party where you are, feeling at this point of the race? I think they're feeling pretty optimistic. Over the past half an hour or so, we've started to hear sporadic clapping and cheers and so on. People here in the room having a good time, having a few drinks, but certainly, of course, they've been watching those counties very closely. And what they have been saying, as you just mentioned there, with 87 or over 87% of the vote counted there, they are seeing that Donald Trump is on 50.8% of expected votes. We are stressing Kamala Harris on 48.1%. You know, I've just been crunching the numbers in a rather rudimentary fashion compared to 2020. But what we're seeing is it could be that Donald Trump is gaining about 134,000 votes over Kamala Harris. Now, were that the case, just to give you the context from 2020, you'll remember it was very close. It was the closest race in any swing state. There we were seeing a difference of 74,000 votes. And certainly when we were taking a look in some of those bellwether counties, Nash County was one that I was really watching, because for the past 3 presidential election cycles, it has predicted the winner. It is currently leaning towards Donald Trump at this stage as well. So certainly some optimism here. One woman even saying to me that she was feeling encouraged by these results, that were California to go for Donald Trump, people would be rolling down a hill and swimming across a lake tomorrow morning. Of course, that was a joke, but what I'm pointing to is the optimism at least being expressed here. But this state really was seen and is being seen as a toss-up. For Donald Trump, though, it's really key. He's been campaigning hard here for the past 5 days. He's held 5 rallies in this state. We know that Kamala Harris was going to hold a rally here in the city of Raleigh. She then ended up opting to end her campaign, as we know, in Pennsylvania. But in terms of what it means for the Harris campaign, were she to lose one of the blue wall states, well, it will be then 16 electoral college votes in North Carolina that she would have been looking to have in order to plug that hole and smooth that pathway forward. Of course, we don't know right now, but the sense is, and according to CBS News, is that right now North Carolina leaning towards the Republicans.
OK, Helena, thank you very much for that. Well, we are approaching another key moment now, and we can bring you a projection, I believe, over to Sumi.
That's right. We're just moments away, really. We've been watching these polls closing all evening, bringing you different projections and results as they've been coming into us. We're looking closely at those swing states, as we know, but some of the reliably Democrat and Republican states have been coming into us. And one of those we can bring you right now, the state of Washington projected for Kamala Harris with its 12 electoral votes. Washington State, the Northwest, is a West Coast state that's heavily Democratic, and this has gone to Kamala Harris with its 12 electoral votes. So that was an expected one for Kamala Harris, but as they're trying to add their numbers to the tally here, that's important for Kamala Harris's campaign here. So here we have Kamala Harris at 165, Donald Trump at 211. As we've said all night, we're going to keep bringing you results, and we're going to see those numbers get closer and closer together. So right now, this is where we stand. But let's go to Christian Fraser, because he's going to give us a bit of an update on the swing states. What more information do you have for us at this point, Christian?
Yeah, I've got all the 7 states, and I've broken them up for you. So Georgia and North Carolina, of course, the southern states, which count much quicker than the Midwest states, these 3 here, with around 90% of the vote counted so far. And as our correspondents in the field have been telling you, the paths for Kamala Harris in these 2 states are starting to narrow the closer this gets to a full count. So they're not declared yet, but these 2 starting to lean towards Donald Trump. I'd just add some caution with the Midwest states, because back in 2020, we did see the Republicans jump out into the lead in the early part because the on-the-day ballot is counted quicker. Remember, there are big suburban areas like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, which will take longer to count, and the mail-in ballot will be counted. Some of that mail-in ballot will be counted after the on-the-day ballot. So you might see Democrat totals start to rise as that vote count continues. And then out west, Arizona, only 50% of it in. Remember that around 20% of the vote in 2020 was mail-in ballot that was dropped off in ballot boxes, in drop boxes in Arizona on the day of the ballot, and that will be counted last. So again, we'll be waiting there, and we're always waiting in Nevada. It's largely a mail-in ballot in Nevada, but if they receive ballots 3 or 4 days after voting day and they are postmarked on the day of voting, then they will be counted. So it always takes longer in Nevada. But that's the state of the race at the moment. You can see there's a lot of red on the board.
Right, Christian, thank you so much. A lot of red on the board indeed, but again, we're waiting for more of those votes to come in. Let's go back to the critical swing state of Michigan now, where Ione Wells is standing by for us. And Ione, we were just talking about some of your reporting there. You've been speaking to Democrat strategists who are saying, they're telling you privately that they're feeling pessimistic at this point.
That's right. I spent a bit of time just on the floor of this watch party in Detroit, and certainly the mood has kind of changed in the last hour or so. I've spoken to some strategists, past and present, some party donors as well, who started the evening pretty positive, but increasingly are telling me privately that they feel pessimistic. One told me just now as well that it's not looking great, it's not over, but it's not great. And I think that is a message that a lot of people in this room are feeling right now. One thing that has made those nerves grow among the Democratic camp here is that the Senate race as well in Michigan, Alyssa Slotkin, who is the Democratic candidate for the Senate, she's here tonight, is looking neck and neck with more than a quarter of the votes counted. Now, of course, there are still lots of votes to be counted, so everything could still change, but I think it's the closeness of both that Senate race, but also how the state is looking at it as a whole, that is causing a lot of nerves in the Democrat camp here.
All right, Ione Wells for us there. Thank you so much. And we have Democrat Congressman Eric Swalwell with us now. Congressman, great to see you. And I want to get right to it because we're seeing those numbers narrow a bit for the Harris campaign in Georgia and North Carolina. A lot of red across the board right now. How are you feeling?
Well, you know, we've not lost a state yet that we won in 2020. So, you know, it's tight. In 2020, we went late into the evening, and voter intensity is high, and you're going to see a red mirage, you're going to see a blue mirage. I just encourage people, you know, don't freak out. You know, we worked hard here. We had a candidate who got into this race just under 100 days ago and was pitch perfect in her delivery and execution. So a long night ahead for us.
I should ask you, there in California, there are some very important House races as well for Democrats and Republicans. Can you give us a sense of how things look so far?
They're tight. We're tight everywhere. And in those, you know, 4 to 5 House races, they're all too close to call right now. And look, the goal is for Kamala Harris, you know, to be the next president. But, you know, we do have a backstop insurance policy, which is to win the House and to really fence in Donald Trump and his worst instincts if we have to. And so we can do that with 3 to 4 seats in California. We've already won a seat in New York. And so we're on our way.
Okay, and one more question before we let you go, Congressman. We mentioned the fact that, our correspondent has been talking to some strategists in Michigan who are a bit nervous or feeling a bit pessimistic at this point. Where do you think Kamala Harris still has a very good chance? Where do you think that she's really gotten turnout to drive up in areas around big cities?
Yeah, it's Philadelphia. It's also, Detroit. It's Macomb County to see if she can flip that county, which Donald Trump narrowly won in 2020. Obviously, it's Milwaukee in Wisconsin. And look, Wisconsin comes through. Ben Wickler, the state party chair, he knows how to organize. I just talked to him. He told me this is exactly what they expected as far as how the night would go, and they expect a narrow win. So, buckle up, get the popcorn out, find an espresso, and hold on tight. It's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, we're working on the espresso here in the studio. All right, Congressman, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Appreciate it. All right, so, Katty, I want to pick that up with you because we're hearing not the espresso.
Yeah,
I wish I could.
Yes to espresso.
I know. Well, we're hearing some Democrats are feeling pretty nervous right now, but Eric Swalwell
every single Democrat in my feed, whether I'm on WhatsApp or whether I'm on iMessage, I'm not getting a single Democrat that's feeling confident.
So is this
and that's changed it's got more pronounced in the last hour or so. Compared to the beginning of the night where I was hearing very positive things from Democrats.
Is this where the Democrats were in 2020 at this point?
So I'm trying to remember the course of that night, and I think it is about. That's what I am thinking. So
you're smiling and nodding.
Listen, I'm a proud Democrat, but I was independent most of my life.
Yeah.
Democrats are professional bedwetters. They get nervous. And the reality of it is that we talked about the Red Mirage. We're seeing it.
Right.
They kept polls open in places like Cameron County in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Well, that's...
Well, they were closed for 2 hours.
Yes, but 95% of the votes in Pennsylvania are in from the rural counties. It is the urban centers, the Philadelphia suburbs that are not in. Only 50% of their votes are in. So I'd much rather be a Democrat in Pennsylvania right now.
Then the question is Michigan and Wisconsin, right? Because at the moment it's looking like her only path. I think at the beginning of the night, there were people on the Harris campaign who were suggesting that actually she was going to win more of these 7 battleground states than the polls had suggested. But now I think everyone on the Harris campaign is thinking we have to hold on to that blue wall.
Right.
And even that is looking shaky. It's not just the fact that they're waiting for the votes to come in. There are other telltale signs. The fact that they are as close as they are in Virginia, which nobody expected them to be, is not a great sign for Democratic enthusiasm and turnout. And I've got people who study particularly demographic groups saying, look, it looks like men turned out for Donald Trump in the way that the campaign had hoped that they would.
Well, and let's look at those Pennsylvania counties that you mentioned where 95% of the vote in. There's 23 counties that 95% of the vote is already in. Trump needs to do 1.2 points better in those counties to win based on 2020. He's currently doing 2.5 points better in those counties. So it looks really good. If you look at the campaigns, you see Kamala Harris's campaign has stopped putting out commentary to the press. You see the Speaker of the House flying to Florida for a celebration with Trump. Again, there's more to come in here. But when you see Trump winning Georgia, North Carolina by all indications, and the numbers look really good in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, I would rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris.
Well, just to say, we have some word from within the Kamala Harris campaign. Her campaign chair, Jen O'Malley-Dillon, of course, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff, she sent out a note to all the campaign staff kind of saying, hang in there, basically is the gist of it. Saying in Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations there. In Michigan, we're awaiting a significant number of votes to come in, but we've seen strong turnout there. Mentioning particularly the early vote and the election day, which we're still waiting on those counts as well. And then, in Wisconsin, still a lot of votes waiting in Milwaukee, of course, the urban centre, which they would be hoping for. And they're saying it's going to be the early morning hours before things come into focus.
Yeah.
That could well be the case.
And that's what I think, too. But I would say that you're right on the rural counties where Donald Trump has performed better than he did 4 years ago. but in other counties, the blue counties, Lackawanna County specifically, she's higher than where Hillary Clinton was. So it's going to be neck and neck, and there's just more of a vote. I mean, they've had historic turnout in the Philadelphia and Philadelphia suburbs, which is literally the population center, and have not gone in. So I hear you, but when you're talking about 200,000 votes right now, and there's still hundreds and hundreds of thousands from that area, that's going to go 70% probably her way.
I mean, we've been talking all evening of these three blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, as if they were one block. There is precedent, 1988, for only time since 1980, that one of them, Wisconsin, split away. And I wonder whether, I mean, Jake, what do you think? Do you think we're in a situation this year where we could see one of the blue walls split, even if Democrats held on to Pennsylvania, could you see one of the others splitting away?
Certainly, yes. I definitely think we're in that atmosphere, and the only person who has kind of broken those numbers has been Donald Trump in 2016. If you get back to the fundamentals of this race, there's only been one vice president of the United States to immediately succeed their boss in the last 90 years in American history, and it was George H.W. Bush. And Ronald Reagan had an over 60% approval rating at the time. Al Gore, we know what happened to him in 2000. Bill Clinton, over a 60% approval rating when he was running for president. And here you have 2/3 of Americans saying we're on the wrong track, and you have Joe Biden with approval ratings in the high 30s or low 40s. So the headwinds against Kamala Harris are immense, not to mention the issues that we've talked about of economy and immigration.
Okay, well, we have a major projection to bring for you now, one we've been waiting on for quite some time. Sumi?
Yeah, that's right. We have been looking so closely at these swing states all night. We haven't been able until this point to bring you any of those projections, but we do now have the state of North Carolina coming into us, a projection that we can make at this hour. Here we go. North Carolina projected for Donald Trump. North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. This is a key win. He and his campaign spent a lot of time in North Carolina, even in that last week ahead of the election, campaigning here. This is a state that he won in 2020. He won in 2016. The last time that it went to a Democrat was 2008. But still, the Democrats were feeling good about the possibility of this being a competitive race. Well, it was competitive, but until now, we can now say that North Carolina has been projected for Donald Trump with those 16 electoral votes. Let's see where this takes us on the counter here. All right, so that puts Donald Trump up to 227. Kamala Harris over there still at 165. So he is, as you can see, edging closer to that 270 needed to win. So North Carolina going for Donald Trump, an absolutely huge moment of this evening, the first of those 7 key swing states we've been watching all night long with you, going now to Donald Trump. Let's go right to Christian and see what he can tell us about North Carolina and how Donald Trump and his campaign managed to rack up a victory here in North Carolina.
Well, I started by telling you, Sumi, at the beginning of the night that this was a very simple game of mathematics. What Donald Trump had to do was improve his performance in these smaller, rural, conservative counties all across the map. And that effectively is what he's done. As your guest in the studio has just been telling you, he's 1-2% better in counties like this, right across the top of the map, in Surrey, in Stokes. Look at these margins. They're big margins. Not big vote count, but when you put it all together, it outmatches what she is doing in the Research Triangle area, in Durham, in Orange County. She wasn't doing any worse here than Joe Biden, but she was performing a little worse in each of these rural counties. And the other thing we were looking at is out in the west part of the state. This is where Hurricane Helene had such an effect a couple of months ago. Now we're seeing that actually turnout really did hold up for Donald Trump in these counties. And so he got out the vote, the provisions that were put in place in the western part of the state. And I would think he feels vindicated because in the last 3 days of the campaign, he campaigned here in North Carolina every single day, and he got out his vote. And when you look now at what the situation looks like across the battleground states, for the first time it is red right across the board in all 7 battleground states, and that will make Democrats very uncomfortable indeed. As I said a little earlier, you have to be a little careful with this because we saw in 2020 the red mirage in the Northwest in the blue wall states, and then as the mail-in vote was counted, as the urban, suburban vote was counted, and remember there's a lot of it, it takes a long time to count, then the blue vote started to go up. But at the moment, this is a pretty bleak picture for the Democrats.
Indeed, Christian. All right, thank you so much.
Well, let's go over to the, where are we going? We're going to the Kamala Harris watch party, to our North America editor, Sarah Smith. No, we don't have Sarah. Patrick, I'll just put that point to you. Christian finished up there, looking like a grim night for Kamala Harris.
No.
No, Wesley, clear answer.
Listen, I'm not drinking Kool-Aid. I'm not, this is just water. We have not.
There's no liquor in the studio.
I know that they like Patrick Murphy, you think it's something different, but I am telling you, it is patience. And I said this earlier, and we agreed on this, that I said it's all coming down to the blue wall. It's not 7 swing states. It's the 3 in the blue wall, period.
OK, well, let's just talk about North Carolina at the moment, because that is the one that we have projected there. What's interesting to me as well is Christian pointing out those western counties held up for Donald Trump. And so much of those western counties voted by mail this time round because of the damage, which just shows the Republicans have really worked hard, Jake, on that mail-in ballot game as such, which they have been so poor at.
It was a fundamental change that had to take place. Trump's rhetoric around mail-in voting specifically 4 years ago was awful. I think it was responsible for costing us a Senate seat in Georgia. But he's changed that. He's turned that around, and it's making an enormous difference. Getting people to the ballots early for early voting. Republicans have done well with that in years past, but mail-in voting, we've always failed. And so even if you're losing going into Election Day, you feel pretty good about it as long as the margin is slim enough.
Yeah, and I think it was really smart. My parents both vote. They're 78 years old, each of them. And they vote mail-in, right? And
Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. And I just think that, we got to make it easier. And by the way, not just the vote, but to count the votes. Like in Pennsylvania, we can't count these mail-in votes until polls close. We should have this. We should be home by midnight, but it is what it is.
Well,
and that's only the state legislature.
That would be no fun. There'd be no theater, no drama in that whatsoever.
Okay, hold on a second, because let's go right to North Carolina. Helena Humphrey has been there all night at this Republican watch party. Helena, I imagine that there's a lot of cheers going around there. That's right, Sumi. About 3 minutes ago, a cheer went out for people who are still here. A lot of people were really in a buoyant mood even about half an hour ago as they started to see the map looking redder and redder and redder. Just to give you a brief look at those expected tallies that we've got right now, 48% for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump taking 50.8%. Just doing that kind of quick sketch out maths, we're seeing a difference there of about 2.8%. The reason I point that out is because in 2020, we were seeing a difference of 1.3%. So that would suggest Donald Trump and his campaign gaining ground here. You were just mentioning the devastation there from Hurricane Helene. We saw it ourselves in the western part of this state. 25 counties there were impacted, these rural counties that tend to be red as it was. But the question is, would we see the response from the Biden administration impact how people felt? And certainly we saw a strong ground game from the Republicans up in the Blue Ridge Mountains when we were speaking to people, volunteers and so on. They were saying for people that were really hard hit by this, who've lost their homes, who can't get down from the mountain, they had Republican volunteers in that area bringing people down to polling stations, even temporary polling stations, tents and so on. So perhaps we could be seeing some of the fruit there from that strong ground game from the Republicans. But of course, just to give you, some more context into the importance of North Carolina, of course, of all those Sun Belt states, it is significant when you have 16 electoral college votes here up for grabs for Kamala Harris. If she is to see any kind of hole in her blue wall, it's then that she pivots to the Sun Belt strategy to try and pick up some votes there. And for Donald Trump, of course, this is a must-win state. And so, therefore, I think he will be feeling reassured. His campaign will be feeling reassured, knowing that that path to the presidency isn't quite as shaky as it could have looked without North Carolina. But certainly what we're seeing is that it seems that all those rallies, all that footfall from the Trump campaign in North Carolina, especially in the past 5 days, appears to have paid off.
Okay, Okay, Helena, in North Carolina, thank you for that. And just to bring you a projection for a Senate seat that we've been watching here in Ohio, Bernie Moreno there, the Republican candidate, has picked up that Senate seat from the sitting Democrat Sherrod Brown. So that's a gain for the Republicans in the Senate. And of course, we've been watching that in terms of the balance of power and who'll have control of those houses. Now, we have another projection to bring to you. Sumi?
That's right. I'm here at the wall because we can now bring you another projection, and we're going to take you to the state of Nebraska. Now, Nebraska is one of these states where it awards some of its electoral votes by whoever wins the most votes in the state and some by the congressional districts. And right now we have Nebraska projected for Donald Trump, those 3 electoral votes of the 5. We are, of course, able to project those right now for Donald Trump. We should say that, Nebraska is a conservative, reliably Republican state. So where does this bring Donald Trump to 230? He is inching closer, closer, and closer. He is at 230. Remember, that number he needs is 270. So he is about exactly 40 votes away to get to 270. And Kamala Harris is at 165. So you can see that path is getting a little bit easier for Donald Trump, as we've seen North Carolina called for him and the electoral votes that he is building on his path to 270. All right. Well, you mentioned that some at Kamala Harris's headquarters are feeling a little bit anxious. Let's go to Sarah Smith, our North America editor, who is there now. Sarah, as we've seen North Carolina called, what have the reactions been there?
There was absolute silence when North Carolina was called. You can hear probably behind me now that the music is quite loud. The DJ is pumping it up and up. The more the anxiety builds here, so does the music get louder and louder. But I have to say, nobody's dancing, nobody's celebrating here in any way at all. They stood silently, rather aghast at that call from North Carolina. And reassurances are coming out from the Harris campaign, telling people not to panic, that it is still early, that they always said this race would go to the early hours of the morning, if not into the coming days. But it's very difficult to quell people's trepidation here at the moment as they see the path to the White House narrowing, that Harris is not ahead in the states that she would need to win to do that. And really, no matter how hard they try and boost the atmosphere here, either with reassurances or with the tunes, you get the odd cheer when that'll be one of the House or Senate seats that the Democrats have kept. That's the odd little bit of good news that keeps the Democrats going. But as they're watching that road to the White House, they are getting more and more worried.
Indeed. All right, Sarah, thank you so much for that update from Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters right here in Washington, D.C. And we can go now back to Georgia. Joshua McCoon is standing by for us there. He's the chairman of the Republican Party. Very good to have you with us tonight on BBC News. We haven't made here a projection for Georgia just yet, but how are things looking there, and how is the Republican Party feeling at this point in the evening?
We're very confident that President Trump has won Georgia. We've seen enough here. There's about 5.2 million votes statewide. Over 5 million have been reported. President Trump has a 135,000 vote majority. It's really just math. I don't know what different decision desks are looking at, but it's very clear to us here that he's done what he needs to do to win. I think he'll win on a 2.5 to 3% majority. And we're very excited. We believe President Trump's in position to get the 270 electoral votes tonight. I think once you put Georgia in his column, then it's just a matter of, as you were talking about earlier, one of the 3 blue wall states moving in his direction. It looks like he has several pathways to get there, and we believe he's going to do it.
Okay, so what do you think has worked then, or for Donald Trump in Georgia to this point, if you're feeling confident that he's won the state at this point where the numbers are? What was the message you think that really has worked?
Well, I think a couple of things. Certainly his message on the economy resonated with a lot of our folks that are living paycheck to paycheck in the state. The campaign's focus on low propensity voters. We know about 20% of the folks that voted in this election, almost 1 million Georgians, did not vote in 2020. And we know how well President Trump does with those low propensity, less engaged voters. I also think a key turning point in this race was President Trump coming to Georgia in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Helene. It was a great opportunity to show him, together with our Governor Brian Kemp, working for the people of Georgia, while the response from FEMA and Vice President Harris sort of lagged behind. I think all of those things, and of course the message on immigration, Laken Riley, the tragic case here in Georgia of a young female University of Georgia student murdered by an illegal alien. All of those things, I think, came together to put together his impressive victory here tonight.
And just give us a sense of, we had heard about some concerns about voting. There were bomb threats in DeKalb County. I mean, has at this point everything gone smoothly enough for you to feel confident about the vote being completely counted?
Well, like I said, I'm not a math major. I'm a lawyer with a graduate degree from the University of Alabama. But even I can tell you, you have a 200,000 votes remaining, and you need to pick up 130,000 votes. It's just not going to happen. She could win 75% of the outstanding votes, and it still wouldn't be enough. So I think that's why Decision Desk HQ called the race over an hour ago. They did the same thing with North Carolina. I understand you just projected North Carolina a few minutes ago. I'm sure we'll get that projection at some point this evening. But we're very excited about where we are. We're confident President Trump has won here in Georgia. And like I said, we're looking to see what happens in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania at this point.
All right, Joshua McCoon there in Georgia. Thank you so much for joining us on BBC News tonight. And Katty, one of the most interesting points in that interview that we just heard was the low propensity voters. So these are people who didn't vote in the last election. I mean, that was really, really interesting what he said about the turnout among these voters.
And particularly looks like young men. Mm-hmm. That seems to be where Donald Trump is outperforming his numbers compared to 2020. And that is an area that the Harris campaign always knew that they had some problems with, and they had to run up the numbers. I mean, maybe Patrick is right, and we haven't had blue and dark blue counties reporting yet in those blue wall states. So there is a chance that in those counties she can run up the numbers with mail-in votes or early votes. But it's looking harder for them because it looks like young men did turn out for Donald Trump. I'm reminded tonight of something that Kellyanne Conway, who was Donald Trump's campaign manager, said it back in 2016. There's a difference to voters between what offends you and what affects you. And I think we were talking earlier in this campaign about how there have been a lot of even Republican voters have said this time around, more so than in 2016, you know what, I don't love his rhetoric, I don't like some of the things that I'm hearing, but I'm affected by inflation. I'm offended by some of the things that I hear, but I'm affected by the fact that my rent is 30% higher than it was before COVID, that the price of beef is 45% higher than it was before COVID. And those are things that people feel, particularly those low propensity voters, because there's an inflation wealth gap. If you own your house, you're not feeling the impact of wealth. Those tend to be wealthier Americans. If you rent your house, you're more likely to be a working-class American, perhaps some of those young male voters who turned out for Donald Trump.
And 2/3 of Americans own a home. And I don't think the campaign did a good job explaining that to the American people, too. Now, listen.
But for people who rent the home, that doesn't help you very much.
Yeah, but the majority of Americans do, and that's their primary source of net worth is your home ownership. And that's why, frankly, Kamala Harris put the plan of 3 million new homes in the housing stock because we're short on homes. If she gets there, we'll get there. But
people were still struggling with affordability, though, weren't they? Like their take-home pay, even though wages have gone up in this country, still didn't go as far. Even if you own your own home and rates haven't changed and you're paying your mortgage, you were paying more on groceries.
No doubt. When I was a young college student, I met Bill Clinton, and it inspired me to eventually go into political public service. When he talked to people and said, "I feel your pain," you felt he was genuine. He had that micro engagement with people. When he was talking to you, you knew he was listening. He was empathetic. And I think we have to get back to the basics. I mean, people want their elected leaders to fight for them, to feel their pain and to know that you're going to go to bed at night, you're going to wake up in the morning, and you're going to fight for them to make their lives better, not your life better.
Well, and that's exactly right. The overall inflation numbers, 20.5%, electricity over 30%, groceries 22.5%, big numbers. But I want to build on something that you said, Katty. You talked about the young male voter, the low propensity voter, but also two numbers that I want to point out tonight from exit polling I've seen nationally. The black vote, 81-15 Harris. 4 years ago, it was 91-8 Biden. The Hispanic vote, this year, 56-40 Harris. 4 years ago, it was 63-35 Biden.
Yeah,
and so those inroads have made an enormous difference, I think, tonight.
Yeah, we're going to talk about some. Those are really important data points to discuss. We're going to discuss them in just a moment. But we are coming up on the top of the hour, so that means it's another one of those key moments in this race. We've had so many key moments, I know. But we're going to see more polls close and also some more projections to bring you. But at this point in the night, we've had so many of these big swing states closing, and we're waiting still, as we said, for those blue wall states. But now let's get ready for another set of results.
Well, it is midnight here in Washington, 5 a.m. in London, and the polls in Hawaii have now closed. That state is worth 4 electoral votes, and as we've been saying, presidential candidate needs to get to that magic 270 to win the White House. Hawaii, the only state closing at this hour, and we may be able to make a projection for it in a short amount of time. We can't make a projection about Hawaii at this time, and those crucial for electoral votes. But at this point in time, almost all of the polls are closed, of course, and we're waiting on those key states. We can take a look at where we stand, the state of play at the moment. Donald Trump, as you can see there, on 230, Kamala Harris on 165, and he has had that key state of North Carolina projected for him. Now, we can project Hawaii at this point for Kamala Harris and the 4 electoral votes. So let's take a look at our tally again and see what impact those 4 votes have had on that race to 270. So that's bringing her up to 169 and Donald Trump up to 230. And of course, she's still waiting for some of those reliably Democratic states that we just can't call at this point. Some of them because they're still counting, others because they're too close for her at this point. But let's go, of course, to Christian, who is keeping a close eye on what's going on in all of these states. What can we tell at the moment, Christian?
Well, this is our scenario that we started with at the beginning of the night. We'd plugged in all those states we thought would go red, Republican, and all those that we thought would go blue, Democratic. And right now, nothing has changed hands, although, of course, we've been able to fill in North Carolina as a hold for Donald Trump. We've been talking in the last half an hour about Georgia. Over 90% of the vote counted. The path for Kamala Harris in Georgia is narrowing. So let's, for argument's sake, it's leaning Republican. We'll plug it in as red. I just want to show you that now he jumps to 251. And if you put in Pennsylvania, he gets home to 270. So Pennsylvania for him would become the race. It would get him home and back to the White House. We want to focus a little bit on Congress. So let me just remind you of the scenario that we had. If we go to 22, this was how the Senate looked. Democrats have control in the last Congress. These 2 independents vote with Democrats. Republicans needed a net gain of 2 or 1 if they get the White House, because don't forget the vice president breaks a tie. So let's have a look at the list. And I've put on all the closest races that we're looking at. Now, there were 34 seats, a third of the Senate that was up. 23 of them were incumbent Democrats or independents. And you can see that most of this list is Democratic senators or independents that voted with Democrats. This one we've already called. This is Jim Justice, the former governor who has taken the seat of Joe Manchin in West Virginia for the Republicans. But all these very tight now. Montana, Ohio, Wisconsin, Arizona, they are in the lead. That is Ruben Gallego in the lead against Carrie Lake, who ran for governor in 2022, you remember. And also we think that, Ohio has now been called. So that would be the 2 that they need. The only caveat, actually, is this here, because this is a Republican. This is the incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer, who's in a tight race. You can see it's quite narrow, 15,000 votes, against an independent called Dan Osborne, who was a union leader. He's running as an independent, and he's running up pretty close. But as this map stands at the moment, we can say that very much Republicans look to be taking back control of the Senate.
OK, Christian, thank you for that. And of course, the important thing to note about Republicans taking back control of the Senate, they currently have control of the House. Will they hold on to that? We don't know. But if they get the Oval Office as well, if Donald Trump is elected to a second non-consecutive term, then the Republican Party has those three elements that make up how legislation is passed, and all of the power would then rest with the Republican Party. So that is what they're aiming to do. So are the Democrats, of course, but we'll wait to see what happens as the night goes out. And we're really looking at Pennsylvania, as we knew we were before today started. We can go to Tom Bateman. He is there for us. Tom, we're still waiting. We've been discussing here on those really urban areas, very heavily populated and populated by Democrats.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would, Caitríona, describe the mood to you here, but the mood's kind of disappeared, really, in the last half an hour because everyone cleared out from the upstairs of the bar we were at. I mean, people have been watching some of the coverage. I think a bit of a sense of disappointment as they were watching the progress that Kamala Harris was making as the counts were creeping up across Pennsylvania. Remember, Philadelphia is the heart of Philadelphia, a very Democrat-leaning city, although, for full disclosure, I should say there are more people still downstairs. But where we've been watching this, everyone just upped and went. And as you say, those urban areas really, really critical. We're expecting, or have been expecting, another bulk of votes to be posted, those results to be released from Philadelphia, which could help us get a bit closer with well more than 80% of all the votes counted now in Pennsylvania. But it just looks as though, as you've been saying, for the Harris campaign, she just hasn't been quite making the progress that she would need to nudge above the 50% mark and beat Donald Trump in this very, very contentious state. And when you compare some of the numbers to where Joe Biden was at 4 years ago, she just isn't quite there in some of those. Now, that still might change, of course, because there are still quite a number of votes still to come in, and those results to be posted to the state authorities that then release and publish them. So we're still waiting. But as I say, you know, people here not quite looking at what they hoped they would be at this stage of the night.
And Tom, if some of those people in the upstairs bar have moved to the downstairs bar, maybe some of them have left. We've been hearing from the Harris chair, Jenna Malley-Dillon. She's kind of said this is going to be tomorrow, folks, hang in there. Is there any sense coming to you from anyone official there in Pennsylvania as to how many more hours they see this taking?
Well, earlier I was at one of the big counting centre for Philadelphia and chatting to officials there. Now, there are two things to say here. One is that they're very, very aware of what happened in 2020 when, for the first time, because of the pandemic, they were doing a mass mail-in count. They had mail-in voting before, but not anything like they had then. 2.5 million votes, mail-in votes were being counted. It took them 4 days. Now, everyone I spoke to today explained that they have radically transformed and improved the process. They've made it much more secure, they've made it more efficient, and they've also added a lot more digitisation to some of the process, which I think is why we're actually seeing things develop much more quickly here. So they had been talking about potentially not getting a result till Thursday, but that is if it's extremely close. Now, if there is a bit more bandwidth between the two candidates, potentially I think we could be looking at a result a bit faster than that, and yes, possibly into tomorrow.
It's all about the bandwidth between the candidates at this point, Tom, isn't it? Thanks so much for joining us. Katty, just to get your thoughts on that, what we're seeing there. I mean, it's anyone's guess in Pennsylvania at this point in time.
I've got one Democratic member of Congress texting me to say it's a red mirage, and another Democratic member of Congress texting me to say it seems very unlikely that this is a red mirage. I think the question at the moment is this 2020 or is this 2016?
Yeah.
And the way that Kamala Harris is underperforming relative to the way Democrats might normally perform in certain areas and with certain demographics, and I'm particularly looking at Hispanic voters, suggests to me that this could be 2016 at this point. Donald Trump seems to be performing particularly well with men, as we were talking about, but particularly well as well with Hispanic voters.
And when you see there's potentially the trickle-down effect in those Senate races as well, and some of the House races. I mean, that was always the concern with Donald Trump, and in 2020 was he kind of toxic at the top of the ballot for others, but it doesn't look like that this time.
No, I mean, I don't think we got enough yet on the House, and Patrick would know, obviously, both, and Jake as well would know much more about the House races than I do and where this is heading, but it's certainly, obviously, the Senate has gone to the Republicans, and it may go in even bigger numbers to the Republicans than people had been anticipating.
Yeah, I think in the 3 blue wall states, I think Kamala Harris is up in Michigan. She's up in Wisconsin. She's down by less than 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania, with 82% reporting. So there's still hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes that need to be counted, really from the urban centers, which are going, as of now, roughly 60, 65% for her. So again, it is going to come down to the wire. And as far as the House, listen, I still think, and I stand by my predictions earlier tonight, that I think that the Democrats will take back the House. I think the Republicans were going to take back the Senate. I said that. Clearly they are. The Ohio loss is going to hurt one. Sherrod Brown is a great American. But we'll see. But it's really about the White House, and it's going to be nip and tuck. So as we said earlier, get the popcorn out.
I'm happy for you to all say red mirage if I'm wrong about this. But I feel confident about Trump being successful tonight. Obviously, the Senate looks really good. The House is a different story. We just don't have enough data yet on those races. What we do know is that we Republicans have been outspent by a lot. I think that in those races, to the extent that they've been able to localize issues, if they're able to make abortion a bigger issue and the Republican candidate isn't able to separate themselves in the way that Trump has, that can play a big part of it. But the presidency, I feel good about. The Senate, I feel good about. The House, we just don't know enough yet to make any good predictions.
So, Jake, to your point, you're right. About $16 billion spent this cycle, $16 billion in this campaign. But on that House side and House races, Democrats, DCCC and House Majority spent about $313 million versus the NRCC and the Congressional Leadership Fund is $252 million. So that's about $60 million more for the Democrats and the House side. And again, that's also going to be nip and tuck. But I do think that, especially Democrats, they tend to only vote every 4 years. I think we'll pick up some seats in New York. We'll see about seats like Rebecca Cook in Wisconsin, some other things that, see how it shakes out.
Yeah, some of those key races, but, it's also, this is a game of margins, isn't it? It's really about, who can lose less badly in some of the areas that, for Kamala Harris, that would be in rural areas, for Donald Trump in urban areas. And we are seeing these, this 18 to 29-year-old, this 18 to 29-year-old group breaking, at least for men, for Kamala Harris. And this was always a question, of course, he was targeting young men with things like going on podcasts like Joe Rogan and reaching out to young men in the Black and Latino communities as well. The question was, could you get them to go out to vote? And from what we're seeing in that exit poll data and also in the data from North Carolina and Georgia so far is, yes, that he enthused them to get out to vote.
Yeah, I mean, that up until now, the theory of the case was that you would rather have her hand than his because women historically have this track record of voting in greater numbers than men have voted. And that may still turn out to be the case. It may be that more women voted overall than young men voted, but she had to run up the numbers with older women and particularly with younger women, and it doesn't look like she's managed to do that in enough numbers so far to outweigh his performance. I mean, Donald Trump has always had this ability. He had it in 2016, he had it in 2020 to drive up turnout on both sides. Whether you love him or you hate him, he drove up turnout. And he had his campaign have always said he has this ability to reach voters who are normally difficult for a conventional candidate, because he is nothing if not unconventional, to reach.
Well, and what's so interesting about it is the point that you make about the unconventional way that he has run this campaign in order to reach out to people. I'm a young guy, but I've been around in politics long enough that when I hear that Trump turns down the classic historic 60 Minutes interview, I think, well, that's bizarre, right? Yeah. And then he's on Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and these different podcasts. Much bigger audiences, yeah. They are getting a bigger audience every week than the person that sits in Walter Cronkite's seat. Yeah. Like, this is a big shift in the media landscape, and it's to their credit for paying attention to it.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in there. We'll come back to this point, I promise. This is a really interesting one, the traditional media landscape versus what the campaigns have been doing this time around. But I think Caitríona does have another projection.
Indeed, we do. We have another race projection to bring to you at this time. We can project Virginia is projected as a win for Kamala Harris and the 13 electoral votes that go along with Virginia. Let's have a look now and see what difference that makes to that quest to get to 270 that Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have at the moment. You can see that brings her up to 182. Donald Trump there on 230. So inching ever closer to that line to take them on into the White House. But as we've been saying, it's those key swing states, isn't it? It's the ones sometimes vote Republican, sometimes vote Democrat that we've been keeping such a close eye on as to how they get there. Let's just carry on the discussion there about what we were talking about, the podcasts and so on. Do you think this has changed utterly how campaigning will happen now? I mean, we saw the Democrats with that heavy ground game, particularly in your state, Patrick, in Pennsylvania, door knocking, rallying the troops, having the volunteers there, versus actually just doing a podcast that's so much more efficient, really, in terms of time and money and how many people you can reach.
Yeah, and listen, I would say that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have played to win. They have traveled. I was with them yesterday, at least with her last night at the Art Museum in Philadelphia. She was in 5 cities in Pennsylvania yesterday. The day before, Sunday, she was in 4 cities in Michigan. So it's not like 2016 where, with no due respect to Secretary Clinton, didn't get out as much as Kamala Harris has done. Should she have done other podcasts? Yes, but everyone's going to do this. Should Donald Trump?
Just one second there, Patrick. We're just watching some live pictures there coming to us from Florida. Anyway, these are people, we believe, outside the convention centre or at least along the road there somewhere. So we may be looking at Donald Trump getting ready to make away, or J.D. Vance, who is in Florida as well, for whatever may happen later on. But sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, no. Listen, I said earlier tonight that if it's close, that Donald Trump's going to declare victory and that it all sort
out. Well, we don't know that he's doing that. He just might be.
I wouldn't be shocked,
might be moving.
But you have to give the people the right to vote.
And you can see there all the red MAGA caps gathered at the Trump campaign watch party. It certainly filled in a lot there at the convention centre at West Palm Beach compared to a little earlier, hasn't it?
Well, and it certainly, to your point, the Harris campaign has not been caught flat-footed in the way that Clinton was in 2016. I agree with that point. And of course, AOC was playing video games on TikTok or something. They're
Twitch.
They're trying.
I'm not on Twitch either, brother. We're good.
None of us are.
My kids are, but
they're doing something.
And she did do some of those podcasts that were had.
Of course she did. But it's the combination of where can you move the numbers, finding out where you can move the numbers, and then using the tools necessary to meet those people where they are. And it's really difficult to meet young men, especially, who may be disengaged. And I think the Trump campaign has done a good job of that. But it's not just this. It's all the above. It's reaching out to minorities. Yeah. It's working hard on advanced ballots in Pennsylvania. The Republicans have added several 100,000 new voters to Pennsylvania. So it's not just one thing on election. It makes the narrative more interesting, but it's a whole host of things.
When it's this close as well, you have to do everything, really, don't you? Well, let's go to Michigan now, one of those close states that we've been keeping an eye on, and we can speak to Ione Wells. Ione, what's the latest in Michigan there? What can you tell us?
Well, the mood certainly dropped here in the last hour or two. I've spoken to a couple of Democrats in the last hour, both here in the room, but also some in Washington as well. And the message that a couple of them have said without prompting is, I'd rather be in Donald Trump's camp right now than Kamala Harris's. And I think that speaks to the mood here in Michigan, which is not very positive at the moment among Democrats. They're very nervous about how close it is looking, both at a statewide level in terms of the results that are coming through, but also in the Senate race here in Michigan, which is an incredibly key race for the Democrats. It would be extraordinary if the Republicans managed to gain that seat. The Republicans haven't had a senator here in Michigan for 3 decades. So I think there are a lot of nerves about how tight that race is looking. Now, I should caveat this, of course, not all the votes have been counted. The majority of votes in that Senate race have still yet to be counted as well. But certainly the early data is causing a lot of anxiety in the room at the moment. And I think another indication of how people are feeling, the floor down below just about an hour ago was full of people having drinks, laughing, dancing, singing along to some of the music here. It's actually emptied out quite a lot in the last hour or so. I think a suggestion of how people are feeling, which is potentially one of anxiety, one of nerves, as this early data is still coming through.
Thank you so much for that update there from Michigan. And I want to zoom in on some of the counties, of course, that we're watching closely tonight. Christian, you've been looking at those.
I know there's a lot of anxiety among Democrats in Michigan at the moment, but there's a lot of vote outstanding. We've talked about the red mirage and the blue wave of votes that comes later. I mean, look down at Wayne County. This is the biggest county, over 1 million people in Wayne County. They've only counted 15%. In next door, Oakland, across the 8 Mile Road, 82%. There's still 20% of the vote to come there. In Lansing, the state capital, in Ingham, still around 50% of it to come there. And in Grand Rapids here, still around 30% of the vote. And look at this. Remember earlier I told you about our bowl of cherries, the Cherry County of Grand Traverse, which is a bit of a bellwether. She's actually in front up there, so maybe there's some clues there. This was one of the other counties in Michigan which flipped in 2020. She's still ahead there, and I mean, there's no vote being counted there. That's a mix of sort of urban and rural, just as Kent County is over here. So, yeah, there's a lot of anxiety and there's a lot of red on the map across Michigan. But obviously, there's much more vote in the 9 counties we're looking at in this area where Joe Biden ran up the score in 2020 than there is in these red counties. So, you know, you just have to be a little bit cautious at the moment. We count the votes, see where we get to.
Well, we have changed over panel, got some fresh blood back into the studio here. Rodney Davis, former congressman, Republican congressman from Illinois. Stephanie Murphy, former Democratic congresswoman from Florida. And Margaret Talev is here with us as well, senior contributor to Axios and with Syracuse University as well. You guys have been crunching the numbers there, chatting to your party colleagues for the last while. Where do you think things are at now? Is it a bad day for Democrats? We've heard some people are leaving parties. What do you think, Stephanie?
Well, I think we see that the Senate has moved into Republican hands. I think the House is still in play. I mean, currently, and we don't have all the votes in, so with that caveat, we're a net +2. We picked up some in New York and one in Alabama. So, you know, the night's still long. There's still more to come in, and especially out of California, which were other seats that the House Dems were looking to pick up. So, of course, the White House is still
all to play for
waiting,
at this point.
Yeah, waiting to see.
We've been looking just there a moment ago at some shots of the convention center in West Palm Beach there. The crowd is filling up, and Rodney's sitting here with a big grin on his face. So you seem to have a different view of things.
Not a different view. I mean, I'll make a bold prediction right now.
Go for it.
I think I do believe Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States of America. Actually, there's a lot of confidence that his team believes that they will sweep the blue wall. Now, let's say they lose one. Okay, you got 2 or 3. That's still a landslide. If that's the case, there's got to be a lot of self-reflection within the Democratic Party here in the United States of America, to where they're losing ground when it comes to the generic ballot of people identifying publicly as Republicans versus Democrats. That changes the demographic shift the Democrats thought they would have long-term in America. And as a matter of fact, the Latino vote that we're seeing in exit polls right now is a big reason why.
But hasn't Donald Trump actually changed the Republican Party a bit as well? I mean, he's changed some of the outlook on some of those long-held conservative policies, particularly around abortion.
Well, I mean, he's changed the Republican Party just like Ronald Reagan changed the Republican Party when I was growing up. Ronald Reagan's the reason I'm a Republican, because I grew up in that era. Don't call me Alex P. Keaton, though, you know, for all those who are Family Ties fans. But, similarly with the Democratic Party. You know, not too long ago, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren were the far-left progressives. Now they're kind of mainstream after the squad came along. And I don't see the Republican Party any different.
We're just looking at pictures in the screen there. You see what appears to be police moving ahead of a motorcade. We're expecting at some point Donald Trump and or J.D. Vance to be getting to that convention center. We'll check in when we know a bit more about who exactly is heading that way at the moment. But, Margaret, to bring you in on this as well, I mean, what do you think of what Rodney just said there? I mean, if this were to hold up and that confidence in the Trump campaign to say we can win 2 out of 3, maybe all 3 blue wall states, that would be a catastrophic loss for the Democrats. Too early to say that, of course, but just to say that confident message from the Trump campaign.
Well, for sure. By the way, any loss is going to be a catastrophic loss for the Democrats if that's what happens. But yes, I think, I think that's right. I think the assumption up until tonight has been that this would be an extremely close race. That would make it a less than extremely close race. We already know the Republicans are going to take the Senate. Most people still think that Democrats are going to take the House, but it may not be by as big of a margin as some had hoped. And what we're seeing in some of these House races, if they are early indicators of the night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, is part of what is causing so much angst among Democrats. And I'm not making any bold predictions because I don't do that. But I will say that the Democrats that I've heard from over the course of the last hour or so are somewhere between anxious and apoplectic. I'm not hearing from a lot of Democrats who are like, yeah, we got this. So I think there's a narrowing path. And with each narrowing of the path, little to no room for error for Vice President Harris. She's got some good news out of Nebraska with that one district. Yeah. Those 3 places, the 3 big states are still in play. But again, to disagree with Rodney's point, shock him that I will do that. I think this is overwhelmingly all about inflation, and it is not about massive shifts of the population that thought they were Democratic and now they're part of the new Trump coalition. This is a backlash to inflation that is putting in, and with some voters, concerns about border security. But that is not the dominant issue here. This is inflation as a driving force.
Okay, we'll come back to that point, but we do want to, as we're expecting Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to be heading to that campaign headquarters in a moment, let's go right to our correspondent, Neda Tawfik, who has been there all night for us. Neda, I can imagine that, that optimism, that confidence is spreading there in the room.
Absolutely, Sumi. It is smiles all around. People are taking selfies. People have a little bit of a pep in their step, dancing to the music. At one point, there was a big crowd dancing to the YMCA song. And I went down and spoke with supporters, and I can tell you they are just absolutely glued to the results. Some women have a paper counting Donald Trump's electoral votes and also just the margin of victory as it progresses throughout the night. So people are very invested, and they clearly feel the momentum is on their side. And so people, when there is a result that is favorable to Donald Trump on the screen, they throughout the night have gotten more and more animated, cheering more loudly, showing more excitement. But what's really interesting is the fact that all of them do show a bit of caution. They say they want to wait until there is a final result. And some of them, Sumi, have raised some of the claims that Donald Trump has made in the past, unfounded claims, but claims of fraud in elections. And so many people have repeated that and saying they want to wait till there is a final result to really celebrate here. And clearly, it is going to take some time still for that.
Okay, Neda, thank you very much for that update from headquarters.
Now, of course, people are watching this election right around the world to see who's going to win and what it's going to mean for their country. And perhaps no one watching it as closely as those in Russia. And we can go to our Russia correspondent, Steve Rosenberg, who's in Sochi in Russia. Fabulous backdrop behind you there, Steve. It looks like Donald Trump is having a good night so far. And of course, many of the results still not in, so we don't know the definitive result at this point. But what would it mean for US-Russia relations, another term of Donald Trump?
Just to explain why behind me I've got mountains and snow and trees and not the Kremlin, it's because there's a big politics conference going on in Sochi this week, and President Putin is expected here tomorrow to make a keynote address and give his reaction, I think, to the result of the US election. In the run-up to this American election, Russian officials have gone out of their way to give the impression that it doesn't matter who wins, as far as the Kremlin is concerned, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Nothing's going to change, they say. But when you look at what Trump and Harris have been saying on the campaign trail about Russia, about Ukraine, I think it's pretty clear that what Donald Trump has been saying strikes a chord much more with Vladimir Putin, with the Kremlin, than what Kamala Harris has been saying. His criticism of the scale of US military assistance to Kiev, his unwillingness to blame Vladimir Putin for the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. At times, it seems he's been blaming Joe Biden or Vladimir Zelensky more than Vladimir Putin for that invasion. His avoidance in the presidential debate, when he was asked whether he wanted Ukraine to win the war against Russia, he got round the question, he skipped the question. So all of that will have struck a chord with the Kremlin. So I think, as things stand at the moment, the Kremlin will be pretty pleased at how things are developing.
All right, Steve Rosenberg there, our Russia editor on the side of a mountain in Sochi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, at this point, we do have another one of those race ratings for you. This is from our partners here in the U.S., CBS News. Their race rating for Wisconsin, the key Rust Belt state, is leaning for Trump. Now, again, this is not a projection. There's simply not enough information yet for Wisconsin to be projected, but at this point in the race, CBS News projecting a race, or making a race rating, rather, as Wisconsin leaning for Trump. As soon as we get firmer numbers, of course, we'll bring them to you. But let's go to Harris headquarters, campaign headquarters here in Washington, D.C., where one of Kamala Harris' campaign's biggest surrogates, Lindy Lee, is standing by for us. Lindy, very good to see you. We've just been saying that CBS News has this race rating, Wisconsin leaning for Trump. Of course, that's not a firm projection at this point in the race, but we've been talking about the fact that the Trump campaign feels pretty confident right at this point. How do you feel? How does the campaign feel?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. People are getting increasingly anxious. And but there's still a pathway. I do want to remind folks that as long as she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and because she already won Nebraska in the 2nd Congressional District, she could win the presidency. Yes, that is looking increasingly unlikely, but there's still a path, and I am holding on to that. But honestly, this is not the night that we wanted. I myself, I raised millions of dollars for the campaign, and there are a lot of donors here as well. We came in euphoric. We came in with high expectations, and once again, the polls are wrong, just like they were wrong in 2016 and 2020. Ultimately, the pollsters did not correct for that Trump that Trump polling error that keeps happening time and time again. And Dobbs, apparently, the removal of reproductive rights just wasn't a strong enough force yet to bring us over the top. We'll see what happens, but it's pretty grim right now.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that the polls got this wrong and that reproductive rights wasn't the galvanizing factor that your campaign, the Harris campaign, thought it would be?
In terms of polling, the Trump shy voter phenomenon is very much in existence. People are just reluctant to say that they're voting for Donald Trump. But I think it really comes down to 3 factors. Number one would be the economy. Yes, inflation is now down at 2.1%, but cumulative price hikes still hurt and has caused immense suffering. And Americans, they used to pay $100 at the grocery market for something in 2019. Now it's $126. So yes, inflation hurt. Number 2 would be immigration. People are upset that the borders were relatively porous during the first half of the Biden administration. An executive order should have come sooner. But I do want to remind folks that Trump was the one who intentionally torpedoed the bipartisan border deal. And number 3 is Biden only gave her 107 days to fully introduce her to the American people. That is not sufficient time. She was still telegraphing, she was still introducing herself to the American people in the month of October. So there are a lot of factors that contributed to this evolving outcome. We're not there yet, so I'm not saying that it's over, but...
Lindy, the way you phrased that about President Biden, are you saying then you think if this doesn't work out for Democrats that really that's partly his fault?
This is very hard for me to say because I know him on a personal level, and I have tremendous amount of respect for him, but I don't think he ever should have ran for re-election. Legislatively speaking, he had a tremendously successful administration, but he should not have run Absolutely not. We should have run a primary. We should have had a contested primary to see which candidate was strongest and most formidable. Given the stakes, and I still believe that this is an existential election for our country. I was born in an authoritarian regime, so right now I have like a tornado of feelings inside me right now, and the last thing I want is for America to devolve into another authoritarian regime. Hopefully this is just overblown fears. Hopefully this will never come to pass. But, this is not the outcome that we wanted. We'll just see what happens. She still has a path. I want to say that. As long as she holds on to those blue wall states, it might happen. And it's not over until it's over.
Indeed. I mean, CBS News is saying that Wisconsin is leaning to Donald Trump at the moment, so that may be one that is about to slip away from her. But if you're seeing that Joe Biden is perhaps one of the reasons, you also mentioned inflation there. I mean, inflation, affordability, cost of living, that is the number one thing that voters have been saying for months now. So, should the Democrats have done a better job at communicating that message or taking better action on it?
I think perhaps a second pandemic check never should have gone out. That overjuiced the economy. But the case is this is an extremely anti-incumbent environment, not just the United States, but we see in Canada as well with Justin Trudeau, and Japan and Europe. This is a global phenomenon. And I think Americans don't quite understand that America emerged from the pandemic more strongly and more resiliently than any industrialized nation on earth. This is not a uniquely American problem. Inflation hit every single nation on earth. But this is just a very hard environment to run in. Trump had the fundamentals on his side. And I think people are memory holding the final year of his presidency when we couldn't find toilet paper, when we couldn't find bottled water, when 20% of the country was out of work. He so grossly mishandled the pandemic. It didn't have to be as bad. But unfortunately, people are kind of myopic about that. They grade him according to the first 3 years and don't hold him accountable for the final one.
Lindy, thank you so much for joining us tonight from Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters right here in Washington, D.C. Great as always to speak with you.
Hearing from Lindy there, she's very emotional. It is an emotional moment, isn't it? I mean, for both parties, people have invested so much in these campaigns, in door knocking, and it's so meaningful. It's not over yet, absolutely far from it, but it's an emotional night, Stephanie.
Well, I think elections have gotten very personal for people, especially given the list of issues that are on the agenda this cycle. And I do have to disagree that with her when she said that, the polls got it wrong. I don't think they did get it wrong. In fact, the polls said from over a year now that this race would be within the margin of error on the 7 swing states. And that's what we're seeing, right? And all of these races were always going to be within the margin of error. And we still haven't gotten to counting all of the votes yet. So I think, you just have to let the process work its way through and before anyone declares victory or an outcome.
Yeah, it is really important to say at this point, of course, none of the 3 blue wall states have actually been projected. So there is still that path to victory that Kamala Harris had looked at and her campaign had looked at from the beginning. Those 3 blue wall states plus that Nebraska district, that is still open to her.
Well, it certainly is by decision makers. But just like Georgia and North Carolina, you see the trends, and the trends in the blue wall states right now are leaning towards President Trump. And I think our last guest, speaking from Harris headquarters, blaming Joe Biden and talking about, what this election has meant is a good indicator as to why you're going to see President Trump probably declare victory very quickly.
Well, look, she was asked specifically about what role Joe Biden played there. But let's go right to Caitríona. I think we have a projection.
We have a major projection to bring now at this point, Sumi. We've been talking about swing states all night. We have been talking about Georgia specifically in recent times, and we are now in a position to project Georgia. Georgia projected there as a win for Donald Trump. This is huge. This is the second swing state now that has been projected as a win for Donald Trump. We mentioned North Carolina a little earlier. This is Georgia, and it's 16 electoral votes. very, very intense contest fought in that state between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Spending a lot of time there, both candidates, and we can see now it's projected as a win for Donald Trump. Let's see what impact that has on the race for 270. A major win for Donald Trump at this point in time. Now, we've been saying 270 is the magic number to get to. Donald Trump is on 246, just 24 electoral votes away from that magic number of 270, down into the White House, sitting behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. Kamala Harris on 182. Still 5 of those swing states still outstanding. The race far from over, but it is getting more difficult for Kamala Harris now and easier for Donald Trump, with North Carolina and Georgia now on his tally. You can see there that it is big news at this hour. We've been talking about how tight this race was. The polls have had it so tight for so long, and we knew it would come very closely. We're two states declared now, 5 still to go projected. Let's chat to our panel here and see what they make of that. Katty, 2 states stand for Donald Trump now of these 7 battleground states that we've been focused so hard on. Big win for him, isn't it?
If you're in the Trump campaign, you'd rather be Donald Trump tonight than you would be Kamala Harris at this stage of the evening, certainly. But him winning, if he was going to win any of these early battleground states, I guess that from the Harris point of view, losing North Carolina and then losing Georgia was better for them than losing Pennsylvania, but that's not a huge amount of consolation. It does mean that Kamala Harris, as we've been saying, has to win Pennsylvania, she has to win Michigan, and she has to win Wisconsin. She has absolutely no wiggle room anymore, and those states are looking extremely close at this stage in the evening.
And we should say she's flipped
in the morning, I think we are now, right?
Yeah, who knows?
We're
it's
now
morning somewhere, it's nighttime somewhere else. And of course, we should say Joe Biden won this 4 years ago and Donald Trump 4 years before that. Yes. So it is swinging.
So it's the one that they have taken from the Democrats.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's again. Stephanie, what's your reaction?
Well, you know, I think it is a tough night, but we just have to wait until we count all the votes and see what happens with the blue wall. There's still the path. That was always the path that the Harris campaign had leaned into. And I think there was a letter that was put out by Jen O'Malley Dillon that basically reminded all of the supporters that, hey, we always knew this was going to be a close race. We always knew that the blue wall was our best path. And here we are, you know, waiting to see what those numbers look like.
Well, certainly that's the case. I mean, Rodney, looking at from your perspective for the Republicans, I mean, this is just a huge moment of the evening for Donald Trump, the Republicans. We knew Georgia was looking like it was going to go for him, but at this point it puts him in a really good position.
Oh, it certainly does. I mean, he needed Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean, as we discussed earlier, he and his team were very confident that that was going to work out that way. But it's pretty telling they're just as confident that some of these other states are going to work out in their favor, too. It is trending, and you look at some of the House races in Pennsylvania that are almost called. Right now, you've got Congressman Matt Cartwright and Congresswoman Susan Wild in very precarious positions with over 98% of the vote in, and they're down. That says something. Now, Republicans are losing races in the House, too. The House is where Democrats are going to have to move their focus because the Senate's gone.
Yeah,
I mean, we're talking right now, if Donald Trump sweeps the blue wall, you could have 54, maximum 55 Republican senators. Right now, you're guaranteed probably 53.
And, Katty, you know, if we look at Georgia, the numbers have been coming in also pretty fast. I mean, that's something that we were discussing in advance. How quickly would this vote be counted? I mean, that indicates it's clearly not as close as we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers have been coming in fast, and you look at the margins, they're just much bigger than they were in 2020. In 2020, we were, you know, deliberating over famously over some 11,000 votes in Georgia. This time around, we haven't got the final numbers in, but it looks like it's over 100,000 vote, right? The difference is 150,000 difference between
massive
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. That's a much bigger advantage for him.
Well, let's go straight to Georgia now and to our correspondent, John Sudworth. John, what was the reaction there with the projection of Georgia for Donald Trump?
Well, you know, people in this room are convinced they have won this state, as you were saying, there is a margin of 150,000 votes or so, just 5% of the total left to count. They've moved through very quickly, as they said they would. They've slowed down for those last few votes. We're not sure why. County by county, there may be different reasons. Maybe some of the ballots are being checked. But people here are convinced that Georgia has gone for Donald Trump. And if they're right, of course, it is another key milestone on his route to the White House, planned, as it always was, through these key southern swing states. You can hear another cheer going up behind me. That's the chairman of the Republican Party, who I know you spoke to earlier, addressing the crowd here. People really feel this night is going their way.
We're going to listen into Harris HQ now.
Here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address our supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Okay, some big news there at Howard University. The announcement that Kamala Harris will be there tomorrow to address supporters and to address the nation. So she does not intend going there tonight. I mean, that's in line with what we've heard from her campaign. You can see people already immediately leaving, but I guess you can't blame them. It's 1:45 in the morning, and if they're told the vice president's not coming, there's no real point hanging around there at this point.
She's going to need very big dumps of votes from those blue counties of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin to shore up the blue wall. And if she doesn't get very big numbers...
And Katty, I mean, look at this. You're seeing these big crowds of people leaving Harris headquarters. I mean, again, you know, she is not going to be speaking. You understand why they're leaving, but this is a bit of a symbol here for the state of the race right now.
Right. Well, the fact that she's not speaking tonight is a symbol of the state of the race,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
I mean,
they're told to go home, so.
It looks like, you know, Donald Trump may go to his headquarters down in Florida and say something, we don't know what, but Kamala Harris is not actually going to talk at all. Now, they must have known this was a possibility because we've all known it was a possibility that we didn't have a final result on overnight tonight. I guess they just hoped that there was better news for her to be able to talk about.
You can see there, I mean, there was a huge crowd at Howard University. It's all lit up. We were seeing the singing and dancing and the DJing and everything. A lot of young people in the crowd there, but again, that's to be expected. It's a university, a lot of students living nearby, and they're all heading home. We're not seeing the singing and dancing that we were seeing earlier, but I guess being told that their candidate is not going to be there tomorrow, as you say, Katty, is a sign of itself. And we saw that email come from the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, probably 2 hours ago now, sort of saying, it's going to be tomorrow, stand tight, this is what we expected. We knew it would be a long, slow slog.
I just don't think this is what they expected.
No.
They may be putting that out in emails, but there is no way they expected her to underperform in almost every demographic group apart from young women compared to Joe Biden in 2020.
Yeah. Look, as a former candidate for public office, I can tell you that if you don't at least go in and address the crowd that is assembled at your victory party, that's a telltale sign that you know something's up, that you're not going to address them as the victor. You're going to be offering a concession speech. And now that speech is going to be tomorrow.
And look how quickly this space, as you said, Caitríona, it was packed, how quickly it has emptied out. You just see that stage there, and Howard University, not so far from where we are here. You know, this is a massive grounds that they had set up for her campaign, of course, and all of her supporters there. And you can see just it's thinned out really, really fast. As you said, Caitríona, mostly students, you know, many students here. It is a university. But, yeah, really remarkable to see those images.
Stephanie, what are you feeling about all of this now?
Well, I mean, so a couple of the races that Rodney mentioned in Pennsylvania, every cycle, Cartwright, we wait days and days to count his votes. His race is inevitably always very close. It always takes some time, and he's prevailed in the past. So I think, you know, really waiting to count all the votes. Everybody got a chance to vote. Their vote deserves the opportunity to be counted.
But when you see this announcement, you know, that she's not coming until tomorrow, and everyone's leaving. What does that say to you?
I mean, it is almost 1 a.m. and, you know, there's not a message necessarily at this moment because they are still waiting for the vote counts to come in. And I think, you know, the House, while the Senate has slipped out of Democratic hands, I think the House is still a potential, and there is still a potential for a pathway through the blue wall. So, yeah. I mean, you know, we always knew this, that these states take some time to count ballots, and there, as Katty was saying, that there's the, I guess they don't like to use the word the dump, but, you know, like the
I was trying to think of a more
unloading of ballots.
I'm sorry, I know Rodney's a
but, you know, the unloading of ballots at some point, and, you know, so, it's not the night that I think a lot of people at Harris headquarters wanted, but it's also not game over until every last vote is counted.
Just to give you a quick idea of what we're seeing on our screens there, on the left, of course, there, the Harris campaign headquarters and the Trump-Vance headquarters right there in the middle of your screen, because that is where we're going to expect to see possibly J.D. Vance and Donald Trump at some point soon. Gary O'Donoghue has been there all night for us and describing the scene for us there. Gary, if you can hear us, just tell us what's happening at the moment. We see a lot of movement, the expectation that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump will show up.
Okay, what I can tell you is that a motorcade has arrived at the back door of the convention centre. They are prepping the stage, the podiums have gone up, the teleprompters have gone up. I think all that means one thing very shortly. And I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if we get some kind of declaration of victory in the coming minutes, particularly now that Kamala Harris has decided to leave her party. Now, obviously, there are still votes being counted in the blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. All that is still true. But the level of confidence here is through the roof, quite frankly, at the moment. They really believe they've done it. And with them ahead in all those states in terms of the counting as things stand now, and the different dynamics from 2020, there will be few, I think, who might bet against them at this stage. So we'll see what happens when he comes, as I suspect he will, in the next few minutes and speaks. We'll see the tone he strikes, what he actually claims, what he actually says, anything he might say about the next few days and the count that's still going on. But we are going to get some movement here, and we are going to get, I suspect, Donald Trump on stage very, very shortly.
OK, well, we'll come back to you, Gary, when there's any movement there. But for now, let's go over to Sarah Smith, who is at that very empty Howard University now, the Kamala Harris HQ. Quite the different scene, Sarah, to when we last spoke to you.
Yeah, just about everybody has left, and they left very, very quickly after one of the campaign chairs, Cedric Richmond, came out onto that stage behind me, which, of course, had been prepped, ready for Kamala Harris to make a victory speech if she had won. And instead, he came out and said, it's not over yet. There are still votes to be counted. There are still states to be called. But he said, you will not hear from the vice president tonight. Now, that is not a sign of confidence. Everybody here knew exactly what he meant, which was they don't think they have won. That's why she's not going to come here and address them. And then within minutes, what had been a very, very large crowd here just dissipated. Very quietly, they all walked into the night, rather dejected, rather depressed, because they did not leave here thinking that when all the last votes have been counted and all the last states have been called, that she is going to be declared the winner. It's they haven't conceded defeat, but they all but have in the way that they've closed down this event tonight.
Okay, and of course we still have states that their results have not been projected yet, so we don't have any result yet. But as Sarah's saying there, Kamala Harris won't be speaking tonight, whereas we are expecting a speech down at the Trump headquarters down there. Rodney, what do you make of all of this?
Okay, it's almost 1
we're
a.m.
looking at the pictures there.
My Apple Watch is about to lose battery because it's been like almost 24 hours. Let's look at reality here. If anyone at the Harris campaign thought they had a shot to win the blue wall, they would have had the biggest line dance. It would have would have made it into Guinness World Records. They left. They know what the outcome of this race is going to be. They're seeing the projections. They're seeing where the vote totals are that still need to come in. When Donald Trump comes up to the stage and declares victory, we as America have to sit back and realize that he won. And one point that Democrats need to take a step back and look at. Anson County, North Carolina. It's a 40% black county. Donald Trump won it.
Yeah.
So when Democrats call Donald Trump racist and Republicans racist, why don't you have a little self-reflection and look at Anson County and understand that there are a lot more issues that are important to Americans all throughout this country that have given him what may be a landslide victory.
Right. So I think, I mean, just quickly for Katty, for our viewers, just so they know what we're looking at here, you see, of course, that very different split screen. You have Howard University headquarters for the Kamala Harris campaign tonight emptied out, and you see the Trump-Vance ticket, their campaign headquarters at the West Palm Beach Convention Center full. You can see there with all the MAGA hats of people waiting. They are waiting for J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, expected to show up at some point and speak. We're not entirely sure just when, but that is what we're looking at. In the very bottom of your screen, that is the counter right now. Kamala Harris at 182, Donald Trump at 246. Again, they have to get to 270 to win. So, Katty, sorry, interrupt you there.
I was going to say, I think one of the realignments that we're seeing is around race in the country, where Democrats had assumed that the demographics of America meant that they were endlessly going to win the White House because Hispanic voters and black voters have voted, it looks like, overwhelmingly effectively for Democrats. They still are. It's less than it was, though, and in tight races, less than it was can make the difference. But it looks like Donald Trump, up until now, if I'm right on the latest numbers, will have won about 15% of the black vote in America. That's still not 85%. The Democrats are still winning a lot more, but they can't. They need to slim those margins back down again if they're going to carry on winning in certain places.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think there's a recent exit poll data that shows that Latino men, and I think this is the area where Democrats have lost the most ground. In 2020, Biden had them at 59% to Trump's 36%. In 2024, it looks like Harris has it at 45 and Trump at 53. That's a huge shift. That's going from a D plus 23 to an R plus 8. And as we move further out west to the rest of the Sun Belt states, I think that number is going to have a significant impact on the outcome of those races.
So what do you think the reason for that is, Stephanie?
Exactly the question I wanted to ask. What is behind
Great minds think alike.
I think the issue is the economy, right? And that is a driving issue
so the economy overtakes everything else that we've always talked about, race, education, everything. It's the economy.
Well, I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding from the Democratic Party regarding Hispanic voters. They tend to want to talk to Hispanic voters about immigration. But if you're a Hispanic voter who's voting in America, that means that you have legal status and you're here and able to vote. And so the issues of immigration don't sit the same way that Democrats expect. In fact, people who came here legally and can vote want to see other people come here legally. And then the other piece is on the economy. Once you're a couple generations here in the United States, you care about all the same thing every American family does. The ability to make a living, a good education for your kids, a safe and secure community to raise your family in. So I think sometimes Democrats have a hard time understanding what motivates Hispanic voters.
Rodney, just quickly, you're shaking your head there.
Border. Economy, yes. Economy's across the board, all demographics. But you also have to take a look at many Latino voters are practicing Catholics. And this constant messaging on abortion has turned some of them off, too.
Well, we can pick that up in a bit more, but let's go back to Gary O'Donoghue at Trump campaign headquarters, because, Gary, as we said a moment ago, we are waiting to see J.D. Vance, Donald Trump.
Yes, we are, and it will be interesting to see the nature of the speeches that they give, or one of them gives, and what exactly they will claim and say about the votes that are still to be counted. But look, I think it's worth thinking about, if this is going the way we think it's going, if we think this is going Donald Trump's way, then we really have to think about the scale of what that achievement would amount to. This is a man who's 78 years old. Age was meant to be a disbarring factor for presidents, wasn't it? It was meant to be the thing that the public just weren't interested in, old people becoming president. He'd faced 4 criminal cases. One of them he'd been convicted in and is due to be sentenced in 3 weeks' time. A whole bunch of civil cases. He'd insulted a whole string of demographics across this country. He'd had countless scandals throughout the last 4 years, throughout the last 8 years. And if this is going the way we think it's going, getting back into the White House for a second historic term, a non-consecutive term, only done once before, is an extraordinary, an absolutely mind-blowing achievement in political terms. So if it goes that way, and I stress if it goes that way, we keep using this historic word, but this really would be one of those moments in the history of this country that you simply would never have envisaged.
Indeed, Gary, as we continue to look at those pictures there, do we have any indication when Donald Trump is arriving?
Well, as they say, we think someone's in the building, probably him in the building. A large motorcade arrived just a few minutes ago. The teleprompters are up, the ones he never uses, as he says. The podium is there. The crowd is anticipating something very soon. They've been playing a few videos. They've got the TV on at the moment. I mean, he doesn't mind keeping a crowd waiting, let's put it that way. He does that regularly for hours on end. So he'll come out when he's ready, if it's him.
And what is the campaign saying at this point, Gary, about how they're feeling? I mean, obviously very confident, but they must be looking at these numbers in the blue wall states as well.
I think that's right, and I think not just the campaign, but you can see the wider party. We heard that Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, got on a plane and is on his way here from his own count because he thinks this is the way stuff is going. I am no doubt that other Republicans are flocking in this direction too, the ones that aren't already here. So people scent a potential victory, they scent success, and they want to be part of it. And of course, they already have the projected gain in the Senate, which is, for them, will be a significant step forward.
O'Donoghue for us at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you, Gary. We'll continue watching those pictures. Now you're watching BBC News and the BBC Breakfast U.S. election results special with me, Sumi Somaskanda.
And me, John Kay. And these are live pictures you're watching from the Trump campaign event in Florida. We've seen a motorcade arriving there in just the last few minutes. The US presidential election not decided. Nothing is definite, but Donald Trump has taken massive strides forward in the race for the White House, winning 2 of those crucial 7 swing states.
The momentum has undoubtedly shifted towards the former president, who is projected to win the key states of Georgia and North Carolina in the last hour. Remember, there are 7 key swing states that we have been looking at, talking about this entire election campaign. 2 of those, Georgia and North Carolina, projected for Donald Trump. And those are the pictures that we're looking at right now, again, at that convention center. Our North America editor, Sarah Smith, is joining us. She's been at Harris campaign headquarters here in Washington, D.C. all night. And Sarah, you know, people have left that campaign headquarters. Things not very optimistic. In fact, people feeling very pessimistic there tonight.
That's absolutely right, because what you see behind me is what was built as the stage from which they hoped Kamala Harris would come out and make her acceptance speech, the moment at which she would become basically the first female president in history if she had won this election. Instead, what happened just under half an hour ago was that one of the chairs of her campaign came out and spoke to supporters who were by that point really quite anxious and not a little depressed about what they were seeing coming in the results. And he said, look, not every vote has been counted, not every state has been called, but Kamala Harris will not come here and speak to you tonight. You're not going to see the vice president at this event. She may speak to the nation later on Wednesday, but you won't see her tonight. And at that point, people immediately started leaving. People who had been here for hours and hours in the hope of seeing Kamala Harris, in the hope of seeing her declaring victory. Instead, very dejected, walked off into the night. And that they have not conceded defeat, and they have clearly said they will wait until every single vote comes in. But that is not an expression of confidence to say that the Vice President is not going to be coming out and addressing her supporters or addressing the country tonight. That was as close as we will get until we have the absolutely final result as a concession from the Kamala Harris campaign.
Sarah Smith, thank you very much indeed. Let's go back to Gary O'Donoghue, who's in Florida, at the Trump HQ, where the picture literally is so different. Gary, huge crowds, and they're waiting for their man.
I remember actually in 2016, Hillary Clinton's supposed victory party in New York, when that moment that Sarah was describing there happened, where the kind of air goes from the room and everyone suddenly realizes it isn't the story they were hoping for. And the smiles and the dancing ends up in tears and people streaming home, incredibly upset. Here, you've got the absolute opposite, as you said. You've got people anticipating the former president, perhaps the future president, the future 47th president of this country, coming to here and making some kind of speech very shortly. They've been prepping the stage, prepping the area for that. The Secret Service have been on the move, as has the motorcade. And we understand that either him or J.D. Vance or both of them are in the building right now waiting to make that. And that is what this crowd, this room, has been waiting for all night. They've been excited, they've been cheering as each state result has been forecast, has been projected by the various networks. Interestingly, the first sort of moment where I think they felt something was going their way when the Iowa result came in. Now, Iowa shouldn't have been in doubt for Donald Trump, but there was a poll in the last few days that caused a wobble. There was also a wobble in the Trump campaign about North Carolina, where they spent 3 days right at the end of the campaign going around, again, a state he won twice. But it seems to have paid off for them. The effort they put in, 4 rallies a day, multiple states, and if the counting, if the results we're seeing are to be believed, if the mood music you're getting from the Harris camp is also indicative of something, this thing seems to be going in one direction. And we anticipate Donald Trump or J.D. Vance will come out very shortly and make some kind of victory speech. I think you don't need to be a betting man to say that.
Indeed.
Gary, thank you. We'll be back there very soon. But for Caitríona, for people who are just waking up and switching on the TV and trying to work out what has happened, they've been waiting for that 270 to be the magic number. That's the number of electoral college votes that the candidate needs to win. And they'll say, hang on, Donald Trump hasn't got 270.
Yeah, they're right. We're not there yet. He's 24 electoral votes away from that 270. That could be minutes away, that could be hours away, that could be days away. And it's important to say that we do not have a projected winner at this point. We've been talking all night and for the whole year, really, or forever, it feels like, about who's going to win these 7 contested battleground states, the ones that sometimes vote Republican, sometimes vote Democrat. We've had 2 of them declared not too long ago, Georgia and North Carolina, both projected as wins for Donald Trump. And that's what has put him very, very close to that magic number of 270. Now, counting is still underway in the other 5 swing states, but why we're seeing that kind of excitement there down in West Palm Beach is because they're all leaning at this point in the direction of Donald Trump. Now, you know, every vote counts, of course. Votes are still being counted, particularly in Pennsylvania. There's a focus on those heavily urban areas around Philadelphia, which do lean Democratic. So what's looking like a surge for Donald Trump could definitely be neutralised and overtaken by Kamala Harris. And I think that's why we've seen her go home for the night, because there's not going to be any good news for her, or news at all for her to speak to tonight.
Caitríona, looking at the numbers that have been coming in, as you said, we can't call those 3 blue wall states. So these are these Rust Belt states that Joe Biden won, the former industrial heartland of the U.S., Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And just to pick up on that, Caitríona, I think that we also have to say that at this point, Kamala Harris doesn't seem to be performing as well as Joe Biden did at this point.
No, and that's what, Stephanie will know more about this, but that's what they're really focusing in on in terms of the positivity in the Trump campaign and the the maybe slightly sad bit that's coming from the Democrats. And I mean, we've been hearing from Democratic members and strategists all night about how nervous they are and how they're not feeling good about this. But, you know, we have to wait and see at this point.
Indeed, yeah.
Let's head to North Carolina. Our correspondent, Helena Humphrey, is there. And Helena, it was there really that first gave Donald Trump this great boost of confidence tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, clearly this is not the result that the Democrats were looking for. When we've been travelling around North Carolina in the past few days, the big looming question had been, can Kamala Harris flip this state blue, this battleground state for the Democrats? And instead, of course, as you were just mentioning there, what we saw instead was that this was the first swing state to go in the direction for Donald Trump. And it's always important to take a look at the margins in this as well, because we know that this was the closest race in 2020. Donald Trump leading it with just 74,000 votes, 1.3 percentage points. If you take a look at those provisional early vote tallies, what we're seeing right now is a difference of about 4 percentage points with Donald Trump in front. So the question will be, how did he manage to do that? Of course, one of the things that was a big jolt, I think, to this state here in North Carolina was the devastation we saw from Hurricane Helene back in September, particularly affecting the western part, 25 largely Republican counties there. There was misinformation that swirled in the wake of that as well about the disaster response, lies essentially about President Biden redirecting emergency funding to undocumented migrants, which wasn't the case. Will that have had an impact? We know both campaigns poured resources, footfall into this state, both coming here on about 20 separate visits. But let's just talk about the context in all of this and the map across the United States and why it matters so much. Because for Kamala Harris, if things don't go the way that she wants in blue wall states, for example, when you take a look at North Carolina, 16 electoral college votes, of course, now going to Donald Trump, that was going to be her way of making up some ground. That was called the Sun Belt strategy. Of course, for Donald Trump, this is a must-win state. He has done it, of course, and that gives him some boost and smooths that path towards the White House, but certainly not the result, of course, that the Democrats had been hoping for. We were at a Republican watch party, big cheers, of course, going out, people feeling in a very buoyant mood after taking a look at how North Carolina had gone. And Helena, just to follow up on that, did the result that we saw in North Carolina, you know, Donald Trump succeeding also in some of the more rural counties where you also do have a big black population, I mean, did this line up with what you were hearing from voters over the past week as you've been speaking to so many people? Yeah, that's really interesting. So when you go to those rural areas and you've got about a third of the population of North Carolinians living in those rural areas, you have that significant Republican voter population. But we were speaking to people in Greensboro, for example. Yesterday, we were there at a historically black college. There, a high level of voter mobilisation, particularly among young black voters, for example. But when I was taking a look at this map and how it's gone, yes, you do have those pockets of blue areas, for example, in Greensboro, in Raleigh, the so-called research triangle. We're just going to jump in there for a second. Sorry to interrupt you. We've just seen Tucker Carlson, former Fox News host, walking through Trump headquarters, looking joyous. There is, he's flanked by a number of his supporters, of course, a huge surrogate and ally of Donald Trump, and he has showed up there at Trump headquarters. We are, of course, also expecting Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to show up soon. John, we keep hearing this.
Yeah, that's right. We're hearing that family members are now in attendance. Huge crowds there at Trump HQ in Florida waiting for Donald Trump to appear, and we assume that he will be claiming victory. Even though he hasn't yet got to that 270 figure, it's looking good for him, isn't it, Caitríona?
Well, he thinks it is looking good for him. We're not going to make that call at this point in time. But let's just have a look at how we got to where we are right now at this hour of the morning, with Donald Trump edging ever closer to that 270, because it has been a long night, many hours of counting. All of the polls are now closed. Alaska closed just a few moments ago. That was the last poll to close. So all votes have been cast at this point, and it's all about the counting at this stage. So the two key swing states that we've been talking about, that we were waiting for, we can remind you of those now. If you've been asleep all night, lucky you, and you've just woken up now to join us, we can show you Georgia. Georgia projected as a win for Donald Trump and 16 electoral votes. That's a major one for Donald Trump. That was projected for him just in the last hour or so. And before that, North Carolina had been projected for Donald Trump as well, and 16 electoral votes. And when we talk about the electoral college system, both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris started the night with a certain amount of votes in both of their camps, because some states always vote Democrat, some states always vote Republican, and that's the unique thing about how this country works. And then they're racing to build upon those to get to 270, the magic number there, the magic white line. And you can see where we are at the moment as we speak. Donald Trump on 246 electoral college votes, Kamala Harris on 187. So if you do the maths on that, he only needs 24 to get himself to 270, but she needs a lot more than that. So her route to the White House now is quite an uphill one, not closed off by any stretch of the imagination, but still a long way to go. So that's where we're at the moment. We're waiting on those 5 swing states still to count. Now, some of them may take into tomorrow or even beyond that. We don't know. But Donald Trump doesn't need all of them to get to 270. He only needs really 2.
That's right. Let's dip back into those live pictures, John, shall we, to take a look at that convention center in West Palm Beach. This is Donald Trump's campaign HQ. And as you can see, that room is absolutely packed.
It's packed. They've been waiting some time. I think maybe they didn't necessarily expect that they would get anything this early, because although, as Caitríona was explaining, we still have a lot of counting to go and we've got final results to come through. It does seem to have happened in a lot of places much more quickly than we might have expected.
And you see that sea of red hats there. Those are the Make America Great Again hats. So you can just see everyone is packed and waiting to see Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and we've seen already, as we said, Tucker Carlson showing up. We understand Donald Trump's family members are there. All right, let's go to our correspondent. So Carl Nassman is in Wisconsin for us. We mentioned a little bit earlier, if you were up with us through the night, we mentioned that our partners here in the U.S., CBS News, that they had made a race rating. That's not a projection. It just means that they were showing that the race was leaning towards Donald Trump, but not anywhere close to be able to project the state. Carl, what are you hearing at this late stage in the night here, early in the morning in the UK, of course, for Wisconsin?
Yeah, I guess a great barometer would be to look around the room here at the election night party for the Democrat Tammy Baldwin, the sitting senator in this state. We just got an announcement about 10 or 15 minutes ago saying that everybody here in attendance should go ahead and pack up and go home, that there won't be any announcement from Senator Baldwin tonight, that everyone has been thanked for their support. They've been assured that there is still a long way to go. In fact, we're not expecting any final count in the next hour or a couple of hours. It still could stretch out into the night because we're waiting on Milwaukee County. But as you can see, the House lights coming up, people leaving, they're breaking down the party here. So that does give you that sense, just like we saw with Kamala Harris, that the feeling is, you know, if this really were on a knife's edge and there was a great chance for the Democrats to take the state or for Tammy Baldwin to emerge a winner, at least any time in the next short while, that people would be sticking around here. But they've been told to go on home. And you can see around here the mood is very quiet. We've had a very quiet atmosphere for quite a while here in Madison, Wisconsin. This is a Democratic stronghold. It did really show up for Kamala Harris. But the feeling is that it wasn't quite the margin that will be needed to push Kamala Harris over the edge here. We saw a lot of support, obviously, in those rural areas for Donald Trump. What Kamala Harris needed to see was a big tally in Dane County here in Madison, as well as some of those wow counties, as we've been seeing on the map, the ones that surround Milwaukee, and then a big turnout in Milwaukee itself. We're getting some updates on the vote count in Milwaukee. About 80,000 ballots at least have been counted there out of potentially about 107,000 or 110,000. So once we get that tally, I think we'll have a very good picture of how this state will go in the end. But we are still waiting, still several thousand ballots there potentially to be counted. And that really is likely the last hope for Kamala Harris in this blue wall state.
Carl, thank you for now. We'll go back to Wisconsin a bit later. If you're just waking up in the UK this morning, and if you've stayed up all night here in the United States, you're watching BBC News with BBC Breakfast, live from Washington. And the pictures you're seeing on your screen right now are of Donald Trump's campaign HQ in Florida. Thousands of people gathering there. We've seen members of his close family, his advisors, his campaign staff. The stage is set, and we're expecting Donald Trump, who's arrived, we think, by cavalcade in the last few minutes, to address those crowds in the next few minutes.
And just to give you a reminder of how we've gotten to this point so far in the evening, as we just heard from Caitríona, those two key battleground states of North Carolina and Georgia called, projected for Donald Trump. Those were two key states that he needed to pick up. And what is remaining, and what Democrats are, of course, really hoping but looking at, are those blue wall states. So the industrial heartland of the U.S., Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We just heard from Carl, obviously. The enthusiasm is dimming there in Wisconsin as well. Things are very, very close, incredibly close there. Democrats concerned that they might not have the numbers that they were hoping for going into this evening. One of those key battleground states, we've always said all along, haven't we, John and Caitríona, that the key prize of this election is Pennsylvania. Tom Bateman is in Pennsylvania for us, and that is a state that is too close to project. But, Tom, what are we seeing from the numbers that have come in big cities like Philadelphia?
Well, Sumi, one of the really big stories from Pennsylvania so far has been about speed, because we were saying for days that it felt like it could be a 2020 story once again, that it might take several days to count the votes because of the number of early voters. These are mail-in ballots. There's a slower process to count them. They have to be taken out of double envelopes. They have to be checked against voter registrations. Now, back in 2020, that took absolutely ages, and so we didn't get a result projected in Pennsylvania for 4 days. We're now in a position where they have rattled through the counts, largely because they've digitized some of that voter ID process. I was hearing from some voter officials earlier today, and also simply because they've poured a lot more money and resources and practice into this, so they didn't repeat the problems of 4 years ago. And what we are seeing now is that they have, at this stage in the night, just quarter past 1 in the morning here, they're at well beyond 90% of the vote counted. So a very significant number. And at the moment, that count has Donald Trump on around 51%, Kamala Harris on 48%. Now, the significance of that is that Kamala Harris hasn't made the kind of progress in some of the key areas, like Philadelphia here, a Democratic stronghold, where she should be budging well beyond 80% to make up for the very, very strong support that Donald Trump has in the rural counties of this state. Joe Biden broke through that 80% threshold in places like Philadelphia here. Joe Biden broke through that 4 years ago. She's below that 80% mark here in Philadelphia.
There seems to be a lot of cheering at Donald Trump's headquarters in West Palm Beach. Let's listen in.
Will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts it at 267, now officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get
to
270.
Our partners as well, CBS News, have not made that projection yet. We were just hearing from Tom that